Chapter 1 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Paula. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 1. If you had stood there in the edge of the bleak spruce forest, with the wind moaning dismally through the twisting trees, midnight of deep December, the Transcontinental would have looked like a thing of fire, dull fire, glowing with the smouldering warmth, but of strange ghostliness and out of place. It was a weird shadow, helpless and without motion, and black as the half-Arctic night, save for a band of illumination that cut in twain from the first coach to the last, with a space like an inky hyphen where the baggage car lay. Out of the north came armies of snow-laden clouds that scudded just above the earth, and with these clouds came now and then shrieking mockery of wind to taunt this stricken creation of man and the creatures it sheltered, men and women who had begun to shiver, and whose tense white faces stared with increasing anxiety into the mysterious darkness of the night that hung like a sable curtain 10 feet from the car windows. For 3 hours those faces had peered out into the night. Many of the prisoners in the snow-bound coaches had enjoyed the experience somewhat at first. There is pleasing and indefinable thrill to unexpected adventure, and this for a brief spell had been adventure de luxe. There had been warmth and light, men's laughter, women's voices, and children's play, but the loudest jester among the men was now silent, huddled deep in his great coat, and the young women who had clapped their hands in silly ecstasy when it was announced that the train was snow-bound, was weeping and shivering by turns. It was cold, so cold that the snow which came sweeping and swirling with the wind was like granite dust. It clicked against the glass, a bombardment of untold billions of infinitesimal projectiles fighting to break in. In the edge of the forest it was probably 40 degrees below zero. Within the coaches there still remained some little warmth. The burning lamps radiated it, and the presence of many people added to it, but it was cold, and growing colder. A grey coating of congealed breath covered the car windows. A few men had given their outer coats to women and children. These men looked most frequently at their watches. The adventure de luxe was becoming serious. For the 20th time a passing trainman was asked the same question. "The good Lord only knows," he growled down into the face of the young woman whose prettiness would have enticed the most chivalrous attention from him earlier in the evening. "Engine and tender have been gone 3 hours, and the divisional point only 20 miles up the line. Should have been back with help long ago. Hell, ain't it?" The young woman did not reply, but her round mouth formed a quick and silent approbation of his final remark. 3 hours, the trainman continued in his growling as he went on with his lantern. "That's the hell o' railroading it along the edge of the Arctic. When you get snowed in, you're snowed in. There ain't no two ways about it." He paused at the smoking compartment, thrust in his head for a moment, passed on, and slammed the door of the car after him as they went into the next coach. In that smoking compartment there were 2 men, facing each other across a narrow space between the 2 seats. They had not looked up when the trainman thrust in his head. They seemed, as one leaned over towards the other, wholly oblivious of the storm. It was the older man who bent forward. He was about 50. The hand that rested for a moment on David Raine's knee was red and knotted. It was the hand of a man who had lived his life in struggling with the wilderness. And the face, too, was of such a man, a face coloured and toughened by the tannin of wind and blizzard and hot northern sun, with eyes cobwebbed about by a myriad of fine lines that spoke of years spent under the strain of those things. He was not a large man. He was shorter than David Raine. There was a slight droop to his shoulders, yet about him there was a strength, a suppressed energy ready to act, a zestfulness eager for life and its daily mysteries, which the other and younger man did not possess. Throughout many thousands of square miles of the great northern wilderness this older man was known as Father Roland, the missioner. His companion was not more than 38. Perhaps he was a year or 2 younger. It may be that the wailing of the wind outside, the strange voices that were in it, and the chilling gloom of their little compartment made of him a more striking contrast to Father Roland than he would have been under other conditions. His eyes were clear and steady grey as they met Father Roland's. They were eyes that one could not easily forget. Except for his eyes he was like a man who had been sick and was still sick. The Missioner had made his own guess, and now, with his hand on the other's knee, he said, "And you say that you are afraid for this friend of yours?" David Raine nodded his head. Lines deepened a little about his mouth. "Yes, I'm afraid." For a moment he turned to the night. A fiercer volley of the little snow demons beat against the window, as though his pale face just beyond their reach stirred them to greater fury. "I have a most disturbing inclination to worry about him," he added, and shrugged his shoulders slightly. He faced Father Roland again. "Did you ever hear of a man losing himself?" he asked. "I don't mean in the woods or in a desert, or by going mad. I mean the other way, heart, body, soul, losing one's grip, you might call it, until there was no earth to stand on. Did you?" "Yes, many years ago. I knew of a man who lost himself in that way," replied the Missioner, straightening in his seat. "But he found himself again. And this friend of yours, I am interested. This is the first time in 3 years that I have been down to the edge of civilization, and what you have to tell will be different, vastly different from what I know. If you are betraying nothing, would you mind telling me his story?" "It's not a pleasant story," warned the younger man, "and on such a night as this." "It may be that one can see more clearly into the depths of misfortune and tragedy," interrupted the Missioner quietly. A faint flush rose into David Raine's pale face. There was something of nervous eagerness in the clasp of his fingers upon his knees. "Of course there is the woman," he said. "Yes, of course, the woman." "Sometimes I haven't been quite sure whether this man worshipped the woman or the woman's beauty," David went on, with a strange glow in his eyes. "He loved beauty, and this woman was beautiful, almost too beautiful for the good of one's soul, I guess. And he must have loved her, for when she went out of his life, it was as if he had sunk into a black pit out of which he could never rise. I have asked myself often if he would have loved her if she had been less beautiful, even quite plain, and I have answered myself as he answered that question, in the affirmative. It was born in him to worship wherever he loved at all. Her beauty made a certain sort of completeness for him. He treasured that. He was proud of it. He counted himself the richest man in the world because he possessed it. But deep under his worship of her beauty he loved her. I am more and more sure of that, and I am equally sure that time will prove it, that he will never rise again with his old hope and faith out of that black pit into which he sank when he came face to face with the realization that there were forces in life, in nature perhaps, more potent than his love and his own strong will." Father Roland nodded. "I understand," he said, and he sank back farther in his corner by the window, so that his face was shrouded in a little shadow. "This other man loved a woman too, and she was beautiful. He thought she was the most beautiful thing in the world. It is great love that makes beauty. But this woman, my friend's wife, was so beautiful that even the eyes of other women were fascinated by her. I have seen her when it seemed she must come fresh from the hands of angels. And at first, when my friend was the happiest man in the world, he was fond of telling her that it must have been the angels who put the colour in her face, and the wonderful golden fires in her shining hair. It wasn't his love for her that made her beautiful. She was beautiful." "And her soul?" softly questioned the shadowed lips of the Missioner. The other's hand tightened slowly. "In making her, the angels forgot a soul, I guess," he said. "Then your friend did not love her?" The Little Missioner's voice was quick and decisive. "There can be no love where there is no soul. That isn't possible. He did love her. I know it." "I still disagree with you. Without knowing your friend, I say that he worshipped her beauty. There were others who worshipped the same loveliness, others who did not possess her, and who would have betrayed their souls for her, had they possessed souls to barter. Is that not true?" "Yes, there were others. But to understand, you must have known my friend before he sank down into the pit, when he was still a man. He was a great student. His fortune was sufficient to give him both time and means for the pursuits he loved. He had his great library, and adjoining it a laboratory. He wrote books which few people read because they were filled with facts and odd theories. He believed that the world was very old, and that there was less profit for men in discovering new luxuries for an artificial civilization than in rediscovering a few of the great laws and miracles buried in the dust of the past. He believed that the nearer we got to the beginning of things, and not the farther we drift, the clearer comprehension can we have of the earth and sky and God and the meaning of it all. He did not consider it an argument for progress that Christ and his disciples knew nothing of the telephone. of giant engines run by steam, of electricity, or of instruments by which man could send messages for thousands of miles through space. His theory was that the patriarchs of old held a closer touch on the pulse of life than progress in its present forms will ever bring to us. He was not a fanatic, he was not a crank, he was young and filled with enthusiasm. He loved children. He wanted to fill his house with them, but his wife knew that she was too beautiful for that, and they had none. He had leaned a little forward and pulled his hat a trifle over his eyes. There was a moment's lull in the storm, and it was so quiet that each could hear the ticking of Father Roland's big silver watch. Then he said, "I don't know why I tell you all this, Father, unless it's to relieve my own mind. There can be no hope that it will benefit my friend, and yet it cannot harm him. It seems very near to sacrilege to put it into words what I am going to say about his wife. Perhaps there were extenuating conditions for her. I have tried to convince myself of that, just as he tried to believe it. It may be that a man who is born into his age must consider himself a misfit unless he can tune himself in sympathy with its manner of life. He cannot be too critical, I guess, if he is to exist in a certain social order of our civilization. Unburdened by great doubts and deep glooms, he must not shiver when his wife tinkles her champagne glass against another. He must learn to appreciate the sinuous beauties of the cabaret dancer, and must train himself to take no offence when he sees shimmering wines tilted down white throats. He must train himself to many things, just as he trains himself to classical music and grand opera. To do these things he must forget, as much as he can, the sweet melodies and the sweeter women who are sinking into oblivion together. He must accept life as a grand piano tuned to a new sort of tuning master, and unless he can dance to its music he is a misfit. That is what my friend said to extenuate her. She fitted into this kind of life splendidly. He was in the other groove. She loved light, laughter, wine, song, and excitement. He, the misfit, loved his books, his work, and his home. His greatest joy would have been to go with her, hand in hand, through some wonderful cathedral, pointing out its ancient glories and mysteries to her. He wanted aloneness, just they two. Such was his idea of love, and she wanted other things. You understand, Father? The thing grew, and at last he saw that she was getting away from him. Her passion for admiration and excitement became a madness. I know, because I saw it. My friend said that it was madness, even as he was going mad, and yet did not suspect her. If another had told him that she was unclean, I am sure he would have killed him. Slowly he came to experience the agony of knowing that the woman whom he worshipped did not love him. But this did not lead him to believe that she could love another, or others. Then, one day, he left the city. She went with him to the train, his wife. She saw him go. She waved her handkerchief at him, and as she stood there she was glorious. Through partly closed eyes the little missioner saw his shoulders tighten, a hardness settle about his mouth. The voice, too, was changed. When it went on, it was almost emotionless. It's sometimes curious how the chief arbiter of things plays his tricks on men and women, isn't it, Father? There was trouble on the line ahead, and my friend came back. It was unexpected. It was late when he reached home, and with his night key he went in quietly, because he did not want to awaken her. It was very still in the house until he came to the door of her room. There was a light. He heard voices, very low. He listened. He went in. There was a terrible silence. The ticking of Father Roland's big silver watch seemed like the beating of a tiny drum. "And what happened then, David?" "My friend went in," repeated David. His eyes sought Father Roland squarely, and he saw the question there. "No, he did not kill them," he said. "He doesn't know what kept him from killing the man. He was a coward, that man. He crawled away like a worm. Perhaps that was why my friend spared him. The wonderful part of it was that the woman, his wife, was not afraid. She stood up in her ravishing dishevelment, with that mantle of gold he had worshipped streaming about her to her knees. And she laughed? Yes, she laughed. A mad sort of laugh, a laughter of fear, perhaps, but laughter. So he did not kill them. Her laughter, the man's cowardice, saved them. He turned, he closed the door, he left them, and he went out into the night." He paused as though his story was finished. "And that is the end?" asked Father Roland softly. "Of his dreams, his hopes, his joy in life. Yes, that was the end." "But of your friend's story? What happened after that?" "A miracle, I think," replied David hesitatingly, as though he could not quite understand what had happened after that. "You see, this friend of mine was not of the vacillating and irresolute sort. I had always given him credit for that, credit for being a man who would measure up to a situation. He was quite an athlete, and enjoyed boxing and fencing and swimming. If at any time in his life he could have conceived of a situation such as he encountered in his wife's room, he would have lived a mortal certainty of killing the man. And when the situation did come, it was not a miracle that he should walk out into the night, leaving them only unharmed, but together. I ask you, Father, was it not a miracle?" Father Roland's eyes were gleaming strangely under the shadow of his broad brimmed black hat. He merely nodded. "Of course," resumed David, "it may have been that he was too stunned to act. I believe that the laughter, her laughter, acted upon him like a powerful drug. Instead of plunging him into the passion of a murderous desire for vengeance, it curiously enough anesthetized his emotions. For hours he heard that laughter. I believe he will never forget it. He wandered the streets all that night. It was in New York, and of course he passed many people, but he did not see them. When morning came he was on Fifth Avenue, many miles from his home. He wandered downtown, in constantly growing human stream, whose noise and bustle and many keyed voice acted on him as a tonic. For the first time he asked himself what he would do. Stronger and stronger grew the desire in him to return, to face again that situation in his home. I believe that he would have done this. I believe that the red blood in him would have meted out its own punishment, had he not turned just in time, and at the right place. He found himself in front of the little church around the corner, nestling in its hiding place just off the avenue. He remembered its restful quiet, the coolness of the aisles and alcoves. He was exhausted, and he went in. He sat down facing the chancel. As his eyes became accustomed to the gloom, he saw that the broad, low dais in front of the organ was banked with great masses of hydrangeas. There had been a wedding, probably the evening before. My friend told me of the thickening that came to his throat, of the strange terrible throb in his heart as he sat there alone, the only soul in the church, and stared at those hydrangeas. Hydrangeas had been their own wedding flower, Father. And then? For the first time there was something like a break in the younger man's voice. "My friend thought he was alone," he went on, "but someone had come out like the shadow beyond the chancel railing, and all of a sudden, beginning wonderfully low and sweet, the great organ began to fill the church with its melody. The organist, too, thought he was alone. He was a little old man, his shoulders thin and drooped, his hair white. But in his soul there must have been a great love and a great peace. He played something low and sweet. When he finished he rose and went away as quietly as he had come. And for a long time after that my friend sat there alone. Something new was born in him, something which I hope will grow and comfort him in the years to come. When he went out into the city again the sun was shining. He did not go home. He did not see the woman, his wife, again. He has never seen her since that night when she stood up in her dishevelled beauty and laughed at him. Even the divorce proceedings did not bring them together. I believe that he treated her fairly. Through his attorneys he turned over to her a half of what he possessed, and then he went away. That was a year ago. In that year I know that he has fought desperately to bring himself back to his old health of mind and body, and I am quite sure that he has failed." He paused, his story finished. He drew the brim of his hat lower over his eyes, and then rose to his feet. His build was slim and clean cut. He was perhaps 5 feet 10 inches in height, which was 4 inches taller than the Little Missioner. His shoulders were of good breadth, and waist and hips of an athletic slimness, but his clothes hung with a certain looseness. His hands were unnaturally thin, and his face still hovered the shadows of sickness and of mental suffering. Father Roland stood beside him now with eyes that shone with a deep understanding. Under the sputter of the lamp above their heads the two men clasped hands, and the Little Missioner's grip was like the grip of iron. "David, I've preached a strange code through the wilderness for many a year," he said, and his voice was vibrant with strong emotion. "I'm not Catholic, and I'm not Church of England. I've got no religion that wears a name. I'm simply Father Roland, and all these years I've helped bury the dead in the forest, and nurse the sick, and marry the living, and it may be that I've learned one thing better than most of you who live down in civilization, and that's how to find yourself when you're down and out. Boy, will you come with me?" Their eyes met. A fiercer gust of storm beat against the windows. They could hear the wind wailing in the trees outside. "It was your story that you told me said Father Roland, his voice barely above a whisper. "She was your wife, David." It was very still for a moment. Then came the reply, "Yes, she was my wife." Suddenly David freed his hand from the Little Missioner's clasp. He had stopped something that was almost like a cry on his lips. He pulled his hat still lower over his eyes, and went through the door into the main part of the coach. Father Roland did not follow. Some of the ruddiness had gone from his cheeks, and as he stood facing the door through which David had disappeared, a smouldering fire began to burn far back in his eyes. After a few moments this fire died out, and his face was grey and haggard as he sat down again in his corner, his hands unclenched. With a great sigh his head drooped forward on his chest, and for a long time he sat thus, his eyes and face lost in shadow. One would not have known that he was breathing. Chapter 2
of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fiddlesticks. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 2. Half a dozen times that night David had walked from end to end of the 5 snowbound coaches that made up the Transcontinental. He believed that for him it was an act of Providence that had delayed the train. Otherwise a sleeping car would have been picked up at the next divisional point, and he would not have unburdened himself to Father Roland. They would not have sat up until that late hour in the smoking compartment, and this strange little man of the forest would not have told him the story of a lonely cabin up on the edge of the Barrens, a story of strange pathos and human tragedy that had, in some mysterious way, unsealed his own lips. David had kept to himself the shame and heartbreak of his own affliction since the day he had been compelled to tell it, coldly and without visible emotion, to gain his own freedom. He had meant to keep it to himself always, and of a sudden it had all come out. He was not sorry. He was glad. He was amazed at the change in himself. That day had been a terrible day for him. He could not get her out of his mind. Now a depressing hand seemed to have lifted itself from his heart. He was quick to understand. His story had not fallen upon ears eager with sensual curiosity. He had met a man, and from the soul of that man there had reached out to him the spirit of a deep and comforting strength. He would have revolted at compassion, and words of pity would have shamed him. Father Roland had given voice to neither of these, but the grip of his hand had been like the grip of an iron man. In the 3rd coach David sat down in an empty seat. For the first time in many months there was a thrill of something in his blood which he could not analyze. What had the Little Missioner meant when, with that wonderful grip of his knotted hand, he had said, "I've learned how a man can find himself when he's down and out"? And what had he meant when he added, "Will you come with me?" Go with him? Where? There came a sudden crash of the storm against the window, a shrieking blast of the wind and snow, and David stared into the night. He could see nothing. It was a black chaos outside, but he could hear the wailing and the moaning of the wind in the trees, and he almost fancied that it was not darkness alone that shut out his vision, but the thick walls of the forest. Was that what Father Roland had meant? Had he asked him to go with him into that? His face touched the cold glass. He stared harder. That morning Father Roland had boarded the train at a wilderness station and had taken a seat beside him. They had become acquainted, and later the Little Missioner had told him how these vast forests reached out without a break for hundreds of miles into the mysterious north. He loved them, even as they lay cold and white outside the windows. There was gladness in his voice when he had said that he was going back into them. They were a part of his world, a world of mystery and savage glory, he had called it, stretching for 1,000 miles to the edge of the Arctic, and 1,500 miles from Hudson's Bay to the western mountains. And tonight he had said, "Will you come with me?" David's pulse quickened. 1,000 little snow demons beat in his face to challenge his courage. The wind swept down as if enraged at the thought of his mind, and scooped up volley after volley of drifting snow and hurled them at him. There was only the thin glass between. It was like the defiance of a living thing. It threatened him, it dared him, it invited him out like a great bully with a brawling show of fists. He had always been more or less pusillanimous in the face of winter. He disliked cold, he hated snow, but this that beat and shrieked at him outside the window had set something stirring strangely within him. It was a desire, whimsical and undecided at first, to thrust his face out into that darkness and feel the sting of the wind and snow. It was Father Roland's world, and Father Roland had invited him to enter it. That was the curious part of the situation, as it was impressed upon him as he sat with his face flattened against the window. The little missioner had invited him, and the night was daring him. For a single moment the incongruity of it all made him forget himself, and he laughed, a chuckling, half-broken, and out-of-tune sort of laugh. It was the first time in a year that he had forgotten himself anywhere near to a point resembling laughter. And in the sudden and inexplicable spontaneity of it he was startled. He turned quickly as though someone at his side had laughed, and he was about to demand an explanation. He looked across the aisle, and his eyes met squarely the eyes of a woman. He saw nothing but the eyes at first. They were big, dark, questioning eyes that had in them a hunting look, as though they hoped to find in his face the answer to a great question. Never in his life had he seen eyes that were so haunted by a great unrest, or that held in their lustrous depths the smouldering glow of a deeper grief. Then the face added itself to the eyes. It was not a young face. The woman was past 40, but this age did not impress itself over a strange and appealing beauty in her countenance, which was like the beauty of a flower whose petals are falling. Before David had seen more than this, she turned her eyes from him slowly and doubtfully, as if not quite convinced that she had found what she sought, and faced the darkness beyond her own side of the car. David was puzzled, and he looked at her with still deeper interest. Her seat was turned so that it was facing him across the aisle, 3 seats ahead, and he could look at her without conspicuous effort or rudeness. Her hood had slipped down and hung by its long scarf about her shoulders. She leaned toward the window, and as she stared out, her chin rested in the cup of her hand. He noticed that her hand was thin, and that there was a shadowy hollow in the white pallor of her cheek. Her hair was heavy and done in thick coils that glowed dully in the lamplight. It was a deep brown, almost black, shot through with little silvery threads of gray. For a few moments David withdrew his gaze, subconsciously ashamed of the directness of his scrutiny. But after a little his eyes drifted back to her. Her head was sunk forward a little. He caught now a pathetic droop of her shoulders, and he fancied that he saw a little shiver run through her. Just as before he had felt the desire to thrust his face out into the night, he now felt an equally unaccountable impulse to speak to her and ask her if he could in any way be of service to her. But he could see no excuse for this presumptuousness in himself. If she was in distress, it was not of a physical sort for which he might have suggested his services as a remedy. She was neither hungry nor cold, for there was a basket at her side in which he had a glimpse of broken bits of food, and at her back, draped over the seat, was a heavy beaver-skin coat. He rose to his feet with the intention of returning to the smoking compartment in which he had left Father Roland. His movement seemed to rouse the woman. Again her dark eyes met his own. They looked straight up at him as he stood in the aisle, and he stopped. Her lips trembled. "Are you acquainted between here and Lac Seul?" she asked. Her voice had in it the same haunting mystery that he had seen in her eyes, the same apprehension, the same hope, as though some curious and indefinable instinct was telling her that in this stranger she was very near to the thing which she was seeking. "I am a stranger," he said. "This is the first time I have ever been in this country." She sank back, the look of hope in her face dying out like a passing flash. "I thank you," she murmured. "I thought perhaps you might know of a man whom I am seeking." "A man by the name of Michael O'Doone." She did not expect him to speak again. She drew her heavy coat about her, and turned her face toward the window. There was nothing that he could say, nothing that he could do, and he went back to Father Roland. He was in the last coach when a sound came to him faintly. It was too sharp for the wailing of the storm. Others heard it and grew suddenly erect, with tense and listening faces. The young woman with the round mouth gave a little gasp. A man pacing back and forth in the aisle stopped as if at the point of a bayonet. It came again. The heavy-jowled man who had taken the adventure as if a jest at first, and who had rolled himself in his great coat like a hibernating woodchuck, unloosed his voice in a rumble of joy. "It's the whistle," he announced. "It's coming at last." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 3. David came up quietly to the door of the smoking compartment where he had left Father Roland. The little missioner was huddled in his corner near the window. His head hung heavily forward, and the shadows of his black Stetson concealed his face. He was apparently asleep. His hands, with their strangely developed joints and fingers, lay loosely upon his knees. For fully half a minute David looked at him without moving or making a sound, and as he looked, something warm and living seemed to reach out from the lonely figure of the wilderness preacher that filled him with a strangely new feeling of companionship. Again he made no effort to analyze the change in himself. He accepted it as one of the 2 or 3 inexplicable phenomena this night and the storm had produced for him, and was chiefly concerned in the fact that he was no longer oppressed by that torment of aloneness which had been a part of his nights and days for so many months. He was about to speak when he made up his mind not to disturb the other. So certain was he that Father Roland was asleep that he drew away from the door on the tips of his toes and re-entered the coach. He did not stop in the first or second car, though there were plenty of empty seats and people were rousing themselves into more cheerful activity. He passed through one and then the other to the third coach, and sat down when he came to the seat he had formerly occupied. He did not immediately look at the woman across the aisle. He did not want her to suspect that he had come back for that purpose. When his eyes did seek her in a casual sort of way, he was disappointed. She was almost covered in her coat. He caught only the gleam of her thick, dark hair in the shape of one slim hand, white as paper in the lamp glow. He knew that she was not asleep, for he saw her shoulders move, and the hand shifted its position to hold her coat closer about her. The whistling of the approaching engine, which could be heard distinctly now, had no apparent effect on her. For 10 minutes he sat staring at all he could see of her, the dark glow of her hair, and the one ghostly white hand. He moved, he shuffled his feet, he coughed, he made sure she knew he was there, but she did not look up. He was sorry that he had not brought Father Roland with him in the first place, for he was certain that if the little missioner had seen the grief and the despair in her eyes, the hope almost burned out, he would have gone to her and said things which he had found it impossible to say when the opportunity had come to him. He rose again from his seat as the powerful snow engine and its consort coupled onto the train. The shock almost flung him off his feet. Even then she did not raise her head. A second time he returned to the smoking compartment. Father Roland was no longer huddled down in his corner. He was on his feet, his hands thrust deep down into his trousers pockets, and he was whistling softly as David came in. His hat lay on the seat. It was the first time David had seen his round, rugged, weather-reddened face without the big Stetson. He looked younger and yet older. His face, as David saw it there in the lamp glow, had something in the ruddy glow and deeply lined strength of it that was almost youthful. But his thick, shaggy hair was very gray. The train had begun to move. He turned to the window for a moment, and then looked at David. "We are under way," he said. "Very soon I will be getting off." David sat down. "It is some distance beyond the divisional point ahead, this cabin where you get off?" he asked. "Yes, 20 or 25 miles. There's nothing but a cabin and 2 or 3 log outbuildings there, where Thoreau, the Frenchman, has his fox pens, as I told you. It is not a regular stop, but the train will slow down to throw off my dunnage and give me an easy jump. My dog's an Indian, are with Thoreau." "And from Thoreau's, it is a long distance to the place you call home?" The Little Missioner rubbed his hands in a queer, rasping way. The movement of those rugged hands and the curious chuckling laugh that accompanied it radiated a sort of cheer. They were expressions of more than satisfaction. "It's a great many miles to my own cabin, but it's home, all home, after I get into the forests. My cabin is at the lower end of God's Lake, 300 miles by dogs and sledge from Thoreau's, 300 miles as straight north as the niskuk flies." "A niskuk?" said David. "Yes, a gray goose." "Don't you have crows?" "A few, but they're as crooked in flight as they are in morals. They're scavengers, and they hang down pretty close to the line of the rail. Close to civilization, where there's a lot of scavenging to be done, you know." For the second time that night, David found a laugh on his lips. "Then, you don't like civilization?" "My heart is in the Northland," replied Father Roland, and David saw a sudden change in the other's face, a dying out of the light in his eyes, a tenseness that came and went like a flash at the corners of his mouth. In that same moment he saw the missioner's hand tighten, and the fingers knot themselves curiously and then slowly relax. One of these hands dropped on David's shoulder, and Father Roland became the questioner. "You have been thinking since you left me a little while ago?" he asked. "Yes, I came back, but you were asleep." "I haven't been asleep. I have been awake every minute. I thought once that I heard a movement at the door, but when I looked up there was no one there. You told me today that you were going west, to the British Columbia Mountains?" David nodded. Father Roland sat down beside him. "Of course, you didn't tell me why you were going," he went on. "I have made my own guess since you told me about the woman, David. Probably you will never know just why your story has struck so deeply home with me, and why it seemed to make you more a son to me than a stranger. I've guessed that in going west you are simply wandering. You are fighting in a vain and foolish sort of way to run away from something. Isn't that it? You are running away, trying to escape the one thing in the whole wide world that you cannot lose by flight, and that's memory. You can think just as hard in Japan or the South Sea Islands as you can in Fifth Avenue in New York, and sometimes the farther away you get, the more maddening your thoughts become. It isn't travel you want, David. It's blood. Red blood. And for putting blood into you, and courage, and joy of just living and breathing, there's nothing on the face of the earth like that." He reached an arm past David and pointed to the night beyond the car window. "You mean the storm and the snow?" "Yes. Storm and snow and sunshine and forests. The tens of thousands of miles of our Northland that you've only seen the edges of. That's what I mean. But, first of all," and again the Little Missioner rubbed his hands, "first of all, I'm thinking of the supper that's waiting for us at Thoreau's. Will you get off and have supper with me at the Frenchman's, David? After that, if you decide not to go up to God's Lake with me, Thoreau can bring you and your luggage back to the station with his dog team. Such a supper, or breakfast, it will be. I can smell it now, for I know Thoreau. His fish, his birds, the tenderest steaks in the forests. I can hear Thoreau cursing because the train hasn't come, and I'll wager he's got fish and caribou tenderloin and partridges just ready for a final turn in the roaster. What do you say? Will you get off with me?" "It is a tempting offer to a hungry man, Father." The Little Missioner chuckled elatedly. "Hunger, that's the real medicine of the gods, David, when the belt isn't drawn too tight. If I want to know the nature and quality of a man, I ask about his stomach. Did you ever know a man who loved to eat who wasn't of a pretty decent sort? Did you ever know of a man who loved pie, who'd go out of his way to get pie, that didn't have a heart in him bigger than a pumpkin? I guess you didn't. If a man's got a good stomach, he isn't a grouch, and he won't stick a knife into your back. But if he eats from habit or necessity, he isn't a beautiful character in the eyes of nature, and there's pretty sure to be a cog loose somewhere in his makeup. I'm a grub scientist, David. I'll warn you of that before we get off at Thoreau's. I love to eat, and the Frenchman knows it. That's why I can smell things in that cabin 40 miles away." He was rubbing his hands briskly, and his face radiated such joyous anticipation as he talked, that David unconsciously felt the spirit of his enthusiasm. He had gripped one of Father Roland's hands, and was pumping it up and down almost before he realized what he was doing. "I'll get off with you at Thoreau's," he exclaimed, "and later, if I feel as I do now, and you still want my company, I'll go on with you into the North Country." A slight flush rose into his thin cheeks, and his eyes shone with a freshly lighted enthusiasm. As Father Roland saw the change in him, his hands closed over David's. "I knew you had a splendid stomach in you from the moment you finished telling me about the woman," he cried exultantly. "I knew it, David, and I do want your company. I want it as I have never wanted the company of another man." "That is the strange part of it," replied David, a slight quiver in his voice. He drew away his hands, suddenly, and with a jerk, brought himself to his feet. "Good God, look at me," he cried. "I'm a wreck physically. It would be a lie if you told me I'm not. See these hands, these arms. I'm down and out. I'm weak as a dog, and the stomach you speak of is a myth. I haven't eaten a square meal in a year. Why do you want me as a companion? Why do you think it would be a pleasure for you to drag a decrepit misfit like myself up into a country like yours? Is it because of your code of faith? Is it because you think you may save a soul?" He was breathing deeply. As he excoriated himself and bared his weakness, the hot blood crept slowly into his face. "Why do you want me to go?" he demanded. "Why don't you ask some man with red blood in his veins and a heart that hasn't been burned out? Why do you ask me?" Father Roland made as if to speak, and then caught himself. Again, for a passing flash, there came that mysterious change in him, a sudden dying out of the enthusiasm in his eyes, and a grayness in his face that came and went like a shadow of pain. In another moment he was saying, "I'm not playing the part of the Good Samaritan, David. I've got a personal and a selfish reason for wanting you with me. It may be possible, just possible, I say, that I need you even more than you will need me." He held out his hand. "Let me have your checks, and I'll go ahead to the baggage car and arrange to have your dunnage thrown off with mine at the Frenchman's." David gave him the checks, and sat down after he had gone. He began to realize that, for the first time in many months, he was taking a deep and growing interest in matters outside his own life. The night and its happenings had kindled a strange fire within him, and the warmth of this fire ran through his veins and set his body and his brain tingling curiously. New forces were beginning to fight his own malady. As he sat alone after Father Roland had gone, his mind had dragged itself away from the East. He thought of a woman, but it was the woman in the third coach back. Her wonderful eyes haunted him, their questing despair, the strange pain that seemed to burn like glowing coals in their depths. He had seen not only misery and hopelessness in them, he had seen tragedy, and they troubled him. He made up his mind to tell Father Roland about her when he returned from the baggage car, and take him to her. And who was Father Roland? For the first time he asked himself the question. There was something of mystery about the little missioner that he found as strange and unanswerable as the thing he had seen in the eyes of the woman in the third car back. Father Roland had not been asleep when he looked in and saw him hunched down in his corner near the window, just as, a little later, he had seen the woman crumpled down in hers. It was as if the same oppressing hand had been upon them in those moments. And why had Father Roland asked him, of all men, to go with him as a comrade into the north? Following this, he asked himself the still more puzzling question, why had he accepted the invitation? He stared out into the night, as if the night held an answer for him. He had not noticed until now that the storm had ceased its beating against the window. It was not so black outside. With his face close to the glass, he could make out the dark wall of the forest. From the rumble of the trucks under him, he knew that the two engines were making good time. He looked at his watch. It was 11:45. They had been traveling for half an hour, and he figured that the divisional point ahead would be reached by midnight. It seemed a very short time after that, when he heard the tiny bell on his watch tinkle off the hour of 12. The last strokes were drowned in a shrill blast of the engine whistle, and a moment later he caught the dull glow of lights in the hollow of a wide curve the train was making. Father Roland had told him the train would wait at this point 15 minutes, and even now he heard the clanging of handbells announcing the fact that hot coffee, sandwiches, and ready-prepared suppers were awaiting the half-starved passengers. The trucks grated harshly, the whirring groan of the air brakes under him like a great sigh, and suddenly he was looking down into the face of a pop-eyed man, who was clanging a bell with all the strength of his right arm under his window, and who, with this labor, was emitting a husky din of "Supper, supper, 'ot and ready at the Royal," in his vain effort to drown out the competition of a still more raucous voice that was bellowing "'ot steaks and liver and onions at the Queen Alexandry." As David made no movement, the man under his window stretched up his neck and yelled a personal invitation. "Why don't you come out and eat, old chap? You've got 15 minutes and maybe half an hour. Supper, 'ot and ready at the Royal." Up and down the length of the dimly lighted platform David heard that clangor of bells, and as if determined to capture his stomach or die, the pop-eyed man never moved an inch from his window, while behind him there jostled and hurried an eager and steadily growing crowd of hungry people. David thought again of the woman in the third coach back. Was she getting off here? He wondered. He went to the door of the smoking compartment and waited another half-minute for Father Roland. It was quite evident that his delay was occasioned by some difficulty in the baggage car, a difficulty which perhaps his own presence might help to straighten out. He hesitated between the thought of joining the missioner and the stronger impulse to go back into the third coach. He was conscious of a certain feeling of embarrassment as he returned for the third time to look at her. He was not anxious for her to see him again unless Father Roland was with him. His hesitancy, if it was not altogether embarrassment, was caused by the fear that she might quite naturally regard his interest in a wrong light. He was especially sensitive upon that point, and had always been. The fact that she was not a young woman, and that he had seen her dark hair finely threaded with gray, made no difference with him in his peculiarly chivalric conception of man's attitude toward woman. He did not mean to impress himself upon her. This time he merely wanted to see whether she had roused herself, or had left the car. At least this was the trend of his mental argument as he entered the third coach. The car was empty. The woman was gone. Even the old man who had hobbled in on crutches at the last station had hobbled out again in response to the clanging bells. When he came to the seat where the woman had been, David paused, and would have turned back had he not chanced to look out through the window. He was just in time to catch a quick upturn of a passing face. It was her face. She saw him and recognized him. She seemed for a moment to hesitate. Her eyes were filled again with that haunting fire, her lips trembled as if about to speak, and then, like a mysterious shadow, she drifted out of his vision into darkness. For a space he remained in his bent and staring attitude, trying to pierce the gloom into which she had disappeared. As he drew back from the window, wondering what she must think of him, his eyes fell to the seat where she had been sitting, and he saw that she had left something behind. It was a very thin package, done up in a bit of newspaper and tied with a red string. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands. It was 5 or 6 inches in width and perhaps 8 in length, and was not more than half an inch in thickness. The newspaper in which the object was wrapped was worn until the print was almost obliterated. Again he looked out through the window. Was it a trick of his eyes, he wondered, or did he see once more that pale and haunting face in the gloom just beyond the lamp glow? His fingers closed a little tighter upon the thin packet in his hand. At least he had found an excuse. If she was still there, if he could find her, he had an adequate apology for going to her. She had forgotten something. It was simply a matter of courtesy on his part to return it. As he alighted onto the half-foot of snow on the platform, he could have given no other reason for his action. His mind could not clarify itself. It had no cohesiveness of purpose or of emotion at this particular juncture. It was as if a strange and magnetic undertow were drawing him after her, and he obeyed the impulse. He began seeking for her, with the thin packet in his hand. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Anne Kirkpatrick in Portland, Oregon. AnneKKirkpatrick.com.
Chapter 4 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 4. David followed where he fancied he had last seen the woman's face, and caught himself just in time to keep from pitching over the edge of the platform. Beyond that there was a pit of blackness. Surely she had not gone there. 2 or 3 of the bells were still clanging, but with abated enthusiasm, from the dimly lighted platform. Greyish white in the ghostly flicker of the oil lamps, the crowd of hungry passengers was ebbing swiftly in its quest for food and drink. A last half-hearted bawling of the virtue to be found in hot steak and liver and onions at the Royal Alexandry gave way to a comforting silence, a silence broken only by the growing clatter of dishes, the subdued wheezing of the engines, and the raucous voice of a trainman telling the baggage-man that the hump between his shoulders was not a head, but a knot kindly tied there by his Creator to keep him from unravelling. Even the promise of a fight, at least of a blow or two delivered in the grey gloom of the baggage-man's door, did not turn David from his quest. When he returned, a few minutes later, 2 or 3 sympathetic friends were nursing the baggage-man back into consciousness. He was about to pass the group when someone gripped his arm, and a familiar and joyous chuckle sounded in his ear. Father Roland stood beside him. "Dear Father in heaven, but it was a terrible blow, David!" cried the little missioner, his face dancing in the flare of the baggage-room lamps. "It was a tremendous blow, straight out from his shoulders like a battering-ram, and hard as a rock. It put him to sleep like a baby. Did you see it?" "I didn't," said David, staring at the other in amazement. "He deserved it," explained Father Roland. "I love to see a good clean blow when it's delivered in the right, David. I've seen the time when a hard fist was worth more than a preacher and his prayers." He was chuckling delightedly as they turned back to the train. "The baggage is arranged for," he added. "They'll put us off together at the Frenchman's." David had slipped the thin packet into his pocket. He no longer felt so keenly the desire to tell Father Roland about the woman, at least not at the present time. His quest had been futile. The woman had disappeared as completely as though she had actually floated away in that pit of darkness beyond the far end of the platform. He had drawn but one conclusion. This place, Graham, was her home. Undoubtedly friends had been at the station to meet her. Even now she might be telling them, or a husband, or a grown-up son, of the strange fellow who had stared at her in such a curious fashion. Disappointment in not finding her had brought a reaction. He had an inward and uncomfortable feeling of having been very silly, and of having allowed his imagination to get the better of his common sense. He had persuaded himself to believe that she had been in a very great distress. He had acted honestly and with chivalric intentions, and yet, after what had passed between him and Father Roland in the smoking compartment, and in view of his failure to establish a proof of his own convictions, he was determined to keep this particular event of the night to himself. A loud voice began to announce that the moment of departure had arrived, and as the passengers began scrambling back into their coaches, Father Roland led the way to the baggage car. "They're going to let us ride with the dunnage, so there won't be any mistake or time lost when we get to Thoreau's," he said. They climbed up into the warm and lighted car, and after the baggage-man in charge had given them a sour nod of recognition, the first thing that David noticed was his own and Father Roland's property stacked up near the door. His own belongings were a steamer trunk and 2 black morocco bags, while Father Roland's share of the pile consisted mostly of boxes and a bulging gunny sacks that must have weighed close to half a ton. Near the pile was a pair of scales, shoved back against the wall of the car. David laughed queerly as he nodded toward them. They gave him a rather satisfying inspiration. With them he could prove the incongruity of the partnership that had already begun to exist between him and the missioner. He weighed himself, with Father Roland looking on. The scales balanced at 132. "And I'm 5 feet 9 in height," he said disgustedly. "It should be 160. You see where I'm at." "I knew a 200-pound pig once that worried himself down to 90, because the man who kept him also kept skunks," replied Father Roland with his odd chuckle. "Next to smallpox and a bullet through your heart, worry is about the blackest, man-killingest thing on earth, David. See that bag?" He pointed to one of the bulging gunny sacks. "That's the antidote," he said. "It's the best medicine I know of in the grub line for a man who's lost his grip. There's the making of 3 men in that sack." "What is it?" asked David curiously. The missioner bent over to examine a card attached to the neck of the bag. "To be perfectly accurate, it contains 110 pounds of beans," he answered. "Beans? Good heavens, I loathe them!" "So do most down-and-outs," affirmed Father Roland cheerfully. "And that's one reason for the peculiar psychological value of beans. They begin to tell you when you're getting weaned away from a lobster palate and a stuffed crab stomach. And when you get to the point where you want 'em on your regular bill of fare, you'll find more fun in chopping down a tree than in going to a grand opera. But the beans must be cooked right, David, browned like a nut, juicy to the heart of 'em, and seasoned alongside a broiling duck or partridge, or a tender rabbit. Ah!" The little missioner rubbed his hands ecstatically. David's rejoinder, if one was on his lips, was interrupted by a violent cursing. The train was well under way, and the baggage man had sat down to a small table with his back toward them. He had leaped to his feet now, his face furious, and with another demoniac curse he gave the coal scuttle a kick that sent it with a bang to the far end of the car. The table was littered with playing cards. "Damn 'em! They beat me this time in 10 plays," he yelled. "They've got the devil in 'em. If they was alive, I'd jump on 'em. I've played this game of solitaire for 19 years. I've played 1,000,000 games, and damned if I ever got beat in my life as it's beat me since we left Halifax." "Dear heaven!" gasped Father Roland. "Have you been playing all the way from Halifax?" The solitaire fiend seemed not to hear, and resuming his seat with a low and ominous muttering, he dealt himself another hand. In less than a minute he was on his feet again, shaking the cards angrily under the little missioner's nose, as though that individual were entirely accountable for his bad luck. "Look at that accursed tray of hearts," he demanded. "First card, ain't it? First card, and if it had been the third, the sixth, the ninth, or anything except that confounded number 1, I'd have slipped the game up my sleeve. Ain't it enough to wreck any honest man's soul, I ask you? Ain't it?" "Why don't you change the tray of hearts to the place that suits you?" asked David innocently. "It seems to me it would be very easy to move it to a third place in the deck if you want it there." The baggage man's bulging eyes seemed ready to pop as he stared at David, and we saw that David really meant what he had said. A look of unutterable disgust spread over his countenance, and then he grinned, a sickly and malicious sort of grin. "Say, mister, you've never played solitaire, have you?" he asked. "Never," confessed David. Without another word the baggage man hunched himself over his table, dealt himself another hand, and not until the train began slowing up for Thoreau's place did he rise from his seat or cease his low mutterings and grumblings. In response to the engineer's whistle, he jumped to his feet and rolled back the car door. "Now, step lively," he demanded. "We've got no orders to stop here, and we'll have to dump this stuff out on the move." As he spoke, he gave the 110 pounds of beans a heave out into the night. Father Roland jumped to his assistance, and David saw his steamer trunk and his handbags follow the beans. "The snow is soft and deep, and there won't be any harm done," Father Roland assured him, as he tossed out a 50-pound box of prunes. David heard sounds now, a man's shout, a fiendish tonguing of dogs, and above that a steady chorus of yapping, which he guessed came from the foxes. Suddenly a lantern gleamed, and then a second and a third, and a dark bearded face, a fierce and piratical-looking face, began running along outside the door. The last box and the last bag went off, and with a sudden movement the train man hauled David to the door. "Jump!" he cried. The face and the lantern had fallen behind, and it was as black as an abyss outside. With a mute prayer David launched himself, much as he had seen the bags and boxes sent out. He fell with a thud in a soft blanket of snow. He looked up in time to see the little missioner flying out like a curious gargoyle through the door. The baggage man's lantern waved, and the engineer's whistle gave a responding screech, and the train whirred past. Not until the tail light of the last coach was receding like a great red firefly in the gloom did David get up. Father Roland was on his feet, and down the track came 2 of the 3 lanterns on the run. It was all unusually weird and strangely interesting to David. He was breathing deeply. There was a warmth in his body which was new to him. It struck him all at once, as he heard Father Roland crunching through the snow, that he was experiencing an entirely new phase of life, a life he had read about at times and dreamed of at other times, but which he had never come physically in contact with. The yapping of the foxes, the crying of the dogs, those lanterns hurrying down the track, the blackness of the night, and the strong perfume of balsam in the cold air, an odor that he breathed deep into his lungs like the fumes of an exhilarating drink, quickened sharply a pulse that a few hours before he thought was almost lifeless. He had no time to ask himself whether he was enjoying these new sensations. He felt only the thrill of them as Thoreau and the Indian came up out of the night with their lanterns. In Thoreau himself, as he stood a moment later in the glow of the lanterns, was embodied the living, breathing spirit of this new world into which David's leap out of the baggage car had plunged him. He was picturesquely of the wild. His face was darkly bearded, his ivory white teeth shined as he smiled a welcome. His tricolored Hudson Bay coat of wool with its frivolous red fringes thrown open at the throat, the bushy tail of his fisher skin cap hanging over a shoulder, and with these things his voice rattled forth in French and half Indian, his joy that Father Roland was not dead, but had arrived at last. Behind him stood the Indian, his face without expression, dark, shrouded, a bronze sphinx of mystery. But his eyes shone as the little missioner greeted him, shone so darkly and so full of fire that for a moment David was fascinated by them. And then David was introduced. "I am happy to meet you, monsieur," said the Frenchman. His race was softly polite, even in the forests, and Thoreau's voice, now mildly subdued, came strangely from the bearded wildness of his face. The grip of his hand was like Father Roland's, something David had never felt among his friends back in the city. He winced in the darkness, and for a long time afterward his fingers tingled. It was then that David made his first break in the etiquette of the forests, a fortunate one, as time proved. He did not know that shaking hands with an Indian was a matter of some formality, and so when Father Roland said, "This is Mukoki, who has been with me for many years," David thrust out his hand. Mukoki looked him straight in the eye for a moment, and then his blanket coat parted, and his slim, dark hand reached out. Having received his lesson from both the missioner and the Frenchman, David put into his grip all the strength that was in him, the warmest handshake Mukoki had ever received in his life from a white man, with the exception of his master, the missioner. The next thing David heard was Father Roland's voice, inquiring eagerly about supper. Thoreau's reply was in French. "He says the cabin is like the inside of a great roast duck," chuckled the missioner. "Come, David, we'll leave Mukoki to gather up our freight." A short walk up the track, and David saw the cabin. It was back in the shelter of the black spruce and balsam, its two windows that faced the railroad warmly illumined by the light inside. The foxes had ceased their yapping, but the snarling and howling of dogs became more bloodthirsty as they drew nearer, and David could hear an ominous clinking of chains and snapping of teeth. A few steps more, and they were at the door. Thoreau himself opened it and stood back. "Après vous, monsieur," he said, his white teeth shining at David. "It would give me bad luck, and possibly all my foxes would die, if I went into my house ahead of a stranger." David went in. An Indian woman stood with her back to him, bending over a table. She was as slim as a reed, and had the longest and sleekest black hair he had ever seen, done in two heavy braids that hung down her back. In another moment she had turned her round brown face, and her teeth and eyes were shining, but she spoke no word. Thoreau did not introduce his wild flower wife. He had opened his cabin door, and had let David enter before him, which was accepting him as a friend in his home, and therefore, in his understanding of things, an introduction was unnecessary and out of place. Father Roland chuckled, rubbed his hands briskly, and said something to the woman in her own language that made her giggle shyly. It was contagious. David smiled. Father Roland's face was crinkled with little lines of joy. The Frenchman's teeth gleamed. In the big cook stove the fire snapped and crackled and popped. Marie opened the stove door to put in more wood, and her face shone rosy, and her teeth were like milk in the fire flash. Thoreau went to her and laid his big heavy hand fondly on her sleek head, and said something in soft Cree that brought another giggle into Marie's throat, like the curious note of a bird. In David there was a slow and wonderful awakening. Every fibre of him was stirred by the cheer of this cabin, builded from logs rough-hewn out of the forest. His body, weakened by the months of mental and physical anguish which had been his burden, seemed filled with a new strength. Unconsciously he was smiling, and his soul was rising out of its dark prison as he saw Thoreau's big hand stroking Marie's shining hair. He was watching Thoreau, when, at a word from Marie, the Frenchman suddenly swung open the oven door and pulled forth a huge roasting pan. At sight of the pan, Father Roland gave a joyous cry, and he rubbed his hands raspingly together. The rich aroma of that pan, a delicious whiff of it had struck their nostrils even before the cabin door had opened. That, and a perfume of coffee. But not until now did the fragrance of the oven and the pan smite them with all its potency. Mallards fattened on wild rice, and a rabbit, my favorite, a rabbit roasted with an onion where his heart was, and well peppered, gloated the little missioner. Dear heaven, was there ever such a mess to put strength into a man's gizzard, David? And coffee, this coffee of Marie's, it's more than ambrosia. It is an elixir which transforms a cup into a fountain of youth. Take off your coat, David, take off your coat, and make yourself at home. As David stripped off his coat, and followed that with his collar and tie, he thought of his steamer trunk, with its tuxedo and dress coat, its peaked shirts and poke collars, its suede gloves and kid-top patent leathers, and he felt the tips of his ears beginning to burn. He was sorry now that he had given the missioner the check to that trunk. A minute later he was sousing his face in a big tin wash-basin, and then drying it on a towel that had once been a burlap bag. But he had noticed that it was clean as the pink, flushed face of Marie. And the Frenchman himself, with all his hair and his beard and his rough, worn clothing, was as clean as the burlap toweling. Being a stranger, suddenly plunged into a life entirely new to him, these things impressed David. When they sat down to the table, Thoreau sitting for company, and Marie standing behind them, he was at a loss at first to know how to begin. His plate was of tin and a foot in diameter, and on it was a 3-pound mallard duck, dripping with juice and as brown as a ripe hazelnut. He made a business of arranging his sleeves and drinking a glass of water while he watched the famished little missioner. With a chuckle of delight, Father Roland plunged the tines of his fork hilt deep into the breast of the duck, seized a leg in his fingers, and dismembered the luscious anatomy of his plate with a deft twist and a sudden pull. With his teeth buried in the leg, he looked across at David. David had eaten duck before. That is, he had eaten of the family anasbusha, disguised in thick gravies and highbrow sauces. But this duck that he ate at Thoreau's table was like no other duck that he had ever tasted in all his life. He began with misgivings at the 3-pound carcass, and he ended with an entirely new feeling of stuffed satisfaction. He explored at will into its structure, and he found succulent morsels which he had never dreamed of as existing in this particular bird, for his experience had never before gone beyond a leg of duck and thinly carved slices of breast of duck at from 80 cents to $1.25 an order. He would have been ashamed of himself when he had finished, had it not been that Father Roland seemed only at the beginning, and was turning the vigor of his attack from duck to rabbit and onion. From then on David kept him company by drinking a 3rd cup of coffee. When he had finished, Father Roland settled back with a sigh of content, and drew a worn buckskin pouch from one of the voluminous pockets of his trousers. Out of this he produced a black pipe and tobacco. At the same time Thoreau was filling and lighting his own. In his studies and late-hour work at home, David himself had been a pipe-smoker, but of late his pipe had been distasteful to him, and it had been many weeks since he had indulged in anything but cigars and an occasional cigarette. He looked at the placid satisfaction in the little missioner's face, and saw Thoreau's head wreathed in smoke, and he felt for the first time in those weeks the return of his old desire. While they were eating, Mukoki and another Indian had brought in his trunk and bags, and he went now to one of the bags, opened it, and got his own pipe and tobacco. As he stuffed the bowl of his English briar and lighted the tobacco, Father Roland's glowing face beamed at him through the fragrant fumes of his Hudson's Bay mixture. Against the wall, a little in shadow, so that she would not be a part of their company or whatever conversation they might have, Marie had seated herself, her round chin in the cup of her brown hand, her dark eyes shining at this comfort and satisfaction of men. Such scenes as this amply repaid her for all her toil in life. She was happy. There was content in this cabin. David felt it. It impinged itself upon him and through him in a strange and mysterious way. Within these log walls he felt the presence of that spirit, the joy of companionship and of life, which had so terribly eluded and escaped him in his own home of wealth and luxury. He heard Marie speak only once that night, once in a low, soft voice to Thoreau. She was silent with the silence of a Cree wife in the presence of a stranger, but he knew that her heart was throbbing with the soft pulse of happiness, and for some reason he was glad when Thoreau nodded proudly toward a closed door and let him know that she was a mother. Marie heard him, and in that moment David caught in her face a look that made his heart ache, a look that should have been a part of his own life and which he had missed. A little later Thoreau led the way into the room which David was to occupy for the night. It was a small room with a sapling partition between it and the one in which the missioner was to sleep. The fox breeder placed a lamp on the table near the bed and bade David good night. It was past 2 o'clock, and yet David felt at this present moment no desire for sleep. After he had taken off his shoes and partially undressed, he sat on the edge of the bed and allowed his mind to sweep back over the events of the last few hours. Again he thought of the woman in the coach, the woman with those wonderful dark eyes and haunting face, and he drew forth from his coat pocket the package which he had forgotten. He handled it curiously. He looked at the red string, noted how tightly the knot was tied, and turned it over and over in his hands before he snapped the string. He was a little ashamed at his eagerness to know what was within its worn newspaper wrapping. He felt the disgrace of his curiosity, even though he assured himself there was no reason why he should not investigate the package now, when all ownership was lost. He knew that he would never see the woman again, and that she would always remain a mystery to him, unless what he held in his hands revealed the secret of her identity. A half-minute more, and he was leaning over in the full light of the lamp, his two hands clutching the thing which the paper had disclosed, when it dropped to the floor, his eyes staring, his lips parted, and his heart seeming to stand still in the utter amazement of the moment. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 5. David held in his hands a photograph, the picture of a girl. He had half guessed what he would find when he began to unfold the newspaper wrapping and saw the edge of gray cardboard. In the same breath had come his astonishment, a surprise that was almost a shock. The night had been filled with changes for him. Forces which he had not yet begun to comprehend had drawn him into the beginning of a strange adventure. They had purged his thoughts of himself. They had forced upon him other things, other people, and a glimpse or two of another sort of life. He had seen tragedy and happiness, a bit of something to laugh at, and he had felt the thrill of it all. A few hours had made him the bewildered and yet passive object of the unexpected, and now, as he sat alone on the edge of his bed, had come the climax of the unexpected. The girl in the picture was not dead, not merely a lifeless shadow put there by the art of a camera. She was alive. That was his first thought, his first impression. It was as if he had come upon her suddenly, and by his presence had startled her, had made her face him squarely, tensely, a little frightened, and yet defiant, and ready for flight. In that first moment he would not have disbelieved his eyes if she had moved, if she had drawn away from him and disappeared out of the picture with the swiftness of a bird. For someone had startled her, someone had frightened her, someone had made her afraid and yet defiant. Someone had roused in her that bird-like impulse of flight, even as the camera had clicked. He bent closer into the lamp glow and stared. The girl was standing on a flat slab of rock close to the edge of a pool. Behind her was a carpet of white sand, and beyond that a rock-cluttered gorge and the side of a mountain. She was barefooted. Her feet were white against the dark rock. Her arms were bare to the elbows, and shone with that same whiteness. He took these things in one by one, as if it were impossible for the picture to impress itself upon him all at once. She stood leaning a little forward on the rock slab, her dress only a little below her knees, and as she leaned thus, her eyes flashing and her lips parted, the wind had flung a wonderful disarray of curls over her shoulder and breast. He saw the sunlight in them. In the lamp glow they seemed to move. The throb of her breast seemed to give them life. One hand seemed about to fling them back from her face. Her lips quivered as if about to speak to him. Against the savage background of mountain and gorge she stood out clear-cut as a cameo, slender as a reed, wild, palpitating, beautiful. She was more than a picture. She was life. She was there, with David in his room, as surely as the woman had been with him in that coach. He drew a deep breath and sat back on the edge of his bed. He heard Father Roland getting into his creaky bed in the adjoining room, and then came the missioner's voice. "Good night, David." "Good night, Father." For a space after that he sat staring blankly at the log of his room, and then he leaned over again and held the photograph a second time in the lamp glow. The first strange spell of the picture was broken, and he looked at it more coolly, more critically, a little disgusted with himself for having allowed his imagination to play a trick on him. He turned it over in his hands, and on the back of the cardboard mount he saw there had been writing. He examined it closely and made out faintly the words Firepan Creek, Stickline River, August. And the date was gone. That was all. There was no name, no word that might give him a clue as to the identity of the mysterious woman in the coach, or her relationship to the strange picture she had left in her seat when she disappeared at Graham. Once more his puzzled eyes tried to find some solution to the mystery of this night in the picture of the girl herself. And as he looked, question after question pounded through his head. What had startled her? Who had frightened her? What had brought that hunted look, that half defiance, into her poise and eyes, just as he had seen the strange questing and suppressed fear in the eyes and face of the woman in the coach? He made no effort to answer, but accepted the visual facts as they came to him. She was young, the girl in the picture, almost a child as he regarded childhood, perhaps 17 or a month or two older. He was curiously precise in adding that month or two. Something in the eyes of the woman in her as she stood on the rock made it occur to him as necessary. He saw now that she had been wading in the pool, for she had dropped a stocking on the white sand, and near it lay an object that was a shoe or a moccasin. He could not make out which. It was while she had been wading, alone, that the interruption had come, she had turned, she had sprung to the flat rock, her hands a little clenched, her eyes flashing, her breast panting under the smother of her hair, and it was in this moment, as she stood ready to fight or fly, that the camera had caught her. And now, as he scanned this picture, as it lived before his eyes, a faint smile played over his lips, a smile in which there was a little humour and much irony. He had been a fool that day, twice a fool, perhaps 3 times a fool. Nothing but folly, a diseased conception of things, could have made him see tragedy in the face of the woman in the coach, or have induced him to follow her. Sleeplessness, a mental exhaustion to which his body had not responded in 2 days and 2 nights, had dulled his senses and his reason. He felt an unpleasant desire to laugh at himself. Tragedy, a woman in distress. He shrugged his shoulders, and his teeth gleamed in a cold smile at the girl in the picture. Surely there was no tragedy or mystery in her poise on that rock. She had been bathing alone, hidden away as she thought. Someone had crept up, had disturbed her, and the camera had clicked at the psychological moment of her bird-like poise, when she was not yet decided whether to turn in flight or to remain and punish the intruder with her anger. It was quite clear to him. Any girl caught in the same way might have betrayed the same emotions. But Firepan Creek, Stickine River, and she was wild. She was a creature of those mountains and that wild gorge, wherever they were, and beautiful, slender as a flower, lovelier than... David set his lips tight. They shut off a quick breath, a gasp. The sharp surge of a sudden pain. Swift as his thoughts, there had come a transformation in the picture before his eyes, a drawing of a curtain over it like a golden veil. And then she was standing there, and the gold had gathered about her in the wonderful mantle of her hair, shining, dishevelled hair, a bare white arm thrust upward through its sheen, and her face, taunting, unafraid, laughing at him. Good God! Could he never kill that memory? Was it upon him again to-night, clutching at his throat, stifling his heart, grinding him into the agony he could not fight? That vision of her, his wife, that girl on her rock, so like a slender flower, that woman in her room, so like a golden goddess, both caught unexpectedly. What devil spirit had made him pick up this picture from the woman's seat? What? His fingers tightened upon the photograph, ready to tear it into bits. The cardboard ripped an inch, and he stopped suddenly, his impulse to destroy. The girl was looking at him again from out of the picture, looking at him with clear, wide eyes, surprised at his weakness, startled by the fierceness of his assault upon her, wondering, amazed, questioning him. For the first time he saw what he had missed before, that questioning in her eyes. It was as if she were on the point of asking him something, as if her voice had just come from between her parted lips, or were about to come, and for him... that was it. For him. His fingers relaxed. He smoothed down the torn edge of the cardboard as if it had been a wound in his own flesh. After all, this inanimate thing was very much like himself. It was lost, a thing out of place and out of home, a wanderer from now on, depending largely, like himself, on the charity of fate. Almost gently he returned it to its newspaper wrapping. Deep within him there was a sentiment which made him cherish little things which had belonged to the past. A baby's shoe, a faded ribbon, a withered flower that she had worn on the night they were married, and memories that he might better have let droop and die. Something of the spirit was in the touch of his fingers as he placed the photograph on the table. He finished undressing quietly. Before he turned in, he placed a hand on his head. It was hot and feverish. This was not unusual, and it did not alarm him. Quite often of late these hot and feverish spells had come upon him, nearly always at night. Usually they were followed the next day by a terrific headache. More and more frequently they had been warning him how nearly down and out he was, and he knew what to expect. He put out his light and stretched himself between the warm blankets of his bed, knowing that he was about to begin again the fight he dreaded, the struggle that always came at night with the demon that lived within him, the demon that was feeding on his life as a leech feeds on blood, the demon that was killing him inch by inch, nerves altogether unstrung, nerves frayed and broken until they were bleeding, worry, emptiness of heart and soul, a world turned black, and all because of her, the golden goddess who had laughed at him in her room, whose laughter would never die out of his ears. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched under his blankets. A surge of anger swept through him. For an instant it was almost hatred. Was it possible that she, that woman who had been his wife, could chain him now, enslave his thoughts, fill his mind, his brain, his body, after what had happened? Why was it that he could not rise up and laugh and shrug his shoulders, and thank God that after all there had been no children? Why couldn't he do that? Why? Why? A long time afterward he seemed to be asking that question. He seemed to be crying it out aloud over and over again in a strange and mysterious wilderness. And at last he seemed to be very near to a girl who was standing on a rock, waiting for him, a girl who bent toward him like a wonderful flower, her arms reaching out, her lips parted, her eyes shining through the glory of her wind-swept hair, as she listened to his cry of, "Why? Why?" He slept. It was a deep, cool sleep, a slumber beside a shadowed pool, with the wind whispering gently in strange tree-tops, and water rippling softly in a strange stream. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fiddlesticks. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 6. Sunshine followed storm. The winter sun was cresting the tree-tops when Thoreau got out of his bed to build a fire in the big stove. It was 9 o'clock and bitterly cold. The frost lay thick upon the windows, with the sun staining it like the silver and gold of old cathedral glass, and as the fox breeder opened the cabin door to look at his thermometer, he heard the snap and crack of that cold in the trees outside and in the timbers of the log walls. He always looked at the thermometer before he built his fire, a fixed habit in him. He wanted to know, first of all, whether it had been a good night for his foxes, and whether it had been too cold for the furred creatures of the forest to travel. 50 degrees below zero was bad for fisher and marten and lynx. On such nights they preferred the warmth of snug holes and deep windfalls to full stomachs, and traps were usually empty. This morning it was 47 degrees below zero, cold enough. He turned, closed his door, and shivered. Then he stopped halfway to the stove and stared. Last night, or rather in the black part of the early day, when they had gone to bed, Father Roland had warned him to make no noise in the morning, that they would let David sleep until noon, that he was sick, worn out, and needed rest. And there he stood, now in the doorway of his room, even before the fire was started, looking 5 years younger than he looked last night, nodding cheerfully. Thoreau grinned. "Bonjour, monsieur," he said in his Cree French. "My order was not to make no noise and to let you sleep," and he nodded toward the missioner's room. "The sun woke me," said David. "Come here, I want you to see it." Thoreau went and stood beside him, and David pointed to the one window of his room which faced the rising sun. The window was covered with frost, and the frost, as they looked at it, was like a golden fire. "I think that was what woke me," he said. "At least my eyes were on it when I opened them. It is wonderful." "It is very cold, and the frost is thick," said Thoreau. "It will go quickly after I have built a fire, monsieur, and then you will see the sun, the real sun." David watched him as he built the fire. The first crackling of it sent a comfort through him. He had slept well, so soundly that not once had he roused himself during his 6 hours in bed. It was the first time he had slept like that in months. His blood tingled with a new warmth. He had no headache. There was not that dull pain behind his eyes. He breathed more easily. The air passed like a tonic into his lungs. It was as if those wonderful hours of sleep had wrested some deadly obstruction out of his veins. The fire crackled. It roared up the big chimney. The jack pine knots, heavy with pitch, gave to the top of the stove a rosy glow. Thoreau stuffed some more fuel into the blazing fire pot, and the glow spread cheerfully, and with the warmth that was filling the cabin there mingled the sweet scent of the pine pitch and burning balsam. David rubbed his hands. He was rubbing them when Mary came into the room, plaiting the second of her 2 great ropes of shining black hair. He nodded. Mary smiled, showing her white teeth, her dark eyes clear as a fawn's. He felt within him a strange rejoicing for Thoreau. Thoreau was a lucky man. He could see proof of it in the Cree woman's face. Both were lucky. They were happy. A man and woman together, as things should be. Thoreau had broken the ice in a pail, and now he filled the wash basin for him. Ice water for his morning ablution was a new thing for David, but he plunged his face into it recklessly. Little particles of ice pricked his skin, and the chill of the water seemed to sink into his vitals. It was a sudden change from water as hot as he could stand, to this. His teeth clicked as he wiped himself on the burlap toweling. Mary used the basin next, and then Thoreau. When Mary had dried her face, he noted the old rose flush in her cheeks, the fire of rich red blood glowing under her dark skin. Thoreau himself blubbered and spouted in his ice-water bath like a joyous porpoise, and he rubbed himself on the burlap until the 2 apple-red spots above his beard shone like the glow that had spread over the top of the stove. David found himself noticing these things, very small things though they were. He discovered himself taking a sudden and curious interest in events and things of no importance at all, even in the quick, deft slash of the Frenchman's long knife as he cut up the huge white fish that was to be their breakfast. He watched Mary as she wallowed the thick slices of yellow cornmeal, and listened to the first hissing sputter of them as they were dropped into the hot grease of the skillet, and the odor of the fish taken only yesterday from the net which Thoreau kept in the frozen lake made him hungry. This was unusual. It was unexpected as other things that had happened. It puzzled him. He returned to his room with a suspicion in his mind that he should put on a collar and tie in his coat. He changed his mind when he saw the photograph in its newspaper wrapping on the table. In another moment it was in his hands. Now, with day in the room, the sun shining, he expected to see a change, but there was no change in her. She was there, as he had left her last night. The question was in her eyes, unspoken words still on her lips. Then, suddenly, it swept upon him where he had been in those first hours of peaceful slumber that had come to him, beside a quiet, dark pool, gently whispering forests about him, an angel standing close to him on a rock, shrouded in her hair, watching over him. A thrill passed through him. Was it possible? He did not finish the question. He could not bring himself to ask whether this picture, some strange spirit it might possess, had reached out to him, quieted him, made him sleep, brought him dreams that were like a healing medicine, and yet... He remembered that in one of his leather bags there was a magnifying glass, and he assured himself that he was merely curious, most casually curious, as he hunted it out from among his belongings and scanned the almost illegible writing on the back of the cardboard mount. He made out the date quite easily now, impressed on the cardboard by the point of a pencil. It was only a little more than a year old. It was unaccountable why this discovery should affect him as it did. He made no effort to measure or sound the satisfaction it gave him. This knowledge that the girl had stood so recently on that rock beside the pool. He was beginning to personalize her unconsciously, beginning to think of her mentally as the girl. She was a bit friendly. With her looking at him like that, he did not feel quite so alone with himself. And there could not be much of a change in her since that yesterday of a year ago, when someone had startled her there. It was Father Roland's voice that made him wrap up the picture again. this time not in its old covering, but in a silk handkerchief which he had pawed out of his bag, and which he dropped back again and locked in. Thoreau was telling the missioner about David's early rising when the latter reappeared. They shook hands, and the missioner, looking David keenly in the eyes, saw the change in him. "No need to tell me you had a good night," he exclaimed. "Splendid," affirmed David. The window was blazing with the golden sun now. It shot through where the frost was giving way, and a ray of it fell like a fiery shaft on Mary's glossy head as she bent over the table. Father Roland pointed to the window with one hand on David's arm. "Wait until you get out into that," he said. "This is just a beginning, David, just a beginning." They sat down to breakfast, fish and coffee, bread and potatoes, and beans. It was almost finished when David split open his third piece of fish, white as snow under its crisp brown, and asked quite casually, "Did you ever hear of the Stikine River, Father?" Father Roland sat up, stopped his eating, and looked at David for a moment, as though the question struck an unusual personal interest in him. "I know a man who lived for a great many years along the Stikine," he replied then. "He knows every mile of it, from where it empties into the sea at Point Rothshay to the lost country between Mount Finlay and the Sheep Mountains. It's in the northern part of British Columbia, with its upper waters reaching into the Yukon. A wild country, a country less known than it was 60 years ago, when there was a gold rush up over the old telegraph trail. Tavish has told me a lot about it. A queer man, this Tavish. We hit his cabin in our way to God's Lake." "Did he ever tell you," said David, with an odd quiver in his throat, "did he ever tell you of a stream, a tributary stream called Firepan Creek?" "Firepan Creek, Firepan Creek," mumbled the little missioner. "He has told me a great many things, this Tavish, but I can't remember that. Firepan Creek. Yes, he did! I remember now. He had a cabin on it one year. The year he had smallpox. He almost died there. I want you to meet Tavish, David. We will stay overnight at his cabin. He is a strange character, a great object lesson." Suddenly he came back to David's question. "What do you want to know about Stikine River and Firepan Creek?" he asked. "I was reading something about them that interested me," replied David. "A very wild country, I take it, from what Tavish has told you. Probably no white people." "Always, everywhere there are a few white people," said Father Roland. "Tavish is white, and he was there 60 years ago in the gold rush. There must have been many, but I fancy there are very few now. Tavish can tell us. He came from there only a year ago this last September." David asked no more questions. He turned his attention entirely to his fish. In that same moment there came an outburst from the foxes that made Thoreau grin. Their yapping rose until it was a clamorous demand. Then the dogs joined in. To David it seemed as though there must be 1,000 foxes out in the Frenchmen's pens, and at least 100 dogs just beyond the cabin walls. The sound was blood-curdling in a way. He had heard nothing like it before in all his life. It almost made one shiver to think of going outside. The chorus kept up for fully a minute. Then it began to die out, and David could hear the chill clink of chains. Through it all Thoreau was grinning. "It's 2 hours over feeding time for the foxes, and they know it, monsieur," he explained to David. "Their outcry excites the huskies, and when the two go together, mon Dieu, it is enough to raise the dead." He pushed himself back from the table and rose to his feet. "I'm going to feed them now. Would you like to see it, monsieur?" Father Roland answered for him. "Give us 10 minutes, and we shall be ready," he said, seizing David by the arm and speaking to Thoreau. "Come with me, David. I have something waiting for you." They went into the little missioner's room, and pointing to his tumbled bed, Father Roland said, "Now, David, strip." David had noticed with some concern the garments worn that morning by Father Roland and the Frenchmen, their thick woolen shirts, their strange-looking heavy trousers that were met just below the knees by the tops of bulky German socks, turned over as he had worn his more fashionable hosiery in the college days when golf suits, bulldog pipes, and white terriers were the range. He had stared furtively at Thoreau's great feet in their moose-hide moccasins, thinking of his own Vissy kids. the heaviest footwear he had brought with him. The problem of outfitting was solved for him now as he looked at the bed, and as Father Roland withdrew, rubbing his hands until they cracked, David began undressing. In less than a quarter of an hour he was ready for the big outdoors. When the missioner returned to give him his first lesson in properly stringing up his moccasins, he brought with him a fur cap very similar to that worn by Thoreau. He was amazed to find how perfectly it fitted. "You see," said Father Roland, pleased at David's wonder, "I always take back a bale of this stuff with me, of different sizes. It comes in handy, you know, and the cap." He chuckled as David surveyed as much as he could see of himself in a small mirror. "The cap is Mary's work," he finished. "She got the size from your hat and made it while we were asleep. A fine fisher coat, that. Thoreau's best, and a good fit, eh?" "Mary did this for me?" demanded David. The missioner nodded. "And the pay, Father? Among friends of the forests, David, never speak of pay." "But this skin, it is beautiful, valuable." "And it is yours," said Father Roland. "I am glad you mentioned payment to me and not to Thoreau or Mary. They might not have understood, and it would have hurt them. If there had been anything to pay, they would have mentioned it in the giving. I would have mentioned it. This is a fine point of etiquette, isn't it?" Slowly there came a look into David's face which the other did not at first understand. After a moment he said, without looking at the missioner, and in a voice that had a curious hard note in it, "But for this, Marie will let me give her something in return? A little something I have no use for now? A little gift, my thanks, my friendship?" He did not wait for the missioner to reply, but went to one of his 2 leather bags. He unlocked the one in which he had placed the photograph of the girl. Out of it he took a small plush box. It was so small that it lay in the palm of his hand as he held it out to Father Roland. Deeper lines gathered about his mouth. "Give this to Mary, for me." Father Roland took the box. He did not look at it. Steadily he gazed into David's eyes. "What is it?" he asked. "A locket," replied David. "It belonged to her. It is a picture, her picture, the only one I have. Will you, please, destroy the picture before you give the locket to Mary?" Father Roland saw the quick, sudden throb in David's throat. He gripped the little box in his hand until it seemed as though he would crush it, and his heart was beating with the triumph of a drum. He spoke but one word, his eyes meeting David's eyes, but that one word was a whisper from straight out of his soul, and the word was victory. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 7. Father Roland slipped the little plush box into his pocket as he and David went out to join Thoreau. They left the cabin together, Marie lifting her eyes from her work in a furtive glance to see if the stranger was wearing her cap. A wild outcry from the dogs greeted the 3 men as they appeared outside the door, and for the first time David saw with his eyes what he had only heard last night. Among the balsams and spruce close to the cabin there were fully a score of the wildest and most savage-looking dogs he had ever beheld. As he stood for a moment gazing about him, 3 things impressed themselves upon him in a flash. It was a glorious day. It was so cold that he felt a curious sting in the air, and not one of those long-haired, white-fanged beasts straining at their leashes possessed a kennel, or even a brush shelter. It was this last fact that struck him most forcefully. Inherently he was a lover of animals, and he believed these 4-footed creatures of Thoreau's must have suffered terribly during the night. He noticed that at the foot of each tree to which a dog was attached there was a round, smooth depression in the snow where the animal had slept. The next few minutes added to his conviction that the Frenchman and the missioner were heartless masters, though open-handed hosts. Mukoki and another Indian had come up with 2 gunny sacks, and from one of these a bushel of fish was emptied out upon the snow. They were frozen stiff, so that Mukoki had to separate them with his belt axe. David fancied they must be hard as rock. Thoreau proceeded to toss these fish to the dogs, one at a time, and one to each dog. The watchful and apparently famished beasts caught the fish in mid-air, and there followed a snarling and grinding of teeth and smashing of bones and frozen flesh that made David shiver. He was half disgusted. Thoreau might at least have boiled the fish, or thawed them out. A fish weighing from 1½ to 2 pounds was each dog's allotment, and the work, if this feeding process could be called work, was done. Father Roland watched the dogs, rubbing his hands with satisfaction. Thoreau was showing his big white teeth as if proud of something. "Not a bad tooth among them, mon père," he said. "Not one." "Fine, fine, but a little too fat, Thoreau. You're feeding them too well for dogs out of the traces," replied Father Roland. David gasped. "Too well!" he exclaimed. "They're half starved and almost frozen. Look at the poor devils swallow those fish, ice and all. Why don't you cook the fish? Why don't you give them some sort of shelter to sleep in?" Father Roland and the Frenchman stared at him as if they did not quite catch his meaning. Then a look of comprehension swept over the missioner's face. He chuckled. The chuckle grew. It shook his body, and he laughed until the forest flung back the echoes of his merriment, and even the leathery faces of the Indians crinkled in sympathy. David could see no reason for his levity. He looked at Thoreau. His host was grinning broadly. "God bless my soul!" said the little missioner at last. "Starved? Cold? Boil their fish? Give 'em beds?" He stopped himself as he saw a flush rising in David's face. "Forgive me, David," he begged, laying a hand on the other's arm. "You can't understand how funny that was, what you said. If you gave those fellows the warmest kennels in New York City, lined with bear skins, they wouldn't sleep in them, but would come outside and burrow those little round holes in the snow. That's their nature. I felt sorry for them, like you, when the thermometer went down to 60, but it's no use. As for the fish, they want 'em fresh or frozen. I suppose you might educate them to eat cooked meat, but it would be like making over a lynx or a fox or a wolf. They're mighty comfortable, these dogs, David. That bunch of 8 over there is mine. They'll take us north, and I want to warn you, don't put yourself in reach of them until they get acquainted with you. They're not pets, you know. I guess they'd appreciate petting just about as much as they would boiled fish or poison. There's nothing on earth like a husky or an Eskimo dog when it comes to looking you in the eye with a friendly and lovable look, and snapping your hand off at the same time. But you'll like 'em, David. You can't help the feeling they're pretty good comrades when you see what they do in the traces." Thoreau had shouldered the second gunny sack, and now led the way into the thicker spruce and balsam behind the cabin. David and Father Roland followed, the latter explaining more fully why it was necessary to keep the sledge dogs hard as rocks, and how the trick was done. He was still talking, with the fingers of one hand closed about the little plush box in his pocket, when they came to the first of the fox pens. He was watching David closely, a little anxiously, thrilled by the touch of that box. He read men as he read books, seeing much that was not in print, and feeling by a wonderful intuitive power emotions not visible in a face. And he believed that in David there were strange and conflicting forces now struggling for mastery. It was not in the surrender of the box that he had felt David's triumph, but in the voluntary sacrifice of what that box contained. He wanted to rid himself of the picture, and quickly. He was filled with apprehension lest David should weaken again and ask for its return. The locket meant nothing. It was a bauble, cold, emotionless, easily forgotten. But the other, the picture of the woman who had almost destroyed him, was a deadly menace, a poison to David's soul and body as long as it remained in his possession. And the little missioner's fingers itched to tear it from the velvet casket and destroy it. He watched his opportunity. As Thoreau tossed 3 fish over the high wire netting of the first pen, the Frenchman was explaining to David why there were 2 female foxes and 1 male in each of his 9 pens, and why warm houses partly covered with earth were necessary for their comfort and health, while the sledge dogs required nothing more than a bed of snow. Father Roland seized this opportunity to drop back toward the cabin, calling in Cree to Mukoki. 5 seconds after the cabin concealed him from David, he had the plush box out of his pocket. Another 5, and he had opened it, and the locket itself was in his hand. And then, his breath coming in a sudden hissing spurt between his teeth, he was looking upon the face of the woman. Again in Cree he spoke to Mukoki, asking him for his knife. The Indian drew it from his sheath and watched in silence while Father Roland accomplished his work of destruction. The missioner's teeth were set tight. There was a strange gleam of fire in his eyes. An unspoken malediction rose out of his soul. The work was done. He wanted to hurl the yellow trinket, shaped so sacrilegiously in the image of a heart, as far as he could fling it into the forest. It seemed to burn his fingers, and he held for it a personal hatred. But it was for Marie. Marie would prize it, and Marie would purify it. Against her breast, where beat a heart of his beloved Northland, it would cease to be a polluted thing. This was his thought as he replaced it in the casket and retraced his steps to the fox pens. Thoreau was tossing fish into the last pen when Father Roland came up. David was not with him. In answer to the missioner's inquiry, he nodded toward the thicker growth of the forest, where as yet his axe had not scarred the trees. He said that he would walk a little distance into the timber. Father Roland muttered something that Thoreau did not catch, and then a sudden brightness lighting up his eyes. "I'm going to leave you today." "Today, mon père?" Thoreau made a muffled exclamation of astonishment. "Today? And it is fairly well along toward noon." "He cannot travel far," the missioner nodded in the direction of the unthinned timber. "It will give us 4 hours between noon and dark. He is soft, you understand. We will make it as far as the old trapping shack you abandoned 2 winters ago over on Moose Creek. It is only 8 miles, but it will be a hardening for him, and besides—" He was silent for a moment, as if turning a matter over again in his own mind. "I want to get him away." He turned a searching, quietly analytic gaze upon Thoreau to see whether the Frenchman would understand without further explanation. The fox breeder picked up the empty gunny sack. "We will begin to pack the sledge, mon père. There must be a good 100 pounds to the dog." As they turned back to the cabin, Father Roland cast a look over his shoulder to see whether David was returning. 300 or 400 yards in the forest, David stood in a mute and increasing wonder. He was in a tiny open, and about him the spruce and balsam hung still as death under their heavy cloaks of freshly fallen snow. It was as if he had entered unexpectedly into a wonderland of amazing beauty, and that from its dark and hidden bowers, crusted with their glittering mantles of white, snow naiads must be peeping forth at him, holding their breath for fear of betraying themselves to his eyes. There was not the chirp of a bird, nor the flutter of a wing, not the breath of a sound to disturb the wonderful silence. He was encompassed in a white, soft world that seemed tremendously unreal, that for some strange reason made him breathe very softly, that made him stand without a movement, and made him listen, as though he had come to the edge of the universe, and that there were mysterious things to hear and possibly to see, if he remained very quiet. It was the first sensation of its kind he had ever experienced. It was disquieting, and yet soothing. It filled him with an indefinable uneasiness, and yet with a strange yearning. He stood in these moments at the inscrutable threshold of the great North. He felt the enigmatical, voiceless spirit of it. It passed into his blood. It made his heart beat a little faster. It made him afraid, and yet daring. In his breast the spirit of adventure was waking, had awakened. He felt the call of the Northland, and it alarmed even as it thrilled him. He knew now that this was the beginning, the door opening to him, of a world that reached for hundreds of miles up there. Yes, there were thousands of miles of it, many thousands, white as he saw it here, beautiful, terrible, and deathly still. And into this world Father Roland had asked him to go, and he had as good as pledged himself. Before he could think or stop himself, he had laughed. For an instant it struck him like mirth in a tomb, an unpleasant, soulless sort of mirth, for his laugh had in it a jarring incredulity, a mocking lack of faith in himself. What right had he to enter into a world like that? Why, even now his legs ached because of his exertion in furrowing through a few hundred steps of 1.5 feet snow. But the laugh succeeded in bringing him back into the reality of things. He started at right angles, pushed into the maze of white-robed spruce and balsam, and turned back in the direction of the cabin over a new trail. He was not in a good humor. There possessed him an ingrowing and acute feeling of animosity toward himself. Since the day, or night, fate had drawn that great black curtain over his life, shutting out his sun, he had been drifting. He had been floating along on currents of the least resistance, making no fight, and in the completeness of his grief and despair, allowing himself to disintegrate physically as well as mentally. He had sorrowed with himself. He had told himself that everything worth having was gone, but now for the first time he cursed himself. Today, these few hundred yards out in the snow had come as a test. They had proved his weakness. He had degenerated into less than a man. He clenched his hands inside his thick mittens, and a rage burned within him like a fire. Go with Father Roland? Go up into that world where he knew that the one great law of life was the survival of the fittest? Yes, he would go. This body and brain of his needed their punishment, and they should have it. He would go, and his body would fight for it or die. The thought gave him an atrocious satisfaction. He was filled with a sudden contempt for himself. If Father Roland had known, he would have uttered a paean of joy. Out of the darkness of the humor into which he had fallen, David was suddenly flung by a low and ferocious growl. He had stepped around a young balsam that stood like a 7-foot ghost in his path, and found himself face to face with a beast that was cringing at the butt of a thick spruce. It was a dog. The animal was not more than 4 or 5 short paces from him, and was chained to the tree. David surveyed him with sudden interest, wondering, first of all, why he was larger than the other dogs. As he lay crouched there against his tree, his ivory fangs gleaming between half-uplifted lips, he looked like a great wolf. In the other dogs David had witnessed an avaricious excitement at the approach of men, a hungry demand for food, a straining at leash ends, a whining and snarling comradeship. Here he saw none of those things. The big wolf-like beast made no sound after that first growl, and made no movement, and yet every muscle in his body seemed gathered in a tense readiness to spring, and his gleaming fangs threatened. He was ferocious, and yet shrinking, ready to leap, and yet afraid. He was like a thing at bay, a hunted creature that had been prisoned. And then David noticed that he had but one good eye. It was bloodshot, balefully alert, and fixed on him like a round ball of fire. The lids had closed over his other eye. They were swollen. There was a big lump just over where the eye should have been. And then he saw that the beast's lips were cut and bleeding. There was blood on the snow, and suddenly the big brute covered his fangs to give a racking cough, as though he had swallowed a sharp fishbone, and fresh blood dripped out of his mouth on the snow between his forepaws. One of these forepaws was twisted. It had been broken. "You poor devil," said David aloud. He sat down on a birch log within 6 feet of the end of the chain, and looked steadily into the big husky's one bloodshot eye, as he said again, "You poor devil." Bari, the dog, did not understand. It puzzled him that this man did not carry a club. He was used to clubs. So far back as he could remember, the club had been the one dominant thing in his life. It was a club that had closed his eye. It was a club that had broken one of his teeth and cut his lips. and it was a club that had beat against his ribs until, now, the blood came up into his throat and choked him, and dripped out of his mouth. But this man had no club, and he looked friendly. "You poor devil," said David for the third time. And then he added, dark indignation in his voice, "What in God's name has Thoreau been doing to you?" There was something sickening in the spectacle. That battered, bleeding, broken creature huddling there against the tree, coughing up the red stuff that discolored the snow. Loving dogs, he was not afraid of them, and forgetting Father Roland's warning, he rose from the log and went nearer. From where he stood looking down, Barry could have reached his throat, but he made no movement, unless it was that his thickly haired body was trembling a little. His one red eye looked steadily up at David, and for the fourth time David spoke. "You poor, God-forsaken brute." There was friendliness, compassion, wonderment in his voice, and he held down a hand that he had drawn from one of the thick mittens. Another moment, and he would have bent over, but a cry stopped him so sharply and suddenly that he jumped back. Thoreau stood within 10 feet of him, horrified. He clutched a rifle in one hand. "Back, back, monsieur!" he cried sharply. "For the love of God, jump back!" He swung his rifle into the crook of his arm. David did not move, and from Thoreau he looked down coolly at the dog. Barry was a changed beast. His one eye was fastened upon the fox breeder. His bared, bleeding lips revealed inch-long fangs, between which there came now a low, menacing snarl. The tawny crest along his spine was like a brush. From a puzzled toleration of David, his posture and look had changed into deadly hatred for Thoreau, and fear of him. For a moment after his first warning, the Frenchman's voice seemed to stick in his throat, as he saw what he believed to be David's fatal disregard of his peril. He did not speak to him again. His eyes were on the dog. Slowly he raised his rifle. David heard the click of the hammer, and Barry heard it. There was something in the sharp, metallic thrill of it that stirred his brute instinct. His lips fell over his fangs. He whined, and then on his belly he dragged himself slowly toward David. It was a miracle that Thoreau the Frenchman looked upon then. He would have staked his very soul, wagered his hopes of paradise against a babiche thread, that what he saw could never have happened between Barry and man. In utter amazement he lowered his gun. David, looking down, was smiling into that one wide-open, bloodshot eye of Barry's, his hand reaching out. Foot by foot Barry slunk to him on his belly, and when at last he was at David's feet, he faced Thoreau again, his terrible teeth snarling, a low, rumbling growl in his throat. David reached down and touched him, even as he heard the fox breeder make an incoherent sound in his beard. At the caress of his hand, a great shudder passed through Barry's body, as if he had been stung. That touch was the connecting link through which passed the electrifying thrill of a man's soul reaching out to a brute instinct. Barry had found a man-friend. When David stepped away from him to Thoreau's side, as much of the Frenchman's face as was not hidden under his beard was of a curious ashen pallor. He seemed to make a struggle before he could get his voice. And then, "Monsieur, I tell you it is incredible. I cannot believe what I have seen. It was a miracle." He shuddered. David was looking at him a bit puzzled. He could not quite comprehend the fear that had possessed him. Thoreau saw this, and pointing to Barry, a gesture that brought a snarl from the beast, he said, "He is bad, monsieur, bad. He is the worst dog in all this country. He was born an outcast among the wolves, and his heart is filled with murder. He is a quarter wolf, and you can't club it out of him. Half a dozen masters have owned him, and none of them has been able to club it out of him. I myself have beaten him until he lay as if dead, but it did no good. He has killed 2 of my dogs. He has leaped at my throat. I am afraid of him. I chained him to that tree a month ago to keep him away from the other dogs, and since then I have not been able to unleash him. He would tear me into pieces. Yesterday I beat him until he was almost dead, and still he was ready to go at my throat. So I am determined to kill him. He is no good. Step a little aside, monsieur, while I put a bullet through his head." He raised his rifle again. David put a hand on it. "I can unleash him," he said. Before the other could speak, he had walked boldly to the tree. Barre did not turn his head, did not for an instant take his eye from Thoreau. There came the click of the snap that fastened the chain around the body of the spruce, and David stood with the loose end of the chain in his hand. "There," he laughed a little proudly. "And I didn't use a club," he added. Thoreau gasped, "Mon Dieu!" and sat down on the birch log as though the strength had gone from his legs. David rattled the chain, and then refastened it about the spruce. Barre was still watching Thoreau, who sat staring at him as if the beast had suddenly changed his shape and species. In David's breast there was the thrill of a new triumph. He had done it unconsciously, without fear, and without feeling that there had been any great danger. In those few minutes something of his old self had returned into him. He felt a new excitement pumping the blood through his heart, and he felt the warm glow of it in his body. Barre had awakened something within him. Barre and the club. He went to Thoreau, who had risen from the log. He laughed again, a bit exultantly. "I'm going north with Father Roland," he said. "Will you let me have the dog, Thoreau? It will save you the trouble of killing him." Thoreau stared at him blankly for a moment before he answered. "That dog? You into the north?" He shot a look full of hatred and disgust at Barre. "Would you risk it, monsieur?" "Yes, it is an adventure. I would very much like to try. You may think it strange, Thoreau, but that dog, ugly and fierce as he is, has found a place with me. I like him, and I fancy he has begun to like me. But look at his eye, monsieur." "Which eye?" demanded David. "The one you have shut with a club?" "He deserved it," muttered Thoreau. "He snapped at my hand. But I mean the other eye, monsieur, the one that is glaring at us now like a red bloodstone with the heart of a devil in it. I tell you, he is a quarter wolf." "And the broken paw, I suppose that was done by a club too?" interrupted David. "It was broken like that when I traded for him a year ago, monsieur. I have not maimed him. And yes, you may have the beast. May the saints preserve you." "And his name?" "The Indian who owned him as a puppy 5 years ago called him Barre, which among the dog ribs means wild blood. He should have been called the Devil." Thoreau shrugged his shoulders, as though the matter and its consequences were now off his hands, and turned in the direction of the cabin. As he followed the Frenchman, David looked back at Barre. The big husky had risen from the snow. He was standing at the full length of his chain, and as David disappeared among the spruce, a low whine that was filled with a strange yearning followed him. He did not hear the whine, but there came to him distinctly a moment later the dog's racking cough, and he shivered, and his eyes burned into Thoreau's broad back as he thought of the fresh blood clots that were staining the white snow. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 8. Much to Thoreau's amazement, Father Roland made no objection to David's ownership of Barre, and when the Frenchman described with many gesticulations of wonder what had happened between that devil dog and the man, he was still more puzzled by the look of satisfaction in the little missioner's face. In David there had come the sudden awakening of something which had for a long time been dormant within him, and Father Roland saw this change and felt it, even before David said, when Thoreau had turned away with a darkly suggestive shrug of his shoulders, "That poor devil of a beast is down and out, mon père. I have never been so bad as that, never. Kill him? Bah! If this magical north country of yours will make a man out of a human derelict, it will surely work some sort of transformation in a dog that has been clubbed into imbecility, will it not?" It was not the David of yesterday or the day before that was speaking. There was a passion in his voice, a deep contempt, a half-taunt, a tremble of anger. There was a flush in his cheeks, too, and a spark of fire in his eyes. In his heart Father Roland whispered to himself that this change in David was like a conflagration, and he rejoiced without speaking, fearing that words might quench the effect of it. David was looking at him as if he expected an answer. What an accursed fool a man is to waste his soul and voice in lamentation, especially his voice, he went on harshly, his teeth gleaming for an instant in a bitter smile. One ought to act and not whine. That beast back there is ready to act. He would tear Thoreau's jugular out if he had half a chance. And why, I sneaked off like a whipped cur. That's why Barré is better than I am, even though he is nothing more than a 4-footed brute. In that room I should have had the moral courage that Barré has. I should have killed them both. He shrugged his shoulders. I'm quite convinced that it would have been justice, mon Pierre. What do you think? The missioner smiled enigmatically. The soul of many a man has gone from behind steel bars to heaven, or I vastly miss my guess, he said. But we don't like the thought of steel bars, do we, David? Man-made laws and justice don't always run tandem. But God evens things up in the final balance. You'll live to see that. He's back there now, meting out your vengeance to them. Your vengeance. Do you understand? And you won't be called to take a hand in the business. Suddenly he pointed toward the cabin, where Thoreau and Mukoki were already at work, packing a sledge. It's a glorious day. We start right after dinner. Let us get your things in a bundle. David made no answer, but 3 minutes later he was on his knees unlocking his trunk, with Father Roland standing close beside him. Something of the humor of the situation possessed him as he flung out one by one the various articles of his worthless apparel, and when he had all but finished he looked up into the missioner's face. Father Roland was staring into the trunk, an expression of great surprise in his countenance, which slowly changed to one of eager joy. He made a sudden dive, and stood back with a pair of boxing gloves in his hands. From the gloves he looked at David, and then back at the gloves, fondling them as if they had been alive, his hands almost trembling at the smooth touch of them, his eyes glowing like the eyes of a child that had come into possession of a wonderful toy. David reached into the trunk and produced a second pair. The missioner seized upon them. "Dear heaven, what a gift from the gods!" he chortled. "David, you will teach me to use them?" There was almost anxiety in his manner as he added, "You know how to use them well, David?" "My chief pastime at home was boxing," assured David. There was a touch of pride in his voice. "It's a scientific recreation. I loved it. That and swimming. Yes, I will teach you." Father Roland went out of the room a moment later, chuckling mysteriously, with 4 gloves hugged against the pit of his stomach. David followed a little later, all his belongings in one of the leather bags. For some time he hesitated over the portrait of the girl. Twice he had shut the lock on it. The third time he placed it in the big breast pocket inside the coat Father Roland had provided for him, making a mental apology for that act by assuring himself that sooner or later he would show the picture to the missioner, so would want it near at hand. Father Roland had disposed of the gloves and introduced David to the rest of his equipment when he came from the cabin. It was very businesslike, this accoutrement that was to be the final physical touch to his transition. It did not allow of skepticism. About it there was also a quiet and cold touch of romance. The rifle chilled David's bare fingers when he touched it. It was short-barreled, but heavy in the breech, with an appearance of indubitable efficiency about it. It looked like an honest weapon to David, who was unaccustomed to firearms, and this was more than he could say for the heavy 38 caliber automatic pistol which Father Roland thrust into his hand. and which looked and felt murderously mysterious. He frankly confessed his ignorance of these things, and the missioner chuckled good-humouredly as he buckled the belt and holster about his waist, and told him on which hip to keep the pistol, and where to carry the leather sheath that held a long and keen-edged hunting knife. Then he turned to the snowshoes. They were the long, narrow bush-country shoe. He placed them side by side on the snow, and showed David how to fasten his moccasined feet in them without using his hands. For 3/4 of an hour after that, out on the soft, deep snow in the edge of the spruce, he gave him his first lesson in that slow, swinging, outstepping stride of the Northman on the trail. At first it was embarrassing for David, with Thoreau and the Indians grinning openly, and Marie's face peering cautiously and joyously from the cabin door. 3 times he entangled his feet hopelessly and floundered like a great fish in the snow. Then he caught the swing of it, and at the end of half an hour began to find a pleasurable exhilaration, even excitement, in his ability to skim over the feathery surface of this great white sea without so much as sinking to his ankle bones. When he slipped off the shoes and stood them up beside his rifle against the cabin, he was panting. His heart was pounding. His lungs drank in the cold, balsam-scented air like a suction pump, and expelled each breath with the sibilancy of steam escaping from a valve. "Winded!" he gasped. And then, gulping for breath as he looked at Father Roland, he demanded, "How the devil am I going to keep up with you fellows on the trail? I'll go bust inside of a mile." "And every time you go bust, we'll load you on the sledge," comforted the missioner, his round face glowing with enthusiastic approval. "You've done finely, David. Within a fortnight you'll be traveling 20 miles a day on snowshoes." He suddenly seemed to think of something that he had forgotten, and fidgeted with his mittens in his hesitation, as if there lay an unpleasant duty ahead of him. And then he said, "If there are any letters to write, David, any business matters—" "There are no letters," cut in David quickly. "I attended to my affairs some weeks ago. I'm ready." With a frozen whitefish he returned to Baree. The dog scented him before the crunch of his footsteps could be heard in the snow, and when he came out from the thick spruce and balsam into the little open, Baree was stretched out flat on his belly, his gaunt grey muzzle resting on the snow between his forepaws. He made no movement as David drew near, except that curious shivers ran through his body, and his throat twitched. Thoreau would have analyzed that impassive posture as one of waiting and watchful treachery. David saw it in a strange yearning, a deep fear, a hope. Baree, outlawed by man, battered and bleeding as he lay there, felt for perhaps the first time in his life the thrilling presence of a friend, a man-friend. David approached boldly and stood over him. He had forgotten the Frenchman's warning. He was not afraid. He leaned over, and one of his mittened hands touched Baree's neck. A tremor shot through the dog that was like an electric shock. A snarl gathered in his throat, broke down, and ended in a low whine. He lay as if dead under the weight of David's hand, and not until David had ceased talking to him and had disappeared once more in the direction of the cabin did Baree begin devouring the frozen whitefish. Father Roland meditated in some perplexity when it came to the final question of Baree. "We can't put him in with the team," he protested. "All my dogs would be dead before we reached God's Lake." David had been thinking of that. "He will follow me," he said confidently. "We'll simply turn him loose when we're ready to start." The missioner nodded indulgently. Thoreau, who had overheard, shrugged his shoulders contemptuously. He hated Baree, the beast that would not yield to a club, and he muttered gruffly, "And tonight he will join the wolves, monsieur, and prey like the very devil on my traps. There will be only one cure for that, a fox bait, poison." And the last hour seemed to prove that what Thoreau had said was true. After dinner the 3 of them went to Baree, and David unfastened the chain from the big husky's collar. For a few moments the dog did not seem to sense his freedom, and then, like a shot, so unexpectedly that he almost took David off his feet, he leaped over the birch log and disappeared into the forest. The Frenchman was amused. "The wolves," he reminded softly. "He will be with them tonight, monsieur, that outlaw." Not until the crack of Mukoki's long caribou gut whip had set the Missioner's 8 dogs tense and alert in their traces did Father Roland return for a moment into the cabin to give Marie the locket. He came back quickly, and at a signal from him Mukoki wound up the 9-foot lash of his whip and set out ahead of the dogs. They followed him slowly and steadily, keeping the broad runners of the sledge in the trail he made. The Missioner dropped in immediately behind the sledge, and David behind him. Thoreau spoke a last word to David in a voice intended for his ears alone. "It is a long way to God's Lake, monsieur, and you're going with a strange man, a strange man. Some day, if you have not forgotten Pierre Thoreau, you may tell me what it has been a long time in my heart to know. The saints be with you, monsieur." He dropped back. His voice rolled after them in a last farewell, in French and in Cree, and as David followed close behind the Missioner, he wondered what Thoreau's mysterious words had meant, and why he had not spoken them until that final moment of their departure. A strange man, the saints be with you. That last had seemed to him almost a warning. He looked at Father Roland's broad back. For the first time he noticed how heavy and powerful his shoulders were for his height. And then the forest swallowed them, a vast, wide, engulfing world of silence and mystery. What did it hold for him? What did it portend? His blood was stirred by an unfamiliar and subdued excitement. An almost unconscious movement carried one of his mittened hands to his breast pocket. Through the thickness of his coat he could feel it, the picture. It did not seem like a dead thing. It beat with life. It made him strangely unafraid of what might be ahead of him. Back at the door of the cabin, Thoreau stood with one of his big arms encircling Marie's slim shoulders. "I tell you, it is like taking the life of a puppy, ma chérie," he was saying. "It is inconceivable, it is bloodthirsty, and yet—" He opened the door behind them. "They are gone," he finished. "Ka Saket. They are gone, and they will not come back." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 9. Despite the portentous significance of this day in his life, David could not help seeing and feeling in his suddenly changed environment, as he puffed along behind Father Roland, something that was neither adventure nor romance, but humor. A whimsical humor at first, but growing grimmer as his thoughts sped. All his life he had lived in a great city. He had been a part of its life, a discordant note in it, and yet a part of it for all that. He had been a fixture in a certain lap of luxury. That luxury had refined him. It had manicured him down to a fine point in civilization. A fine point! He wanted to laugh, but he had need of all his breath as he clipped on his snowshoes behind the Missioner. This was the last thing in the world he had dreamed of. All this snow, all this emptiness that loomed up ahead of him. A great world filled only with trees and winter. He disliked winter. He had always possessed a physical antipathy for snow. Romance, for him, was environed in warm climes and sunny seas. He had made a mistake in telling Father Roland that he was going to British Columbia. A great mistake. Undoubtedly, he would have kept on. Japan had been in his mind. And now here he was headed straight for the North Pole, the Arctic Ocean. It was enough to make him want to laugh. Enough to make any sane person laugh. Even now, only half a mile from Thoreau's cabin, his knees were beginning to ache and his ankles were growing heavy. It was ridiculous. Inconceivable, as the Frenchman had said to Marie. He was soft. He was only half a man. How long would he last? How long before he would have to cry quits like a whipped boy? How long before his legs would crumple up under him and his lungs give out? How long before Father Roland, hiding his contempt, would have to send him back? A sense of shame and anger, swept through him, heating his brain, setting his teeth hard, filling him again with a grim determination. For the second time that day, his fighting blood rose. It surged through his veins in a flood, beating down the old barriers, clearing away the obstructions of his doubts and his fears, and filling him with the desire to go on, the desire to fight it out, to punish himself as he deserved to be punished, and to win in the end. Father Roland, glancing back in benignant solicitude, saw the new glow in David's eyes. He saw, also, his parted lips and the quickness of his breath. With a sharp command, he stopped Mukoki and the dogs. "Half a mile at a time is enough for a beginner," he said to David. "Back off your shoes and ride the next half mile." David shook his head. "Go on," he said, tersely, saving his wind. "I'm just finding myself." Father Roland loaded and lighted his pipe. The aroma of the tobacco filled David's nostrils as they went on. Clouds of smoke wreathed the little missioner's shoulders as he followed the trail ahead of him. It was comforting, that smoke. It warmed David with a fresh desire. His exertion was clearing out his lungs. He was inhaling balsam and spruce, a mighty tonic of dry forest air, and he felt also the craving to smoke. But he knew that he could not afford the waste of breath. His snowshoes were growing heavier and heavier, and back of his knees the tendons seemed preparing to snap. He kept on, at last counting his steps. He was determined to make a mile. He was ready to groan when a sudden twist in the trail brought them out of the forest to the edge of a lake whose frozen surface stretched ahead of them for miles. Mukoki stopped the dogs. With a gasp, David floundered to the sledge and sat down. "Finding myself," he managed to say. "Just finding myself." It was a triumph for him, the last half of that mile. He knew it. He felt it. Through the white haze of his breath, he looked out over the lake. It was wonderfully clear, and the sun was shining. The surface of the lake was like an untracked carpet of white, sprinkled thickly with tiny diamonds where the sunlight fell on its countless billions of snow crystals. 3 or 4 miles away, he could see the dark edge of the forest on the other side. Up and down the lake, the distance was greater. He had never seen anything like it. It was marvelous, like a dream picture. And he was not cold as he looked at it. He was warm, even uncomfortably warm. The air he breathed was like a new kind of fuel. It gave him the peculiar sensation of feeling larger inside. He seemed to drink it in. It expanded his lungs. He could feel his heart pumping with an audible sound. There was nothing in the majesty and wonder of the scene about to make him laugh. But he laughed. It was exultation, an involuntary outburst of the change that was working within him. He felt, suddenly, that a dark and purposeless world had slipped behind him. It was gone. It was as if he had come out of a dark and gloomy cavern, in which the air had been vitiated, and in which he had been cramped for breath. A cavern which fluttered with the uneasy ghost of things, poisonous things. Here was the sun, a sky blue as sapphire, a great expanse, a wonder world. Into this he had escaped. That was the thought in his mind as he looked at Father Roland. The little missioner was looking at him with an effulgent satisfaction in his face, a satisfaction that was half pride, as though he had achieved something that was to his own personal glory. "You've beat me, David," he exulted. "The first time I had snowshoes on, I didn't make one half that distance before I was tangled up like fish in a net." He turned to Mukoki. "Mayu is echikau," he cried. "Remember?" And the Indian nodded, his leathery face breaking into a grin. David felt a new pressure at their approbation. He had evidently done well, exceedingly well, and he had been afraid of himself. Apprehension gave way to confidence. He was beginning to experience the exquisite thrill of fighting against odds. He made no objection this time when Father Roland made a place for him on the sledge. "We'll have 4 miles of this lake," the missioner explained to him, "and the dogs will make it in an hour. Mukoki and I will both break trail." As they set off, David found his first opportunity to see the real Northland in action. The clean, sinuous movement of the men ahead of him, the splendid eagerness with which the long, wolfish line of beasts stretched forth in their traces and followed in the snowshoe trail. There was something imposing about it all, something that struck deep within him and roused strange thoughts. This that he saw was not the mere labor of man and beast. It was not the humdrum toil of life, not the daily slaving of living creatures for existence, for food and drink and a sleeping place. It had risen above that. He had seen ships and castles rise up from heaps of steel and stone. Achievements of science and the handiwork of genius had interested and sometimes amazed him. But never had he looked upon physical effort that thrilled him as did this that he was looking upon now. There was almost the spirit of the epic about it. They were the survival of the fittest, these men and dogs. They had gone through the great test of life in the raw, as the pyramids and the Sphinx had outlived the ordeals of the centuries. They were different. They were proven. They were of another kind of flesh and blood that he had known, and they fascinated him. They stood for more than romance and adventure, for more than tragedy or possible joy. They were making no fight for riches, no fight for power or fame or great personal achievement. Their struggle in this great white world, terrible in its emptiness, its vastness, and its mercilessness for the weak, was simply a struggle that they might live. The thought staggered him. Could there be the joy in that, in a mere existence without the 1,000 pleasures and luxuries and excitements that he had known? He drank deeply of the keen air as he asked himself the question. His eyes rested on the shaggy, undulating backs of the big huskies. He noted their half-open jaws, the sharp alertness of their pointed ears, the almost joyous unction with which they entered into their task, their eagerness to keep their load close upon the heels of their masters. He heard Mukoki's short, sharp, and unnecessary commands, his he-yees and his ki-yees, as though he were crying out for no other reason than from sheer physical exuberance. He saw Father Roland's face turn backward for a moment, and it was smiling. They were happy. Now. Men and beasts were happy. And he could see no reason for their happiness, except that their blood was pounding through their veins. even as it was pounding through his own. That was it. The blood, the heart, the lungs, the brain, all were clear. Clear and unfettered in that marvelous air and sunlight. Washed clean by the swift pulse of life. It was a wonderful world. A glorious world. He was almost on the point of crying aloud his discovery. The thrill grew in him as he found time now to look about. Under him, the broad steel runners of the sledge made a cold creaking sound as they slipped over the snow that lay on the ice of the lake. He heard the swift tap-tap-tap of the dogs' feet, their panting breath that was almost like laughter, low throat whines, and the steady swish of the snowshoes ahead. Beyond those sounds a vast silence encompassed him. He looked out into it, east and west into the dark rims of forest, north and south over the distance of that diamond-sprinkled tundra of unbroken white. He drew out his pipe, loaded it with tobacco, and began to smoke. The bitterness of the weed was gone. It was delicious. He puffed luxuriously. And then, suddenly, as he looked at the purplish bulwarks of the forest, his mind swept back. For the first time since that night many months ago, he thought of the woman, the golden goddess, without a red-hot fire in his brain. He thought of her coolly. This new world was already giving back to him a power of analysis, a perspective, a healthier conception of truths and measurements. What a horrible blot they had made in his life, that man and that woman. What a foul trick they had played him. What filth they had wallowed in. And he had thought her the most beautiful creature in the world. An angel, a thing to be worshipped. He laughed, almost without sound, his teeth biting hard on the stem of his pipe. And the world he was looking upon laughed. The snow diamonds, lying thickly as dust, laughed. There was laughter in the sun, the warmth of chuckling humor in those glowing walls of forest, laughter in the blue sky above. His hands gripped hard. In this world, he knew there could not be another woman such as she. Here, in all this emptiness and glory, her shallow soul would have shrieked in agony. She would have shriveled up and died. It was too clean, too white, too pure. It would have frightened her, tortured her. She could not have found the poison she required to give her life. Her unclean desires would have driven her mad. So he arraigned her, terribly, without malice, and without pity. And then, like the quieting touch of a gentle hand in his brain, came the thought of the other woman, the girl, whose picture he carried in his pocket. This was her world that he was entering. She was up there, somewhere, and he looked over the barriers of the forest to the northwest. Hundreds of miles away, 1,000. It was a big world, so vast that he could still not comprehend it. But she was there, living, breathing, alive. A sudden impulse made him draw the picture from his pocket. He held it down behind a bale, so that father would not chance to see it if he looked back. He unwrapped the picture and ceased to puff at his pipe. The girl was wonderful today, under the sunlight and the blue halo of the skies, and she wanted to speak to him. That thought always came to him first of all when he looked at her. She wanted to speak. Her lips were trembling. Her eyes were looking straight into his. The sun above him seemed to gleam in her hair. It was as if she knew of the thoughts that were in his mind, and of the fight he was making, and though through space she had seen him, and watched him, and wanted to cry out the way for him to come. There was a curious tremble in his fingers as he restored the picture to his pocket. He whispered something. His pipe had gone out. In the same moment, a sharp cry from Father Roland startled him. The dogs halted suddenly. The creaking of the sledge runners ceased. Father Roland had turned his face down the lake, and was pointing. "Look!" he cried. David jumped from the sledge and stared back over their trail. The scintillating gleams of the snow crystals were beginning to prick his eyes, and for a few moments he could see nothing new. He heard a muffled ejaculation of surprise from Mukoki. And then, farther back, probably half a mile, he saw a dark object traveling slowly toward them. It stopped. It was motionless as a dark rock now. Close beside him, the little missioner said, "You've won again, David. Barry is following us." The dog came no nearer as they watched. After a moment, David pursed his lips and sent back a curious, piercing whistle. In days to come, Barry was to recognize that call, but he gave no attention to it now. For several minutes they stood gazing back at him. When they were ready to go on, David for a third time that day put on his snowshoes. His task seemed less difficult. He was getting the swing of the shoes, and his breath came more easily. At the end of half an hour, Father Roland halted the team again to give him a winding spell. Barry had come nearer. He was not more than a quarter of a mile behind. It was 3 o'clock when they struck off the lake into the edge of the forest to the northwest. The sun had grown cold and pale. The snow crystals no longer sparkled so furiously. In the forest there was gathering a gray, silent gloom. They halted again in the edge of that gloom. The missioner slipped off his mittens and filled his pipe with fresh tobacco. The pipe fell from his fingers and buried itself in the soft snow at his feet. As he bent down for it, Father Roland said, quite audibly, "Damn!" He was smiling when he rose. David, also, was smiling. "I was thinking," he said, as though the other had demanded an explanation of his thoughts. "What a curious man of God you are, mon père." The little missioner chuckled, and then he muttered, half to himself as he lighted the tobacco, "True, very true." When the top of the bowl was glowing, he added, "How are your legs? It is still a good mile to the shack." "I'm going to make it or drop," declared David. He wanted to ask a question. It had been in his mind for some time, and he burned with a strange eagerness to have it answered. He looked back, and saw Barry circling slowly over the surface of the lake toward the forest. Casually he inquired, "How far is it to Tavish's, mon père?" "4 days," said the missioner. "4 days, if we make good time, and another week from there to God's Lake. I have paid Tavish a visit in 5 days, and once Tavish made God's Lake in 2 days and a night with 7 dogs. 2 days and a night! Through darkness he came, darkness and a storm. That is what fear will do, David. Fear drove him. I have promised to tell you about it tonight. You must know, to understand him. He is a strange man, a very strange man." He spoke to Mukoki in Cree, and the Indian responded with a sharp command to the dogs. The huskies sprang from their bellies and strained forward in their traces. The Cree picked his way slowly ahead of them. Father Roland dropped in behind him. Again David followed the sledge. He was struck with wonder at the suddenness with which the sun had gone out. In the thick forest it was like the beginning of night. The deep shadows and the darkly growing caverns of gloom seemed to give new birth to new sounds. Hear the whit 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 of something close to him, and the next moment a great snow owl flitted like a ghostly apparition over his head. He heard the patter of snow as it fell from the bending limbs. From out of a patch of darkness 2 trees, rubbing slightly against each other, emitted a shivering wail that startled him. It had seemed so like the cry of a child. He was straining his ears so tensely to hear, and his eyes to see, that he forgot the soreness of his knees and ankles. Now and then the dog stopped, while Mukoki and the missioner dragged a log or a bit of brushwood from their path. During one of these intervals there came to him, from a great distance, a long, mournful howl. "A wolf," said Father Roland, his face a grey shadow as he nodded at David. "Listen." From behind them came another cry. It was Barry. They went on, circling around the edge of a great windfall. A low wind was beginning to move in the tops of the spruce and cedar, and soft splashes of snow fell on their heads and shoulders, as if unseen and playful hands were pelting them from above. Again and again David caught the swift, ghostly flutter of the snow owls. 3 times he heard the wolf howl. Once again Barry's dismal, homeless cry. And then there came suddenly, out of the thick gloom of the forest, into the twilight gray of a clearing. 20 paces from there was a cabin. The dog stopped. Father Roland fumbled at his big silver watch, and held it close up to his eyes. 4:30, he said. "Fairly good time for a beginner, David." He broke into a cheerful whistle. The dogs were whining and snapping like joyous puppies as Mukoki unfastened them. The Cree himself was voluble in a chuckling and meaningless way. There was a great contentment in the air, an indefinable inspiration that seemed to lift the gloom. David could not understand it, though in an elusive sort of way he felt it. He did not understand until Father Roland said, across the sledge which he had begun to unpack, "Seems good to be on the trail again, David." That was it. The trail. This was the end of a day's achievement. He looked at the cabin, dark and unlighted in the open, with its big white cap of snow. It looked friendly for all its darkness. He was filled with the desire to become a partner in the activities of Mukoki and the missioner. He wanted to help, not because he placed any value on his assistance, but simply because his blood and his brain were imposing new desires upon him. He kicked off his snowshoes, and went with Mukoki to the door of the cabin, which was fastened with a wooden bolt. When they entered, he could make out things indistinctly. A stove at first, a stool, a box, a small table, and a bunk against the wall. Mukoki was rattling the lids of the stove when Father Roland entered with his arms filled. He dropped his load on the floor, and David went back to the sledge with him. By the time they had brought its burden into the cabin, a fire was roaring in the stove, and Mukoki had hung a lighted lantern over the table. Then Father Roland seized an axe, tested its keen edge with his thumb, and said to David, "Let's go cut our beds before it's too dark." Cut their beds! But the missioner's broad back was disappearing through the door in a very purposeful way, and David caught up a second axe and followed. Young balsams twice as tall as a man were growing about the cabin, and from these Father Roland had began stripping the branches. They carried armfuls into the cabin until the one bunk was heaped high, and meanwhile Mukoki had 6 pots and kettles and pans, on the glowing top of the sheet iron stove, and thick caribou steaks were sizzling in a homelike and comforting way. A little later, David ate as though he had gone hungry all day. Ordinarily, he wanted his meat well done. Tonight, he devoured an 1.25-inch sirloin steak that floated in its own gravy, and was red to the heart of it. When they had finished, they lighted their pipes and went out to feed the dogs a frozen fish apiece. An immense satisfaction possessed David. It was like something soft and purring inside of him. He made no effort to explain things. He was accepting facts and changes. He felt bigger tonight, as though his lungs were stretching themselves, and his chest expanding. His fears were gone. He no longer saw anything to dread in the white wilderness. He was eager to go on, eager to reach Tavish's. Ever since Father Roland had spoken of Tavish, that desire had been growing within him. Tavish had not only come from the Sticking River. He had lived on Firepan Creek. It was incredible that he should not know of the girl, who she was, just where she lived, why she was there. White people were few in that far country. Tavish would surely know of her. He had made up his mind that he would show Tavish the picture, keeping to himself the manner in which he had come into possession of it. The daughter of a friend, he would tell them, both Father Roland and Tavish, or of an acquaintance. That, at least, was half-truth. A dozen things Father Roland spoke about that night before he alluded to Tavish. David waited. He did not want to appear too deeply interested. He desired to have the thing work itself out in a fortuitous sort of way, governed, as he was, by a strong feeling that he could not explain his position, or his strange and growing interest in the girl. If the missioner should by any chance discover the part he had played in the haunting, though incidental encounter with the woman on the train. Fear, a great fear. His life is haunted by it, said Father Roland, when at last he began talking about Tavish. He was seated on a pile of balsams, his legs stretched out flat on the floor, his back to the wall, and he smoked thoughtfully as he looked at David. A coward? I don't know. I have seen him jump at the snap of a twig. I have seen him tremble at nothing at all. I have seen him shrink at darkness. And then again, he came through a terrible darkness to reach my cabin that night. Mad? Perhaps. It is hard to believe he is a coward. Will a coward live alone as he does? That seems impossible, too. And yet he is afraid. That fear is always close at his heels, especially at night. It follows him, like a hungry dog. There are times when I would swear it is not fear of a living thing. That is what makes it disturbing. It is weird, distressing. It makes one shiver. The missioner was silent for some moments, as if lost in the reverie. Then he said, reflectively, I have seen strange things. I have had many penitents. My ears have heard much that you would not believe. It has all come in my long day's work in the wilderness. But never have I seen a fight like this that is being made by Tavish. A fight against that mysterious fear, of which he will not speak. I would give a year of my life, yes, even more, to help him. There is something about him that is lovable, that makes you want to cling to him, be near him. But he will have none of that. He wants to be alone with his fear. Is it not strange? I have pieced little things together, and that night, when terror drove him to my cabin, he betrayed himself, and I learned one thing. He is afraid of a woman. A woman? gasped David. Yes, a woman. A woman who lives, or lived, up in the Sticking River country you mentioned today. David's heart stirred strangely. The Sticking River? Or Firepan Creek? He asked. It seemed a long time to him before Father Roland answered. He was thinking deeply, with his eyes half closed, as though striving to recall things he had forgotten. Yes, it was on the Firepan. I'm sure of it, he said slowly. He was sick, smallpox, as I told you, and it was on the Firepan. I remember that. And whoever that woman was, she was there. A woman. And he, afraid even now, with her 1,000 miles away, if she lives. Can you account for it? I would give a great deal to know. But he will say nothing. It is not my business to intrude. Yet I have guessed. I have my own conviction. It is terrible. He spoke in a low voice, looking straight at David. And that conviction, Father? David barely whispered. Tavish is afraid of someone who is dead. Dead? Yes, a woman, or a girl, who is dead. Dead in the flesh, but living in the spirit to haunt him. It is that. I know it. And he will not bare his soul to me. A girl who is dead on Firepan Creek. Her spirit. A cold, invisible hand was clutching at David's throat. Shadows hid his face, or Father Roland would have seen. His voice was strained. He forced it between his lips. Yes, her spirit, came the missioner's answer, and David heard the scrape of his knife as he cleaned out the bowl of his pipe. It haunts Tavish. It is with him always, and he is afraid of it. David rose slowly to his feet and went toward the door, slipping on his coat and cap. I'm going to whistle for Barry, he said, and went out. The white world was brilliant under the glow of a full moon and a billion stars. It was the most wonderful night he had ever seen, and yet for a few moments he was as oblivious of its amazing beauty, and also its almost startling vividness, as though he had passed out into darkness. A girl, Firepan, dead, haunting Tavish. He did not hear the whining of the dogs. He was again piecing together in his mind that picture. The barefooted girl standing on the rock, disturbed, startled, terrified, poised as if about to fly from a great danger. What happened after the taking of that picture? Was it Tavish who had taken it? Was it Tavish who had surprised her there? Was it Tavish? His mind could not go on. He steadied himself, one hand clutching at the breast of his coat, where the picture lay. The cabin door opened behind him. The missioner came out. He coughed, and looked up at the sky. A splendid night, David, he said softly. A splendid night. He spoke in a strange, quiet voice that made David turn. The little missioner was facing the moon. He was gazing off into that wonder world of forests and snow and stars and moonlight in a fixed and steady gaze, and it seemed to David that he aged, and shrank into smaller form, and that his shoulders drooped as if under a weight. And all at once David saw in his face what he had seen before when in the coach. A forgetfulness of all things but one, the lifting of a strange curtain, the baring of a soul, and for a few moments Father Roland stood with his face turned to the light of the skies, as if preoccupied by an all-pervading and hopeless grief. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Jairus Amar. Chapter 10 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 10. It was Barry who disturbed the silent tableau in the moonlight. David was staring at the missioner, held by the look of anguish that had settled so quickly and so strangely in his face, as if this bright night with its moon and stars had recalled to him a great sorrow, when they heard again the wolf-dog's howl out in the forest. It was quite near. David, with his eyes still on the other, saw Father Roland start, as if for an instant he had forgotten where he was. The missioner looked his way, and straightened his shoulders slowly, with a smile on his lips that was strained and wan as the smile of one worn out by an arduous toil. "A splendid night," he repeated, and he raised a naked hand to his head, as if slowly brushing away something from before his eyes. "It was a night like this, 15 years ago." He stopped. In the moonlight he brought himself together with a jerk. He came and laid a hand on David's shoulder. "That was Barry," he said. "The dog has followed us." "He is not very far in the forest," answered David. "No, he smells us. He is waiting out there for you." There was a moment's silence between them as they listened. "I will take him a fish," said David, then. "I am sure he will come to me." Mukoki had hoisted the gunny sack full of fish well up against the roof of the cabin to keep it from chance marauders of the night, and Father Roland stood by while David lowered it and made a choice for Barry's supper. Then he re-entered the cabin. It was not Barry who drew David slowly into the forest. He wanted to be alone, away from Father Roland and the quiet, insistent scrutiny of the Cree. He wanted to think, ask himself questions, find answers for them if he could. His mind was just beginning to rouse itself to the significance of the events of the past day and night, and he was like one bewildered by a great mystery, and startled by visions of a possible tragedy. Fate had played with him strangely. It had linked him with happenings that were inexplicable and unusual, and he believed that they were not without their meaning for him. More or less of a fatalist, he was inspired by the sudden and disturbing thought that they had happened by inevitable necessity. Vividly, he saw again the dark haunting eyes of the woman in the coach, and heard again the few low, tense words with which she had revealed to him her quest of a man by the name of Michael O'Doone. In her presence he had felt the nearness of tragedy. It had stirred him deeply, almost as deeply as the picture she had left in her seat, the picture hidden now against his breast, like a thing which must not be betrayed, and which a strange and compelling instinct had made him associate in such a startling way with Tavish. He could not get Tavish out of his mind. Tavish, the haunted man. Tavish, the man who had fled from the Firepan Creek country at just about the time the girl in the picture had stood on the rock beside the pool. Tavish, terror-driven by a spirit of the dead. He did not attempt to reason the matter, or bear the folly of his alarm. He did not ask himself about the improbability of it all, but accepted without equivocation that strong impression as it had come to him. The conviction that the girl on the rock and the woman in the coach were in some way identified with the flight of Tavish, the man he had never seen, from that far valley in the northwest mountains. The questions he asked himself now were not to establish in his own mind either the truth or the absurdity of this conviction. He was determining with himself whether or not to confide in Father Roland. It was more than delicacy that made him hesitate. It was almost a personal shame. For a long time he had kept within his breast the secret of his own tragedy and dishonor. That it was his dishonor, almost as much as the woman's, had been his own convictions, and how, at last, he had come to reveal that corroding sickness in his soul to a man who was almost a stranger was more than he could understand. But he had done just that. Father Roland had seen him stripped down to the naked truth in an hour of great need, and he had put out a hand in time to save him. He no longer doubted this last immeasurable fact. 20 times since then, coldly and critically, he had thought of the woman who had been his wife, and slowly and terribly the enormity of her crime had swept further and further away from him the anguish of her loss. He was like a man risen from a sick bed, breathing freely again, tasting once more the flavor of the air that filled his lungs. All this he owed to Father Roland, and because of this, and his confession of only 2 nights ago, he felt a burning humiliation at the thought of telling the missioner that another face had come to fill his thoughts, and stir his anxieties. And what less could he tell, if he confided in him at all? He had gone 100 yards or more into the forest, and in a little open space, lighted up like a tiny amphitheater in the glow of the moon, he stopped. Suddenly there came to him, throwing in its promise, a key to the situation. He would wait until they reached Tavish's, and then, in the presence of the missioner, he would suddenly show Tavish the picture. His heart throbbed uneasily as he anticipated the possible tragedy, the sudden betrayal of that moment, for Father Roland had said, like one who had glimpsed beyond the ken of human eyes, that Tavish was haunted by a vision of the dead. The dead! Could it be that she, the girl in the picture? He shook himself, set his lips tight to get the thought away from him. And the woman in the coach, the woman who had left in her seat this picture that was growing in his heart like a living thing. Who was she? Was her quest one of vengeance, of retribution? Was Tavish the man she was seeking? Up in that mountain valley, where the girl had stood on that rock? Had his name been Michael O'Doone? He was trembling when he went on, deeper into the forest, but of his determination there was no longer a doubt. He would say nothing to Father Roland until Tavish had seen the picture. Until now he had forgotten Barry. In the disquieting fear with which his thoughts were weighted, he had lost hold of the fact that in his hand he still carried the slightly curved and solidly frozen substance of a fish. The movement of a body near him, so unexpected and alarmingly close that a cry broke from his lips as he leaped to one side, roused him with a sudden mental shock. The beast, whatever it was, had passed within 6 feet of him, and now, twice that distance away, stood like a statue hewn out of stone, leveling at him the fiery gleam of a solitary eye. Until he saw that one eye, and not 2, David did not breathe. Then he gasped. The fish had fallen from his fingers. He stooped, picked it up, and called softly, "Barry!" The dog was waiting for his voice, His one eye shifted, slanting like a searchlight in the direction of the cabin, and turned swiftly back to David. He whined, and David spoke to him again, calling his name and holding out the fish. For several moments Barry did not move, but eyed him with the immobility of a half-blinded sphinx. Then, suddenly, he dropped on his belly and began crawling toward him. A splatter of moonlight fell upon them as David, crouching on his heels, gave Barry the fish, holding for a moment to the tail of it, while the hungry beast seized its head between his powerful jaws with a grinding crunch. The power of those jaws sent a little shiver through the man so close to them. They were terrible and splendid. A man's leg bone would have cracked between them like a pipe stem. And Barry, with that power of death in his jaws, had a second time crept to him on his belly, not fearingly in the shadow of a club, but like a thing tamed into slavery by a yearning adoration. It was a fact that seized upon David with a peculiar hold. It built up between them, between this down-and-out beast and the man fighting to find himself, a comradeship which perhaps only the man and the beast could understand. Even as he devoured the fish, Barry kept his one eye on David, as though fearing he might lose him again if he allowed his gaze to falter for an instant. The truculency and the menace of that eye were gone. It was still bloodshot, still burned with a reddish fire, and a great pity swept through David as he thought of the blows the club must have given. He noticed, then, that Barry was making efforts to open the other eye. He saw the swollen lid flutter, the muscle twitch. Impulsively, he put out a hand. It fell unflinchingly on Barry's head, and in an instant the crunching of the dog's jaw had ceased, and he lay as if dead. David bent nearer. With the thumb and forefinger of his other hand, he gently lifted the swollen lid. It caused a hurt. Barry whined softly. His great body trembled. His ivory fangs clicked like the teeth of a man with ague. To his wolfish soul, trembling in a body that had been condemned, beaten, clubbed, almost to the door of death, that hurt caused by David's fingers was a caress. He understood. He saw with a vision that was keener than sight. Faith was born in him, and burned like a conflagration. His head dropped to the snow. A great, gasping sigh ran through him, and his trembling ceased. His good eye closed slowly as David gently and persistently massaged the muscles of the other with his thumb and forefinger. When at last he rose to his feet and returned to the cabin, Barry followed him to the edge of the clearing. Mukoki and the missioner had made their beds of balsam boughs, 2 on the floor and 1 in the bunk, and the Cree had already rolled himself in his blanket when David entered the shack. Father Roland was wiping David's gun. "We'll give you a little practice with this tomorrow," he promised. "Do you suppose you can hit a moose?" "I have my doubts, mon père." Father Roland gave vent to his curious chuckle. "I have promised to make a marksman of you in exchange for your trouble in teaching me how to use the gloves," he said, polishing furiously. There was a twinkle in his eyes, as if a moment before he had been laughing to himself. The gloves were on the table. He had been examining them again, and David found himself smiling at the childlike and eager interest he had taken in them. Suddenly, Father Roland rubbed still a little faster and said, "If you can't hit a moose with a bullet, you surely can hit me with these gloves, eh?" "Yes, quite positively. But I shall be merciful if you, in turn, show some charity in teaching me how to shoot." The little missioner finished his polishing, set the rifle against the wall, and took the gloves in his hands. "It is bright, almost like day, outside," he said, a little yearningly. "Are you tired?" His hint was obvious, even to Mukoki, who stared at him from under his blanket. And David was not tired. If his afternoon's work had fatigued him, his exhaustion was forgotten in the mental excitement that had followed the missioner's story of Tavish. He took a pair of the gloves in his hands, and nodded toward the door. "You mean—" Father Roland was on his feet. "If you are not tired, it would give us a better stomach for sleep." Mukoki rolled from his blanket, a grin on his leathery face. He tied the wrist laces for them, and followed them out into the moonlit night, his face a copper-colored gargoyle illuminated by that fixed and joyous grin. David saw the look and wondered if it would change when he sent the little missioner rolling over in the snow, which he was quite sure to do, even if he was careful. He was a splendid boxer. In the days of his practice he had struck a terrific blow for his weight. At the athletic club he had been noted for a subtle strategy and a cleverness of defense that were his own. But he felt that he had grown rusty during the past year and a half. This thought was in his mind when he tapped the missioner on the end of his ruddy nose. They squared away in the moonlight, 8 inches deep in the snow, and there was a joyous and eager light in Father Roland's eyes. The tap on his nose did not dim it. His teeth gleamed, even as David's gloves went plunk, plunk, against his nose again. Mukoki, still grinning like a carven thing, chuckled audibly. David pranced carelessly about the little missioner, poking him beautifully as he offered suggestions and criticism. "You should protect your nose, mon père," plunk, "and the pit of your stomach," plunk, "and also your ears," plunk, plunk, "but especially your nose, mon père," plunk, plunk. "And sometimes the tip of your jaw, David," gurgled Father Roland, and for a few moments night closed in darkly about David. When he came fully into his senses again, he was sitting in the snow, with the little missioner bending over him anxiously, and Mukoki grinning down at him like a fiend. "Dear Heaven, forgive me," he heard Father Roland saying. "I didn't mean it so hard, David. I didn't. But oh, man, it was such a chance, such a beautiful chance. And now I've spoiled it. I've spoiled our fun." "Not unless you're tired," said David, getting up on his feet. "You took me at a disadvantage, mon père. I thought you were green." "And you were pulverizing my nose," apologized Father Roland. They went at it again, and this time David spared none of his caution, and offered no advice, and the missioner no longer posed, but became suddenly as elusive and as agile as a cat. David was amazed, but he wasted no breath to demand an explanation. Father Roland was parrying his straight blows like an adept. 3 times in as many minutes he felt the sting of the missioner's glove in his face. In straightaway boxing, without the finer tricks and artifice of the game, he was soon convinced that the forest man was almost his match. Little by little he began to exert the cleverness of his training. At the end of 10 minutes, Father Roland was sitting dazedly in the snow, and the grin had gone from Mukoki's face. He had succumbed to a trick, a swift sidestep, a feint that had held in it an ambush, and the seat of the little missioner's faculties had rocked. But he was gurgling joyously when he rose to his feet, and with one arm he hugged David as they returned to the cabin. "Only one man has given me a jolt like that in many a year," he boasted, a bit proudly. And that was Tavish. Tavish is good. He must have lived long among fighting men. Perhaps that is why I think so kindly of him. I love a fighting man if he fights honorably with either brain or brawn, even more than I despise a coward. And yet this Tavish, you say, is pursued by a great fear. Can he be so much of a fighting man, in the way you mean, and still live in terror of— What? That single word broke from the missioner like the sharp crack of a whip. Of what is he afraid? He repeated. Can you tell me? Can you guess more than I have guessed? Is one a coward because he fears whispers that tremble in the air and sees a face in the darkness of night that is neither living nor dead? Is he? For a long time after he had gone to bed, David lay wide awake in the darkness, his mind working until it seemed to him that it was prisoned in an iron chamber from which it was making futile efforts to escape. He could hear the steady breathing of Father Roland and Mukoki, who were asleep. His own eyes he could close only by forced efforts to bring upon himself the unconsciousness of rest. Tavish filled his mind. Tavish and the girl, and along with them the mysterious woman in the coach. He struggled with himself. He told himself how absurd it all was, how grotesquely his imagination was employing itself with him, how incredible it was that Tavish and the girl in the picture should be associated in a terrible way that had occurred to him. But he failed to convince himself. He fell asleep at last, and his slumber was filled with fleeting visions. When he awoke, the cabin was filled with the glow of the lantern. Father Roland and Mukoki were up, and the fire was crackling in the stove. The 4 days that followed broke the last link in the chain that held David Rain to the life from which he was fleeing when the fourth missioner met him in the Transcontinental. They were 4 wonderful days, in which they traveled steadily northward. Days of splendid sunshine, of intense cold, of brilliant stars, and a full moon at night. The first of these 4 days David traveled 15 miles on his snowshoes, and that night he slept in a balsam shelter close to the face of a great rock, which they heated with a fire of logs, so that all through the cold hours between darkness and grey dawn, the boulder was like a huge warming stone. The second night also marked the second great stride in his education in the life of the wild. Fang and Hoof and Padded Claw were at large again in the forest after the blizzard, and Father Roland stopped at each broken path that crossed the trail, pointing out to him the stories that were written in the snow. He showed him where a fox had followed silently after a snowshoe rabbit, where a band of wolves had plowed through the snow in the trail of a deer that was doomed, and in a dense run of timber where both moose and carabao had sought refuge from the storm. He explained carefully the slight difference between the hoofprints of the two. That night Barry came into camp while they were sleeping, and in the morning they found where he had burrowed his round bed in the snow, not a dozen yards from their shelter. The third morning David shot his moose, and that night he lured Barry almost to the side of their campfire, and tossed him chunks of raw flesh from where he sat smoking his pipe. He was changed. 3 days on the trail and 3 nights in camp under the stars had begun their promised miracle working. His face was darkened by a stubble of beard. His ears and cheekbones were reddened by exposure to cold and wind. He felt that in those 3 days and nights his muscles had hardened, and his weakness had left him. "It was in your mind, your sickness," Father Roland had told him, and he believed it now. He began to find a pleasure in that physical achievement which he had wondered at in Mukoki and the missioner. Each noon when they stopped to boil their tea and cook their dinner, and each night when they made camp, he had chopped down a tree. Tonight It had been an 8-inch jack pine, tough with pitch. The exertion had sent his blood pounding through him furiously. He was still breathing deeply as he sat near the fire, tossing bits of meat out to Barry. They were 60 miles from Thoreau's cabin, straight north, and for the 20th time Father Roland was telling him how well he had done. "And tomorrow," he added, "we'll reach Tavish's." It had grown upon David that to see Tavish had become his one great mission in the north. What adventure lay beyond that meeting he did not surmise. All his thoughts had centered in the single desire to let Tavish look upon the picture. Tonight, after the missioner had joined Mukoki in the silk tent buried warmly under the mass of cut balsam, he sat a little longer beside the fire and asked himself questions which he had not thought of before. He would see Tavish. He would show him the picture. And what then? Would that be the end of it? He felt for a moment uncomfortable. Beyond Tavish there was a disturbing and unanswerable problem. The girl, if she still lived, was 1,000 miles from where he was sitting at this moment. To reach her, with that distance of mountain and forest between them, it would be like traveling to the end of the world. It was the first time there had risen in his mind a definite thought of going to her, if she were alive. It startled him. It was like a shock. Go to her? Why? He drew forth the picture from his coat pocket, and stared at the wonder face of the girl in the light of the blazing logs. Why? His heart trembled. He lifted his eyes to the grayish film of smoke rising between him and the balsam-covered tent, and slowly he saw another face take form, framed in that wraith-like mist of smoke, the face of a golden goddess, laughing at him, taunting him. Laughing! Laughing! He forced his gaze from it with a shudder. Again he looked at the picture of the girl in his hand. She knows. She understands. She comforts me. He whispered the words. They were like a breath rising out of his soul. He replaced the picture in his pocket, and for a moment held it close against his breast. The next day, as the swift thickening gloom of northern night was descending about them again, the missioner halted his team on the crest of a boulder-strewn ridge, and pointing down to the murky plains at their feet, he said, with the satisfaction of one who has come to a journey's end, "There is Tavish's." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 11. They went down into the plain. David strained his eyes, but he could see nothing where Father Roland had pointed, except the purplish sea of forest growing black in the fading twilight. Ahead of the team, Mukoki picked his way slowly and cautiously among the snow-hidden rocks, and with the missioner, David flung his weight backward on the sledge to keep it from running upon the dogs. It was a thick, wild place, and it struck him that Tavish could not have chosen a spot of more sinister aspect in which to hide himself and his secret. A terribly lonely place it was, and still as death as they went down into it. They heard not even the howl of a dog, and surely Tavish had dogs. He was on the point of speaking, of asking the missioner why Tavish, haunted by fear, should bury himself in a place like this, when the lead dog suddenly stopped, and a low, lingering whine drifted back to them. David had never heard anything like that whine. It swept through the line of dogs, from throat to throat, and the beasts stood stiff-legged and stark in their traces, staring with 8 pairs of restlessly blazing eyes into the wall of darkness ahead. The Cree had turned, but the sharp command on his lips had frozen there. David saw him standing ahead of the team, as silent and as motionless as rock. From him he looked into the missioner's face. Father Roland was staring. There was a strange suspense in his breathing. And then, suddenly, the lead dog sat back on his haunches, and turning his gray muzzle up to the sky, emitted a long and mournful howl. There was something about it that made David shiver. Mukoki came staggering back through the snow like a sick man. "Nipuwin oyu," he said, his eyes shining like points of flame. A shiver seemed to be running through him. For a moment the missioner did not seem to hear him. Then he cried, "Give them the whip! Drive them on!" The Cree turned, unwinding his long lash. "Nipuwin oyu," he muttered again. The whip cracked over the backs of the huskies, the end of it stinging the rump of the lead dog, who was master of them all. A snarl rose for an instant in his throat. Then he straightened out, and the dogs lurched forward. Mukoki ran ahead, so that the lead dog was close at his heels. "What did he say?" asked David. In the gloom the missioner made a gesture of protest with his 2 hands. David could no longer see his face. "He is superstitious," he growled. "He is absurd. He would make the very devil's flesh creep. He says that old beaver has given the death howl. Bah!" David could feel the other shudder in the darkness. They went on for another 100 yards. With a low word, Mukoki stopped the team. The dogs were whining softly, staring straight ahead, when David and the missioner joined the Cree. Father Roland pointed to a dark blot in the night, 50 paces beyond them. He spoke to David. "There is Tavish's cabin. Come, we will see." Mukoki remained with the team. They could hear the dogs whining as they advanced. The cabin took shape in their faces, grotesque, dark, lifeless. It was a foreboding thing, that cabin. He remembered in a flash all that the missioner had told him about Tavish. His pulse was beating swiftly. A shiver ran up his back, and he was filled with a strange dread. Father Roland's voice startled him. "Tavish! Tavish!" it called. They stood close to the door, but heard no answer. Father Roland stamped with his foot, and scraped with his toe on the ground. "See, the snow has been cleaned away recently," he said. "Mukoki is a fool. He is superstitious. He made me, for an instant, afraid." There was a vast relief in his voice. The cabin door was unbolted, and he flung it open confidently. It was pitch dark inside, but a flood of warm air struck their faces. The missioner laughed. "Tavish, are you asleep?" he called. There was no answer. Father Roland entered. "He has been here recently. There is a fire in the stove. We will make ourselves at home." He fumbled in his clothes and found a match. A moment later he struck it, and lighted a tin lamp that hung from the ceiling. In its glow his face was of a strange color. He had been under strain. The hand that held the burning match was unsteady. Strange, very strange, he was saying, as if to himself. And then, preposterous. I will go back and tell Mukoki. He is shivering. He is afraid. He believes that Tavish is in league with the devil. He says that the dogs know, and that they have warned him. Queer. Monstrously queer. And interesting, eh? He went out. David stood where he was, looking about him in the blurred light of the lamp over his head. He almost expected Tavish to creep out from some dark corner. He half expected to see him move from under the disheveled blankets in the bunk at the far end of the room. It was a big room, 20 feet from end to end, and almost as wide, and after a moment or two he knew that he was the only living thing in it, except a small gray mouse that came fearlessly quite close to his feet. And then he saw a second mouse, and a third, and about him, and over him, he heard a creeping, scurrying noise, as if many tiny feet pattering. A paper on the table rustled. A series of squeaks came from the bunk. He felt something that was like a gentle touch on the toe of his moccasin, and looked down. The cabin was alive with mice. It was filled with the restless movement of them, little bright-eyed creatures who moved about him without fear, and he thought, expectantly. He had not moved an inch when Father Roland came again into the cabin. He pointed to the floor. "The place is alive with them," he protested. Father Roland appeared in great good humor as he slipped off his mittens and rubbed his hands over the stove. "Tavish's pets," he chuckled. "He says they're company. I'd seen a dozen of them on his shoulders at one time. Queer, queer." His hands made the rasping sound as he rubbed them. Suddenly, he lifted a lid from the stove and peered into the firebox. "He put fuel in here less than an hour ago," he said. "Wonder where he can be mouching at this hour. The dogs are gone." He scanned the table. "No supper. Pans clean. Mice hungry. He'll be back soon. But we won't wait. I'm famished." He spoke swiftly, and filled the stove with wood. Mukoki began bringing in the dunnage. The uneasy gleam was still in his eyes. His gaze was shifting and restless with expectation. He came and went noiselessly, treading as though he feared his footsteps would awaken someone, and David saw that he was afraid of the mice. One of them ran up his sleeve as they were eating supper, and he flung it from him with a strange, quick breath, his eyes blazing. "Muche monito," he shuddered. He swallowed the rest of his meat hurriedly, and after that took his blankets, and with a few words in Cree to the missioner, left the cabin. "He says they are little devils, the mice," said Father Roland, looking at him reflectively. "He will sleep near the dogs. I wonder how far his intuition goes. He believes that Tavish harbors bad spirits in this cabin, and that they have taken the form of mice. Pooh! They're cunning little vermin. Tavish has taught them tricks. Watch this one feed out of my hand." Half a dozen times they had climbed to David's shoulders. One of them had nestled in a warm furry ball against his neck, as if waiting. They were certainly companionable. Quite chummy, as the missioner said. No wonder Tavish harbored them in his loneliness. David fed them and let them nibble from his fingers, and yet they gave him a distinctly unpleasant sensation. When the missioner had finished his last cup of coffee, he crumbled a thick chunk of bannock and placed it on the floor back of the stove. The mice gathered round it in a silent, hungry, nibbling horde. David tried to count them. There must have been 20. He felt an impulse to scoop them up in something, Tavish's water pail, for instance, and pitch them out into the night. The creatures became quieter after their gorge on bannock crumbs. Most of them disappeared. For a long time, David and the missioner sat smoking their pipes, waiting for Tavish. Father Roland was puzzled, and yet he was assured. He was puzzled because Tavish's snowshoes hung on their wooden peg in one of the cross logs, and his rifle was in its rack over the bunk. "I didn't know he had another pair of snowshoes," he said. "Still, it is quite a time since I have seen him. A number of weeks. I came down in the early November snow. He is not far away, or he would have taken his rifle. Probably setting a few fresh poison baits after the storm." They heard the sweep of a low wind. It often came at night after a storm, usually from off the barrens to the northwest. Something thumped gently against the outside of the cabin, a low, peculiarly heavy and soft sort of sound, like a padded object, with only the log wall separating it from the bunk. Their ears caught it quite distinctly. "Tavish hangs his meat out there," the missioner explained, observing the sudden direction of David's eyes. "A haunch of moose, or, if he has been lucky, of carabao. I had forgotten Tavish's cache, or we might have saved our meat." He ran a hand through his thick, grayish hair until it stood up about his head like a brush. David tried not to reveal his restlessness as they waited. At each new sound he hoped that what he heard was Tavish's footsteps. He had quite decidedly planned his action. Tavish would enter, and of course there would be greetings, and possibly half an hour or more of smoking and talk before he brought up the Firepan Creek country. Unless, as might fortuitously happen, Father Roland spoke of it ahead of him. After that he would show Tavish the picture, and he would stand well in the light so that it would be impressed upon Tavish all at once. He noticed that the chimney of the lamp was sooty and discolored, and somewhat to the missioner's amusement he took it off and cleaned it. The light was much more satisfactory then. He wandered about the cabin, scrutinizing, as if out of curiosity, Tavish's belongings. There was not much to discover. Close to the bunk there was a small battered chest with riveted steel ribs. He wondered whether it was unlocked, and what it contained. As he stood over it, he could hear plainly the thud, thud, thud of the thing outside, the haunch of meat, as though someone were tapping fragments of the Morse code in a careless and broken sort of way. Then, without any particular motive, he stepped into the dark corner at the end of the bunk. An agonized squeak came from under his foot, and he felt something small and soft flatten out, like a wad of dough. He jumped back. An exclamation broke from his lips. It was unpleasant, though the soft thing was nothing more than a mouse. "Confound it!" he said. Father Roland was listening to the slow, pendulum-like thud, thud, thud against the logs of the cabin. It seemed to come more distinctly as David crushed out the life of the mouse, as if pounding a protest upon the wall. "Tavish has hung his meat quite low," he said concernedly. "Quite careless of him, unless it is a very large quarter." He began slowly to undress. "We might as well turn in," he suggested. "When Tavish shows up, the dogs will raise bedlam and wake us. Throw out Tavish's blankets and put your own in his bunk. I prefer the floor. Always did. Nothing like a good, smooth floor. He was interrupted by the opening of the cabin door. The Cree thrust in his head and shoulders. He came no farther. His eyes were afire with the smoldering gleam of garnets. He spoke rapidly in his native tongue to the missioner, gesturing with one lean brown hand as he talked. Father Roland's face became heavy, furrowed, perplexed. He broke in suddenly, in Cree, and when he ceased speaking, Mukoki withdrew slowly. The last David saw of the Indian was his shifting, garnet-like eyes, disappearing like beads of blackish flame. "Pest!" cried the little missioner, shrugging his shoulders in disgust. "The dogs are uneasy. Mukoki says they smell death. They sit on their haunches, he says, staring at nothing, and whining like puppies. He is going back with them to the other side of the ridge. If it will ease his soul, let him go." "I have heard of dogs doing that," said David. "Of course they will do it," shot back Father Roland, unhesitatingly. "Northern dogs always do it, and especially mine. They are accustomed to death. 20 times in a winter, and sometimes more, I care for the dead. They always go with me, and they can smell death in the wind. But here, why, it is absurd. There is nothing dead here, unless it is that mouse and Tavish's meat." He shook himself, grumbling under his breath at Mukoki's folly. And then, "The dogs have always acted queerly when Tavish was near," he added in a lower voice. "I can't explain why. They simply do. Instinct, possibly. His presence makes them uneasy. An unusual man, this Tavish. I wish he would come. I am anxious for you to meet him." That his mind was quite easy on the score of Tavish's physical well-being, he emphasized by falling asleep very shortly after rolling himself up in his blankets on the floor. During their 3 nights in camp, David had marveled at and envied the ease with which Father Roland could drop off into profound and satisfactory slumber, this being, as his new friend had explained to him, the great and underlying virtue of a good stomach. Tonight, however, the missioner's deep and regular breathing as he lay on the floor was a matter of vexation to him. He wanted him awake. He wanted him up and alive, thoroughly alive, when Tavish came. Pounding his ear like a tenderfoot, he thought, while I, a puppy in harness, couldn't sleep if I wanted to. He was nervously alert. He filled his pipe for the 3rd or 4th time, and sat down on the edge of the bank, listening for Tavish. He was certain, from all that had been said, that Tavish would come. All he had to do was wait. There had been growing in him, a bit unconsciously at first, a feeling of animosity toward Tavish, an emotion that burned in him with a gathering fierceness as he sat alone in the dim light of the cabin, grinding out in his mental restlessness visions of what Tavish might have done. Conviction had never been stronger in him. Tavish, if he had guessed correctly, was a fiend. He would soon know. And if he was right, if Tavish had done that, if up in those mountains... His eyes blazed and his hands were clenched as he looked down at Father Roland. After a moment, without taking his eyes from the missioner's recumbent form, he reached to the pocket of his coat, which he had flung on the bunk, and drew out the picture of the girl. He looked at it a long time, his heart growing warm, and the tense lines softening in his face. "It can't be," he whispered. "She is alive. As if the wind had heard him, and was answering, there came more distinctly the sound close behind him. Thud, thud, thud. There was a silence, in which David closed his fingers tightly about the picture. And then, more insistently, thud, thud, thud. He put the picture back into his pocket, and rose to his feet. Mechanically, he slipped on his coat. He went to the door, opened it softly, and passed out into the night. The moon was above him, like a great white disk. The sky burned with stars. He could see now to the foot of the ridge over which Mukoki had gone, and the clearing about the cabin lay in a cold and luminous glory. Tavish, if he had been caught in the twilight darkness and had waited for the moon to rise, would be showing up soon. He walked to the side of the cabin and looked back. Quite distinctly he could see Tavish's meat, suspended from a stout sapling that projected straight out from under the edge of the roof. It hung there darkly, a little in shadow, swinging gently in the wind that had risen, and tapping against the logs. David moved toward it, gazing at the edge of the forest in which he thought he had heard a sound that was like the creak of a sledge runner. He hoped it was Tavish returning. For several moments he listened with his back to the cabin. Then he turned. He was very close to the thing hanging from the sapling. It was swinging slightly. The moon shone on it. And then... Great God! A face! A human face! A face, bearded, with bulging, staring eyes, gaping mouth, a grin of agony frozen in it. And it was tapping, tapping, tapping. He staggered back with a dreadful cry. He swayed to the door, groped blindly for the latch, stumbled in clumsily, like a drunken man. The horror of that lifeless, grinning face was in his voice. He had awakened the missioner, who was sitting up, staring at him. "Tavish!" cried David, chokingly. "Tavish is dead!" And he pointed to the end of the cabin, where they could hear again that tap, tap, tapping against the log wall. End of chapter 11. Recording by Jairus Amar. Chapter 12 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 12. Not until afterward did David realize how terribly his announcement of Tavish's death must have struck into the soul of Father Roland. For a few seconds the missionary did not move. He was wide awake. He had heard. And yet he looked at David dumbly, his two hands gripping his blanket. When he did move, it was to turn his face slowly toward the end of the cabin where the thing was hanging, with only the wall between. Then, still slowly, he rose to his feet. David thought he had only half understood. "Tavish is dead," he repeated huskily, straining to swallow the thickening in his throat. "He is out there, hanging by his neck. Dead! Dead!" He emphasized that word, spoke it twice. Father Roland still did not answer. He was getting into his clothes mechanically, his face curiously ashen, his eyes neither horrified nor startled, but with a stunned look in them. He did not speak when he went to the door and out into the night. David followed, and in a moment they stood close to the thing that was hanging where Tavish's meat should have been. The moon threw a vivid sort of spotlight on it. It was grotesque and horrible, very bad to look at, and unforgettable. Tavish had not died easily. He seemed to shriek that fact at them as he swung there dead. Even now he seemed more terrified than cold. His teeth gleamed a little. That, perhaps, was the worst of it all. And his hands were clenched tight. David noticed that. Nothing seemed relaxed about him. Not until he had looked at Tavish for perhaps 60 full seconds did Father Roland speak. He had recovered himself, judging from his voice. It was quiet and unexcited, but in his first words, unemotional as they were, there was a significance that was almost frightening. At last, she made him do that. He was speaking to himself, looking straight into Tavish's agonized face. A great shudder swept through David. She! He wanted to cry out. He wanted to know. But the missioner now had his hands on the gruesome thing in the moonlight, and he was saying, "There is still warmth in his body. He has not been long dead. He hanged himself, I should say, not more than half an hour before we reached the cabin. Give me a hand, David." With a mighty effort, David pulled himself together. After all, it was nothing more than a dead man hanging there. But his hands were like ice as he seized hold of it. A knife gleamed in the moonlight over Tavish's head as the missioner cut the rope. They lowered Tavish to the snow, and David went into the cabin for a blanket. Father Roland wrapped the blanket carefully about the body so that it would not freeze to the ground. Then they entered the cabin. The missioner threw off his coat and built up the fire. When he turned, he seemed to notice for the first time the deathly pallor in David's face. "It shocked you when you found it there," he said. "Ugh, I don't wonder. But David, I didn't tell you I was expecting something like this. I have feared for Tavish. And tonight, when the dogs and Mukoki signaled death, I was alarmed. Until we found the fire in the stove. It didn't seem reasonable then. I thought Tavish would return. His dogs were gone, too. He must have freed them just before he went out there. Terrible. But justice, I suppose. God sometimes works his ends in queer ways, doesn't he?" "What do you mean?" cried David, again fighting that thickening in his throat. "Tell me, Father. I must know. Why did he kill himself?" His hand was clutching at his breast, where the picture lay. He wanted to tear it out, in this moment, and demand of Father Roland whether this was the face, the girl's face, that had haunted Tavish. "I mean that his fear drove him at last to kill himself," said Father Roland, in a slow, sure voice, as if carefully weighing his words before speaking them. "I believe now that he terribly wronged someone, that his conscience was his fear, and that it haunted him by bringing up visions and voices until it drove him finally to pay his debt. And up here, conscience is Mitu Ai Chikun, the little brother of God. That is all I know. I wish Tavish had confided in me. I might have saved him." "Or punished," breathed David. "My business is not to punish. If he had come to me, asking help for himself and mercy from his God, I could not have betrayed him." He was putting on his coat again. "I am going after Mukoki," he said. "There is work to be done, and we may as well get through with it by moonlight. I don't suppose you feel like sleep." David shook his head. he was calmer now, quite recovered from the first horror of his shock, when the door closed behind Father Roland. In the thoughts that were swiftly readjusting themselves in his mind, there was no very great sympathy for the man who had hanged himself. In place of that sympathy, the oppression of a thing that was greater than disappointment settled upon him heavily, driving from him his own personal dread of this night's ghastly adventure, and adding to his suspense of the last 48 hours a hopelessness the poignancy of which was almost like that of a physical pain. Tavish was dead, and in dying he had taken with him the secret for which David would have paid with all he was worth in this hour. In his despair, as he stood there alone in the cabin, he muttered something to himself. The desire possessed him to cry out aloud that Tavish had cheated him. A strange kind of rage burned within him, and he turned toward the door, with clenched hands, as if about to rush out and choke from the dead man's throat what he wanted to know, and force his glazed and staring eyes to look for just one instant on the face of the girl in the picture. In another moment his brain had cleared itself of that insane fire. After all, would Tavish kill himself without leaving something behind? Would there not be some kind of an explanation written by Tavish before he took the final step? A confession? A letter to Father Roland? Tavish knew that the missioner would stop at his cabin on his return into the north. Surely he would not kill himself without leaving some work for him, at least a brief accounting for his act. He began looking about the cabin again, swiftly and eagerly at first, for if Tavish had written anything, he would beyond all doubt have placed the paper in some conspicuous place, pinned it at the end of his bunk, or on the wall, or against the door. They might have overlooked it, or possibly it had fallen to the floor. To make his search surer, David lowered the lamp from its bracket in the ceiling, and carried it in his hand. He went into dark corners, scrutinized the floor as well as the walls, and moved garments from their wooden pegs. There was nothing. Tavish had cheated him again. His eyes rested finally on the chest. He placed the lamp on a stool, and tried the lid. It was unlocked. As he lifted it, he heard voices indistinctly outside. Father Roland had returned with Mukoki. He could hear them as they went to where Tavish was lying, with his face turned up to the moon. On his knees he began pawing over the stuff in the chest. It was a third filled with odds and ends, little else but trash, tangled ends of babiche, a few rusted tools, nails and bolts, a pair of half-worn shoe packs, a mere litter of disappointing rubbish. The door opened behind him as he was rising to his feet. He turned to face Mukoki and the missioner. "There is nothing," he said, with a gesture that took in the room. "He hasn't left any word that I can find." Father Roland had not closed the door. "Mukoki will help you search. Look in his clothing on the wall. Tavish must surely have left something." He went out, shutting the door behind him. For a moment, he listened to make sure that David was not going to follow him. He hurried then to the body of Tavish, and stripped off the blanket. The dead man was terrible to look at, with his open glassy eyes and his distorted face, and the moonlight gleaming on his grinning teeth. The missioner shuddered. "I can't guess," he whispered, as if speaking to Tavish. "I can't guess, quite, what made you do it, Tavish. But you haven't died without telling me. I know it. It's there, in your pocket." He listened again, and his lips moved. He bent over him, on one knee, and averted his eyes as he searched the pockets of Tavish's heavy coat. Against the dead man's breast he found it, neatly folded, about the size of foolscap paper. Several pages of it, he judged, by the thickness of the packet. It was tied with fine threads of babiche, and in the moonlight he could make out quite distinctly the words, "For Father Roland, God's Lake, Personal." Tavish, after all, had not made himself the victim of sudden fright, of a momentary madness. He had planned the affair in a quite businesslike way, premeditated it with considerable precision, in fact, and yet, in the end, he had died with that stare of horror and madness in his face. Father Roland spread the blanket over him again, after he had placed the packet in his own coat. He knew where Tavish's pick and shovel were hanging at the back of the cabin, and he brought these tools and placed them beside the body. After that, he rejoined David and the Cree. They were still searching and finding nothing. "I have been looking through his clothes, out there," said the missioner, with a shuddering gesture, which intimated that his task had been as fruitless as their own. "We may as well bury him. A shallow grave, close to where his body lies. I have placed a pick and a shovel on the spot." He spoke to David. "Would you mind helping Mukoki to dig? I would like to be alone for a little while. You understand. There are things—" "I understand, Father." For the first time, David felt something of the awe of this thing that was death. He had forgotten, almost, that Father Roland was a servant of God. So vitally human he had found him, so unlike all other men of his calling he had ever known. But it was impressed upon him now, as he followed Mukoki. Father Roland wanted to be alone, perhaps to pray, to ask mercy for Tavish's soul, to plead for its guidance into the great unknown. The thought quieted his own emotions, and as he began to dig in the hard snow and frozen earth, he tried to think of Tavish as a man, and not as a monster. In the cabin, Father Roland waited until he heard the beat of the pick before he moved. Then he fastened the cabin door with a wooden bolt, and sat himself down at the table, with the lamp close to his bent head, and Tavish's confession in his hands. He cut the babiche threads with his knife, unfolded the sheets of paper, and began to read, while Tavish's mice nosed slyly out of their murky corners, wondering at the new and sudden stillness in the cabin, and, it may be, stirred into restlessness by the absence of their master. The ground under the snow was discouragingly hard. To David, the digging of the grave seemed like chipping out bits of flint from a solid block, and he soon turned over the pick to Mukoki. Alternately, they worked for an hour, and each time that the Cree took his place, David wondered what was keeping the missioner so long in the cabin. At last, Mukoki intimated with a sweep of his hands and a hunch of his shoulders that their work was done. The grave looked very shallow to David, and he was about to protest against his companion's judgment when it occurred to him that Mukoki had probably digged many holes such as this in the earth, and had helped to fill them again, so it was possible he knew his business. After all, why did people weigh down one's last slumber with 6 feet of soil overhead, when 3 or 4 would leave one nearer to the sun, and make not quite so chill a bed? He was thinking of this as he took a last look at Tavish. Then he heard the Indian give a sudden grunt, as if someone had poked him unexpectedly, in a pit of the stomach. He whirled around and stared. Father Roland stood within 10 feet of them, and at sight of him an exclamation rose to David's lips and died there in an astonished gasp. He seemed to be swaying, like a sick man, in the moonlight, and impelled by the same thought, Mukoki and David moved toward him. The missioner extended an arm, as if to hold them back. His face was ghastly and terrible, almost as terrible as Tavish's, and he seemed to be struggling with something in his throat before he could speak. Then he said, in a strange, forced voice that David had never heard come from his lips before, "Bury him. There will be no prayer." He turned away, moving slowly in the direction of the forest. And as he went, David noticed the heavy drag of his feet and the unevenness of his trail in the snow. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 13. For 2 or 3 minutes after Father Roland had disappeared in the forest, David and Mukoki stood without moving, amazed and a little stunned by the change they had seen in the missioner's ghastly face, and perplexed by the strangeness of his voice and the unsteadiness of his walk as he had gone away from them. They looked expectantly for him to return out of the shadows of the timber. His last words had come to them with metallic hardness, and their effect, in a way, had been rather appalling. "There will be no prayer." Why? The question was in Mukoki's gleaming, narrow eyes as he faced the dark spruce, and it was on David's lips as he turned at last to look at the Cree. There was to be no prayer for Tavish. David felt himself shuddering, when suddenly, breaking the silence like a sinister cackle, an exultant exclamation burst from the Indian, as though, all at once, understanding had dawned upon him. He pointed to the dead man, his eyes widening. "Tavish, he great devil," he said. "Mon père make no prayer. Mais you." And he grinned in triumph, for had he not, during all these months, told his master that Tavish was a devil, and that his cabin was filled with little devils? "Mais you," he cried again, louder than before. "A devil." And with a swift, vengeful movement he sprang to Tavish, caught him by his moccasined feet, and to David's horror, flung him fiercely into the shallow grave. "A devil," he croaked again, and like a madman began throwing in the frozen earth upon the body. David turned away, sickened by the thud of the body and the fall of the clods on its upturned face. For he had caught a last unpleasant glimpse of the face, and it was staring and grinning up at the stars. A feeling of dread followed him into the cabin. He filled the stove, and sat down to wait for Father Roland. It was a long wait. He heard Mukoki go away. The mice rustled about him again. An hour had passed when he heard a sound at the door, a scraping sound, like the peculiar drag of claws over wood, and a moment later it was followed by a whine that came to him faintly. He opened the door slowly. Barry stood just outside the threshold. He had given him 2 fish at noon, so he knew that it was not hunger that had brought the dog to the cabin. Some mysterious instinct had told him that David was alone. He wanted to come in. His yearning gleamed in his eyes as he stood there stiff-legged in the moonlight. David held out a hand, on the point of enticing him through the door, when he heard the soft crunching of feet in the snow. A gray shadow, swift as the wind, Barry disappeared. David scarcely knew when he went. He was looking into the face of Father Roland. He backed into the cabin without speaking, and the missioner entered. He was smiling. He had, to an extent, recovered himself. He threw off his mittens and rasped his hands over the fire in an effort at cheerfulness. But there was something forced in his manner, something that he was making a terrific fight to keep under. He was like one who had been in great mental stress for many days, instead of a single hour. His eyes burned with the smoldering glow of a fever. His shoulders hung loosely, as though he had lost the strength to hold them erect. He shivered, David noticed, even as he rubbed his hands and smiled. "Curious how this has affected me, David," he said apologetically. "It is incredible, this weakness of mine. I have seen death many scores of times, and yet I could not go and look on his face again. Incredible. Yet it is so. I am anxious to get away. Mukoki will soon be coming with the dogs. A devil, Mukoki says. Well, perhaps. A strange man at best. We must forget this night. It has been an unpleasant introduction for you into our north. We must forget it. We must forget Tavish." And then, as if he had omitted a fact of some importance, he added, "I will kneel at his graveside before we go." "If he had only waited," said David, scarcely knowing what words he was speaking. "If he had waited until tomorrow, only, or the next day." "Yes, if he had waited." The missioner's eyes narrowed. David heard the click of his jaws as he dropped his head so that his face was hidden. "If he had waited," he repeated, after David. "If he had only waited." And his hands, spread out fan-like ever the stove, closed slowly and rigidly as if gripping at the throat of something. "I have friends up in that country he came from," David forced himself to say, "and I had hoped he would be able to tell me something about them. He must have known them, or heard of them." "Undoubtedly," said the missioner, still looking at the top of the stove, and unclenching his fingers as slowly as he had drawn them together. "But he is dead." There was a note of finality in his voice, a sudden forcefulness of meaning as he raised his head and looked at David. "Dead," he repeated, "and buried. We are no longer privileged even to guess at what he might have said. As I told you once before, David, I am not a Catholic, nor a Church of England man, nor of any religion that wears a name, and yet I accepted a little of them all into my own creed. A wandering missioner, and I am such a one, must obliterate to an extent his own deep-souled convictions and accept indulgently all articles of Christian faith. And there is one law above all others, which he must hold inviolate. He must not pry into the past of the dead, nor speak aloud the secrets of the living. Let us forget Tavish." His words sounded a knell in David's heart. If he had hoped that Father Roland would, at the very last, tell him something more about Tavish, that hope was now gone. The missioner spoke in a voice that was almost gentle, and he came to David and put a hand on his shoulder, as a father might have done with a son. He had placed himself, in this moment, beyond the reach of any questions that might have been in David's mind. With eyes and touch that spoke a deep affection, he had raised a barrier between them as inviolable as that law of his creed which he had just mentioned. And with it had come a better understanding. David was glad that Mukoki's voice and the commotion of the dogs came to interrupt them. They gathered up hurriedly a few things they had brought into the cabin and carried them to the sledge. David did not enter the cabin again, but stood with the dogs in the edge of the timber, while Father Roland made his promised visit to the grave. Mukoki followed him, and as the missioner stood over the dark mound in the snow, David saw the Cree slip like a shadow into the cabin, where a light was still burning. Then he noticed that Father Roland was kneeling, and a moment later the Indian came out of the cabin quietly, and without looking back joined him near the dogs. They waited. Over Tavish's grave, Father Roland's lips were moving, and out of his mouth strange words came in a low and unemotional voice that was not much above a whisper. "And I thank God that you did not tell me before you died, Tavish," he was saying. "I thank God for that, for if you had, I would have killed you." As he came back to them, David noticed a flickering of light in the cabin, as though the lamp was sputtering and about to go out. They put on their snowshoes, and with Mukoki breaking the trail, buried themselves in the moonlit forest. Half an hour later, they halted on the summit of a second ridge. The Cree looked back and pointed with an exultant cry. Where the cabin had been, a red flare of flame was rising above the treetops. David understood what the flickering light in the cabin had meant. Mukoki had spilled Tavish's kerosene and had touched the match to it, so that the little devils might follow their master into the black abyss. He almost fancied he could hear the agonized squeaking of Tavish's pets. Straight northward, through the white moonlight of that night, Mukoki broke their trail, traveling at times so swiftly that the missioner commanded him to slacken his pace on David's account. Even David did not think of stopping. He had no desire to stop so long as their way was lighted ahead of them. It seemed to him that the world was becoming brighter and the forest gloom less cheerless as they dropped that evil valley of Tavish's farther and farther behind them. Then the moon began to fade, like a great lamp that had burned itself out of oil, and darkness swept over them like huge wings. It was 2:00 when they camped and built a fire. So, day after day, they continued into the north. At the end of his 10th day, the 6th after leaving Tavish's, David felt that he was no longer a stranger in the country of the big snows. He did not say as much to Father Roland, for to express such a thought to one who had lived there all his life seemed to him to be little less than a bit of sheer imbecility. 10 days. That was all, and yet they might have been 10 months, or as many years for that matter, so completely had they changed him. He was not thinking of himself physically. Not a day passed that Father Roland did not point out some fresh triumph for him there. His limbs were nearly as tireless as the missioner's. He knew that he was growing heavier, and he could at last chop through a tree without winding himself. These things his companions could see. His appetite was voracious. His eyes were keen and his hands steady, so that he was doing splendid practice shooting with both rifle and pistol, and each day when the missioner insisted on their bout with the gloves, he found it more and more difficult to hold himself in. "Not so hard, David," Father Roland frequently cautioned him, and in place of the first joyous grin there was always a look of settled anxiety in Mukoki's face as he watched them. The more David pummeled him, the greater was the little missioner's triumph. "I told you what this North Country could do for you," was his exultant slogan. "I told you." Once David was on the point of telling him that he could see only the 10th part of what it had done for him, but the old shame held his tongue. He did not want to bring up the old story. The fact that it had existed, and had written itself out in human passion, remained with him still as a personal and humiliating degradation. It was like a scar on his own body, a repulsive sore which he wished to keep out of sight, even from the eyes of the man who had been his salvation. The growth of this revulsion within him had kept pace with his physical improvement, and if at the end of these 10 days Father Roland had spoken of the woman who had betrayed him, the woman who had been his wife, he would have turned the key on that subject as decisively as the missioner had banned further conversation or conjecture about Tavish. This was, perhaps, the best evidence that he had cut out the cancer in his breast. The golden goddess, whom he had thought an angel, he now saw stripped of her glory. If she had repented in that room, if she had betrayed fear even, a single emotion of mental agony, he would not have felt so sure of himself. But she had laughed. She was, like Tavish, a devil. He thought of her beauty now as that of a poisonous flower. He had unwittingly touched such a flower once, a flower of wonderful waxen loveliness, and it had produced a pustular eruption on his hand. She was like that, poisonous, treacherous, a creature with as little soul as that flower had perfume. It was this change in him, in his conception and his memory of her, that he would have given much to have Father Roland understand. During this period of his own transformation, he had observed a curious change in Father Roland. At times, after leaving Tavish's cabin, the little missioner seemed struggling under the weight of a deep and gloomy oppression. Once or twice, in the firelight, it had looked almost like sickness, and David had seen his face grow wan and old. Always after these fits of dejection, there would follow a reaction, and for hours the missioner would be like one upon whom had fallen a new and sudden happiness. As day added itself to day, and night to night, the periods of depression became shorter and less frequent, and at last Father Roland emerged from them altogether, as though he had been fighting a great fight, and had won. There was a new luster in his eyes. David wondered whether it was a trick of his imagination that made him think the lines in the missioner's face were not so deep, that he stood straighter, and that there was at times a deep and vibrant note in his voice which he had not heard before. During these days, David was trying hard to make himself believe that no reasonable combination of circumstances could have associated Tavish with the girl whose picture he kept in the breast pocket of his coat. He succeeded in a way. He tried also to dissociate the face in the picture from a living personality. In this he failed. More and more the picture became a living thing for him. He found a great comfort in his possession of it. He made up his mind that he would keep it, and that its sweet face, always on the point of speaking to him, should go with him wherever he went, guiding him in a way, a companion. He found that, in hours when the darkness and the emptiness of his life oppressed him, the face gave him new hope, and he saw new light. He ceased to think of it as a picture, and one night, speaking half aloud, he called her little sister. She seemed near to him after that. Unconsciously, his hand learned the habit of going to his breast pocket when they were traveling, to make sure that she was there. He would have suffered physical torment before he would have confided all this to any living soul, but the secret thought that was growing more and more in his heart he told to Barry. The dog came into their camps now, but not until the missioner and Mukoki had gone to bed. He would cringe down near David's feet, lying there motionless, oblivious of the other dogs, and showing no inclination to disturb them. He was there on the 10th night, looking steadily at David with his 2 bloodshot eyes, wondering what it was that his master held in his hands. From the lips and eyes of the girl, trembling and aglow in the firelight, David looked at Barry. In the bloodshot eyes he saw the immeasurable faith of an adoring slave. He knew that Barry would never leave him. And the girl, looking at him as steadily as Barry, would never leave him. There was a tremendous thrill in the thought. He leaned over the dog, and with a tremulous stir in his voice, he whispered, "Some day, boy, we may go to her." Barry shivered with joy. David's voice, whispering to him in that way, was like a caress, and he whined softly as he crept an inch or two near to his master's feet. That night Father Roland was restless. Hours later, when he was lying snug and warm in his own blankets, David heard him get up, and watched him as he scraped together the burned embers of the fire, and added fresh fuel to them. The flap of the tent was back a little, so that he could see plainly. It could not have been later than midnight. The missioner was fully dressed, and as the fire burned brighter, David could see the ruddy glow of his face, and it struck him that it looked singularly boyish in the flame glow. He did not guess what was keeping the missioner awake until a little later he heard him among the dogs, and his voice came to him, low and exultingly, and as boyish as his face had seemed. "We'll be home tomorrow, boys. Home." That word, home, sounded oddly enough to David up here 300 miles from civilization. He fancied that he heard the dogs shuffling in the snow, and the satisfied rasping of their master's hands. Father Roland did not return into the tent again that night. David fell asleep, but was roused for breakfast at 3 o'clock, and they were away before it was yet light. Through the morning darkness, Mukoki led the way, as unerringly as a fox, for he was now on his own ground. As dawn came, with a promise of sun, David wondered in a whimsical sort of way whether his companions, both dogs and men, were going mad. He had not as yet experienced the joy and excitement of a northern homecoming, nor had he dreamed that it was possible for Mukoki's leathern face to break into wild jubilation. As the first rays of the sun shot over the forests, he began, all at once, to sing in a low chanting voice that grew steadily louder, and as he sang he kept time in a curious way with his hands. He did not slacken his pace, but kept steadily on, and suddenly the little missioner joined him in a voice that rang out like the blare of a bugle. To David's ears there was something familiar in that song, as it rose wildly on the morning air. Pasho ke non zakun, tabaninga, anogo sanogok, nakwashkamon, nagok molyaninku, pasho ke non zakun, pasho ke non zakun, tabaningo. "What is it?" he asked, when Father Roland dropped back to his side, smiling and breathing deeply. "It sounds like a Chinese puzzle, and yet—" The missioner laughed. Mukoki had ended a second verse. 20 years ago, when I first knew Mukoki, he would chant nothing but Indian legends to the beat of a tom-tom," he explained. Since I've had him, he has developed a passion for mission singing, for hymns. That was, "Nearer, my God, to Thee." Mukoki, gathering wind, had begun again. "That's his favorite," explained Father Roland. "At times, when he is alone, he will chant it by the hour. He is delighted when I join in with him. It's From Greenland's Icy Mountains. Kewa de nong a yajik, ka yagu wa bonu, egu andu na kejik, e weda kejatag. Ka ya podo kewa wad, pa mena sa wund ig, kenandu mi gunanik, chesha wa ne mungwa. At first, David had felt a slight desire to laugh at the Cree's odd chanting, and the grotesque movement of his hands and arms, like two pump handles in slow and rhythmic action as he kept time. This desire did not come to him again during the day. He remembered, long years ago, hearing his mother sing those old hymns in his boyhood home. He could see the ancient melodeon, with its yellow keys, and the ragged hymn book his mother had prized next to her Bible. And he could hear again her sweet, quavering voice sing those gentle songs, like unforgettable benedictions. The same songs that Mukoki and the missioner were chanting now, up here, 1,000 miles away. That was a long time ago, a very, very long time ago. She had been dead many years. And he must be growing old, 38. And he was 9 then, with slender legs and tousled hair, and a worship for his mother that had mellowed and perhaps saddened his whole life. It was a long time ago, but the songs had lived. They must be known over the whole world, those songs his mother used to sing. He began to join in where he could catch the tunes, and his voice sounded strange and broken and unreal to him, for it was a long time since those boyhood days, and he had not lifted it in song since he had sung them with his mother. It was growing dusk when they came to the missioner's home on Gauze Lake. It was almost a chateau, David thought, when he first saw it, built of massive logs. Beyond it there was a smaller building, also built of logs, and toward this Mukoki hurried with the dogs and the sledge. He heard the welcoming cries of Mukoki's family, and the excited barking of dogs as he followed Father Roland into the big cabin. It was lighted and warm. Evidently, someone had been keeping it in readiness for the missioner's return. They entered into a big room, and in his first glance, David saw 3 doors leading from this room. 2 of them were open. The third was closed. There was something very like a sobbing note in Father Roland's voice as he opened his arms wide and said to David, "Home, David. You're home." He took off his things, his coat, his cap, his moccasins, and his thick German socks, and when he again spoke to David and looked at him, his eyes had in them a mysterious light, and his words trembled with suppressed emotion. "You will forgive me, David. You will forgive me a weakness, and make yourself at home, while I go alone for a few minutes into that room?" He rose from the chair on which he had seated himself, to strip off his moccasins, and faced the closed door. He seemed to forget David after he had spoken. He went to it slowly, his breath coming quickly, and when he reached it, he drew a heavy key from his pocket. He unlocked the door. It was dark inside, and David could see nothing as the missioner entered. For many minutes he sat where Father Roland had left him, staring at the door. "A strange man, a very strange man," Thoreau had said. Yes, a strange man. What was in that room? Why its unaccountable silence? Once he thought he heard a low cry. For 10 minutes he sat, waiting. And then, very faintly at first, almost like a wind soughing through distant treetops and coming ever nearer, nearer, and more distinct, there came to him from beyond the closed door the gentle, subdued music of a violin. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 14. In the days and weeks that followed, this room beyond the closed door and what it contained became to David more and more the great mystery in Father Roland's life. It impressed itself upon him slowly but resolutely as the key to some tremendous event in his life, some vast secret which he was keeping from all other human knowledge, unless, perhaps, Mukoki was a silent sharer. At times, David believed this was so, and especially after that day when, carefully and slowly, and in good English, as though the missioner had trained him in what he was to say, the Cree said to him, "No one ever goes into that room, monsieur, and no man has ever seen mon père's violin." The words were spoken in a low monotone, without emphasis or emotion, and David was convinced they were a message from the missioner. Something Father Roland wanted him to know without speaking the words himself. Not again after that first night did he apologize for his visits to the room, nor did he ever explain why the door was always locked, or why he invariably locked it after him when he went in. Each night, when they were at home, he disappeared into the room, opening the door only enough till his body passed through. Sometimes he remained there for only a few minutes, and occasionally for a long time. At least once a day, usually in the evening, he played the violin. It was always the same piece that he played. There was never a variation, and David could not make up his mind that he had ever heard it before. At these times, if Mukoki happened to be in the chateau, as Father Roland called his place, he would sit like one in a trance, scarcely breathing until the music had ceased. And when the missioner came from the room, his face was always lit up in a kind of halo. There was one exception to all this, David noticed. The door was never unlocked when there was a visitor. No other but himself and Mukoki heard the sound of the violin, and this fact, in time, impressed David with the deep faith and affection of the little missioner. One evening, Father Roland came from the room with his face aglow with some strange happiness that had come to him in there, and, placing his hands on David's shoulders, he said, with a yearning and yet hopeless inflection in his voice, "I wish you would stay with me always, David. It has made me younger and happier to have a son." In David there was growing, but concealed from Father Roland's eyes for a long time, a strange insistent restlessness. It ran in his blood, like a thing alive, whenever he looked at the face of the girl. He wanted to go on. And yet life at the chateau, after the first 2 weeks, was anything but dull and unexciting. They were in the heart of the great trapping country. 40 miles to the north was a Hudson's Bay post, where an ordained minister of the Church of England had a mission. But Father Roland belonged to the forest people alone. They were his children, scattered in their shacks and teepees over 10,000 square miles of country, with the chateau as its center. He was ceaselessly on the move after that first fortnight, and David was always with him. The Indians worshipped him, and the quarter-breeds and half-breeds and occasional French called him Mon Père, in very much the same tone of voice as they said, Our Father, in their prayers. These people of the trap lines were a revelation to David. They were wild, living in a savage primitiveness, and yet they reverenced a divinity with a conviction that amazed him. And they died. That was the tragedy of it. They died too easily. He understood, after a while, why a country 10 times as large as the state of Ohio had altogether a population of less than 25,000, a fair-sized town. Their belts were drawn too tight. Men, women, and little children. Their belts too tight. That was it. Father Roland emphasized it. Too much hunger in the long, terrible months of winter, when to keep body and soul together they trapped the furred creatures for the hordes of luxurious barbarians in the great cities of the earth. Just a steady, gnawing hunger all through the winter. Hunger for something besides meat, a hunger that got into the bones, into the eyes, into arms and legs. A hunger that brought sickness, and then death. That winter, he saw grown men and women die of measles as easily as flies that had devoured poison. They were over at Methusen's, 60 miles to the west of the chateau, when Methusen returned to his shack with supplies from a post. Methusen had taken up lynx and marten and mink that would sell the next year in London and Paris for $1,000. And he had brought back a few small cans of vegetables at 50 cents a can, a little flour at 40 cents a pound, a bit of cheap cloth at the price of rare silk, some tobacco and a pittance of tea, and he was happy. A half-season's work on the trap line, and his family could have eaten it all in a week, if they had dared to eat as much as they needed. And still they're always in the debt of the posts, the missioner said, the lines settling deeply on his face. And yet David could not but feel more and more deeply the thrill, the fascination, and, in spite of its hardships, the recompense of this life of which he had become a part. For the first time in his life, he clearly perceived the primal measurements of riches, of contentment and of ambition, and these 3 things that he saw stripped naked for his eyes, many other things which he had not understood, or in blindness had failed to see, in the life from which he had come. Methusen, with that little treasure of food from the post, did not know that he was poor, or that through many long years he had been slowly starving. He was rich. He was a great trapper. And his Cree wife, Iowa, with her long, sleek braid and her great, dark eyes, was tremendously proud of her lord, that he should bring home for her and the children such a wealth of things, a little flour, a few cans of things, a few yards of cloth, and a little bright ribbon. David choked when he ate with them that night. But they were happy. That, after all, was the reward of things. Even though people died slowly of something which they could not understand. And there were, in the domain of Father Roland, many Methusens, and many Iowas, who prayed for nothing more than enough to eat, clothes to cover them, and the unbroken love of their firesides. And David thought of them, as the weeks passed, as the most terribly enslaved of all the slaves of civilization, slaves of vain civilized women, for they had gone on like this for centuries, and would go on for other generations, giving into the hands of the great company their life's blood which, in the end, could be accounted for by a yearly dole of food which, under stress, did not quite serve to keep body and soul together. It was after a comprehension of these things that David understood Father Roland's great work. In this kingdom of his, running approximately 50 miles in each direction from the chateau, except to the northward, where the post lay, there were 247 men, women, and children. In a great book the little missioner had their names, their ages, the blood that was in them, and where they lived, and by them he was worshipped as no man that ever lived in that vast country of cities and towns below the height of land. At every teepee and shack they visited there was some token of love awaiting Father Roland. A rare skin here, a pair of moccasins there, a pair of snowshoes that it had taken an Indian woman's hands weeks to make, choice cuts of meat, but mostly, as they traveled along, the thickly furred skins of animals, and never did they go to a place at which the missioner did not leave something in return, usually some article of clothing so thick and warm that no Indian was rich enough to buy it for himself at the post. Twice each winter, Father Roland sent down to Thoreau a great sledge-load of these contributions of his people, and Thoreau, selling them, sent back a still greater sledge-load of supplies that found their way in his manner of exchange into the shacks and teepees of the forest people. "If only I were rich," said Father Roland one night at the chateau, when it was storming dismally outside. "But I have nothing, David. I can do only a tenth of what I would like to do. There are only 80 families in this country of mine, and I have figured that $100 a family, spent down there and not at the post, would keep them all in comfort through the longest and hardest winter. $100 in Winnipeg would buy as much as an Indian trapper could get at the post for $1,000 worth of fur, and $500 is a good catch. It is terrible, but what can I do? I dare not buy their furs and sell them for my people, because the company would blacklist the whole lot and it would be a great calamity in the end. But if I had money, if I could do it with my own—" David had been thinking of that. In the late January snow, 2 teams went down to Thoreau in place of one. Mukoki had charge of them, and with him went an even half of what David had brought with him, $1,500 in gold certificates. "If I live, I'm going to make them a Christmas present of twice that amount each year," he said. "I can afford it. I fancy that I shall take a great pleasure in it, and that occasionally I shall return into this country to make a visit." It was the first time that he had spoken as though he would not remain with the missioner indefinitely. But the conviction that the time was not far away when he would be leaving him had been growing within him steadily. He kept it to himself. He fought against it even. But it grew. And, curiously enough, it was strongest when Father Roland was in the locked room playing softly on the violin. David never mentioned the room. He feigned an indifference to its very existence. And yet, in spite of himself, the mystery of it became an obsession with him. Something within it seemed to reach out insistently and invite him in, like a spirit chained there by the missioner himself, crying for freedom. One night they returned to the chateau through a blizzard from the cabin of a half-breed whose wife was sick, and after their supper the missioner went into the mystery room. He played the violin as usual, but after that there was a long silence. When Father Roland came out, and seated himself opposite David at the small table on which their books were scattered, David received a shock. Clinging to the missioner's shoulder, shimmering like a polished silken thread in the lamp glow, was a long, shining hair. A woman's hair. With an effort, David choked back the word of amazement in his throat, and began turning over the pages of a book. And then, suddenly, the missioner saw that silken thread. David heard his quick breath. He saw, without raising his eyes, the slow, almost stealthy movement of his companion's fingers as he plucked the hair from his arm and shoulder. And when David looked up, the hair was gone, and one of Father Roland's hands was closed tightly, so tightly that the veins stood out on it. He rose from the table, and again went into the room beyond the locked door. David's heart was beating like an unsteady hammer. He could not quite account for the strange effect this incident had upon him. He wanted more than ever to see that room beyond the locked door. February, the hunger moon, of this year was a month of great storm in the Northland. This meant sickness, and a great deal of travel for Father Roland. He and David were almost ceaselessly on the move, and its hardships gave the finishing touches to David's education. The wilderness, vast and empty as it was, no longer held a dread for him. He had faced its bitterest storms. He had slept with the deep snow under his blankets. He had followed behind the missioner through the blackest nights, when it had seemed as though no human soul could find its way, and he had looked on death. Once they ran swiftly to it through a night blizzard. Again it came, 3 in a family, so far to the west that it was out of Father Roland's beaten trails, and again he saw it in the Madonna-like face of a young French girl, who had died clutching a cross to her breast. It was this girl's white face, sweet as a child's, and strangely beautiful in death, that stirred David most deeply. She must have been about the age of the girl whose picture he carried next his heart. Soon after this, early in March, he had definitely made up his mind. There was no reason now why he should not go on. He was physically fit. 3 months had hardened him until he was like a rock. He believed that he had more than regained his weight. He could beat Father Roland with either rifle or pistol, and in one day he had traveled 40 miles on snowshoes. That was when they had arrived just in time to save the life of John Croisset's little girl, who lived over on the Big Thunder. The crazed father had led them a mad race, but they had kept up with him, and just in time. There had not been an hour to lose. After that, Croisset and his half-breed wife would have laid down their lives for Father Roland, and for him. For the forest people had begun to accept him as a part of Father Roland. More and more he could see their growing love for him, their gladness when he came, their sorrow when he left, and it gave him what he thought of as a sort of filling satisfaction, something he had never quite fully experienced before in all his life. He knew that he would come back to them again some day, that, in the course of his life, he would spend a great deal of time among them. He assured Father Roland of this. The missioner did not question him deeply about his friends in the western mountains, but night after night he helped him to mark out a trail on the maps that he had at the chateau, giving him a great deal of information which David wrote down in a book, and letters to certain friends of his whom he would find along the way. As the slush snow came, and the time when David would be leaving drew nearer, Father Roland could not entirely conceal his depression, and he spent more time in the room beyond the locked door. Several times, when about to enter the room, he seemed to hesitate, as if there were something which he had wanted to say to David. Twice, David thought he was almost on the point of inviting him into the room, and at last he came to believe that the missioner wanted him to know what was beyond that mysterious door, and yet was afraid to tell him, or ask him in. It was well along in March that the thing happened which he had been expecting. Only it came in a manner that amazed him deeply. Father Roland came from the room early in the evening, after playing his violin. He locked the door, and as he put on his cap he said, "I shall be gone for an hour, David. I am going over to Mukoki's cabin." He did not ask David to accompany him, and as he turned to go, the key that he had held in his hand dropped to the floor. It fell with a quite audible sound. The missioner must have heard it, and would have recovered it had it slipped from his fingers accidentally. But he paid no attention to it. He went out quickly, without glancing back. For several minutes, David stared at the key, without moving from his chair near the table. It meant but one thing. He was invited to go into that room, alone. If he had had a doubt, it was dispelled by the fact that Father Rowan had left a light burning in there. It was not chance. There was a purpose to it all. The light, the audible dropping of the heavy key, the swift going of the missioner. David made himself sure of this before he rose from his chair. He waited perhaps 5 minutes. Then he picked up the key. At the door, as the key clicked in the lock, he hesitated. The thought came to him that if he was making a mistake, it would be a terrible mistake. It held his hand for a moment. Then, slowly, he pushed the door inward and followed it until he stood inside. The first thing that he noticed was a big brass lamp of the old style, brought over from England by the company 100 years ago, and he held his breath in anticipation of something tremendous impending. At first, he saw nothing that impressed him forcibly. The room was a disappointment in that first glance. He could see nothing of its mystery, nothing of that strangeness, quite indefinable even to himself, which he had expected. And then, as he stood there staring about with wide-open eyes, the truth flashed upon him with a suddenness that drew a quick breath from his lips. He was standing in a woman's room. There was no doubt. It looked very much as though a woman had left it only recently. There was a bed, fresh and clean, with a white counterpane. She had left on that bed a nightgown. Yes, and he noticed that it had a frill of lace at the neck. And on the wall were her garments, quite a number of them, and a long coat of a curious style, with a great fur collar. There was a small dresser, oddly antique, and on it were a brush and comb, a big red pincushion, and odds and ends of a woman's toilet affairs. Close to the bed were a pair of shoes and a pair of slippers, with unusually high heels, and hanging over the edge of the counterpane was a pair of long stockings. The walls of the room were touched up as if by a woman's hands, with pictures and a few ornaments. Where the garments were hanging, David noticed a pair of women's snowshoes, and a woman's moccasins under a picture of the Madonna. On the mantel there was a tall vase, filled with dried stems of flowers. And then came the most amazing discovery of all. There was a second table between the lamp and the bed, and it was set for 2. Yes, for 2. No, for 3. For, a little in shadow, David saw a crudely made high chair, a baby's chair, and on it were a little knife and fork, a baby spoon, and a little tin plate. It was astounding, perfectly incredible, and David's eyes sought questingly for a door through which a woman might come and go mysteriously and unseen. There was none, and the one window of the room was so high up that a person standing on the ground outside could not look in. And now it began to dawn upon David that all these things he was looking at were old, very old. In the chateau, the missioner no longer ate on tin plates. The shoes and slippers must have been made a generation ago. The rag carpet under his feet had lost its vivid lines of coloring. Age impressed itself upon him. This was a woman's room, but the woman had not been here recently, and the child had not been here recently. For the first time, his eyes turned in a closer inspection of the table on which stood the big brass lamp. Father Roland's violin lay beside it. He made a step or two nearer, so that he could see beyond the lamp, and his heart gave a sudden jump. Shimmering on the faded red cloth of the table, glowing as brightly as though it had been clipped from a woman's head but yesterday, was a long, thick tress of hair. It was dark, richly dark, and his second impression was one of amazement at the length of it. The tress was as long as the table. Fully a yard down the woman's back it must have hung. It was tied at the end with a bit of white ribbon. David drew slowly back toward the door, stirred all at once by a great doubt. Had Father Roland meant him to look upon all this? A lump rose suddenly in his throat. He had made a mistake, a great mistake. He felt now like one who had broken into the sanctity of a sacred place. He had committed sacrilege. The missioner had not dropped the key purposely. It must have been an accident. And he, David, was guilty of a great blunder. He withdrew from the room and locked the door. He dropped the key where he had found it on the floor, and sat down again with his book. He did not read. He scarcely saw the lines of the printed page. He had not been in his chair more than 10 minutes when he heard quick footsteps, followed by a hand at the door, and Father Roland came in. He was visibly excited, and his glance shot at once to the room which David had just left. Then his eyes scanned the floor. The key was gleaming where it had fallen, and with an exclamation of relief, the missioner snatched it up. "I thought I had lost my key," he laughed, a bit nervously. Then he added, with a deep breath, "It's snowing tonight. A heavy snow, and there will be a good sledging for a few days. God knows I don't want you to leave me, but if it must be, we should take advantage of this snow. It will be the last. Mukoki and I will go with you as far as the Reindeer Lake country, 200 miles northwest. David, must you go?" It seemed to David that 2 tiny fists were pounding against his breast, where the picture lay. "Yes, I must go," he said. "I have quite made up my mind to that. I must go." End of chapter 14. Recording by Jairus Amar. Chapter 15 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 15. 10 days after that night when he had gone into the mystery room at the chateau, David and Father Roland clasped hands in a final farewell at White Porcupine House on the Cochrane River 270 miles from God's lake. It was something more than a handshake. The missioner made no effort to speak in these last moments. His team was ready for the return drive, and he had drawn his traveling hood close about his face. In his own heart, he believed that David would never return. He would go back to civilization, probably next autumn, and in time he would forget. As he said, on their last day before reaching the Cochrane, David's going was like taking a part of his heart away. He blinked now, as he dropped David's hand, blinked and turned his eyes. And David's voice had an odd break in it. He knew what the missioner was thinking. "I'll come back, mon père," he called after him, as Father Roland broke away and went toward Mukoki and the dogs. "I'll come back next year." Father Roland did not look back until they were started. Then he turned and waved a mittened hand. Mukoki heard the sob in his throat. David tried to call a last word to him, but his voice choked. He, too, waved a hand. He had not known that there were friendships like this between men. And as the missioner trailed steadily away from him, growing smaller and smaller against the dark rim of the distant forest, he felt a sudden fear and a great loneliness. A fear that, in spite of himself, they would not meet again, and the loneliness that comes to a man when he sees a world widening between himself and the one friend he has on earth. His one friend. The man who had saved him from himself, who had pointed out the way for him, who had made him fight. More than a friend, a father. He did not stop the broken sound that came to his lips. A low whine answered it, and he looked down at Barry, huddled in the snow within a yard of his feet. "My God and Master," Barry's eyes said, as they looked up at him, "I am here." It was as if David had heard the words. He held out a hand, and Barry came to him, his great wolfish body a-quiver with joy. After all, he was not alone. A short distance from him, the Indian who was to take him over to Fond du Lac on Lake Athabasca was waiting with his dogs and sledge. He was a Sarsi, one of the last of an almost extinct tribe, so old that his hair was of a shaggy white, and he was so thin that he looked like a famine-stricken Hindu. "He has lived so long that no one knows his age," Father Roland had said. "And he is the best trailer between Hudson's Bay and the Peace." His name was Upsogi, the Snow Fox, and the missioner had bargained with him for $100 to take David from White Porcupine House to Fond du Lac, 300 miles farther northwest. He cracked his long caribou gut whip to remind David that he was ready. David had said goodbye to the factor and the clerk at the company store, and there was no longer an excuse to detain him. They struck out across a small lake. 5 minutes later, he looked back. Father Roland, not much more than a speck on the white plain now, was about to disappear in the forest. It seemed to David that he had stopped, and again he waved his hand, though human eyes could not have seen the movement over that distance. Not until that night, when David sat alone beside his campfire, did he begin to realize fully the vastness of this adventure into which he had plunged. The Snow Fox was dead asleep, and it was horribly lonely. It was a dark night, too, with the shivering wailing of a restless wind in the treetops, the sort of night that makes loneliness grow until it is like some kind of monster inside, choking off one's breath. And on Upsogi's teepee, with the firelight dancing on it, there was painted in red a grotesque fiend with horns, a medicine man, or devil chaser. And this devil chaser grinned in a bloodthirsty manner at David as he sat near the fire, as if gloating over some dreadful fate that awaited him. It was lonely. Even Barry seemed to sense his master's oppression, for he had laid his head between David's feet, and was as still as if asleep. A long way off David could hear the howling of a wolf, and it reminded him, shiveringly, of the lead dog's howl that night before Tavish's cabin. It was like the death cry that comes from a dog's throat, and where the forest gloom mingled with the firelight he saw a phantom shadow. In the morning he found that it was a spruce bough, broken and hanging down, that made him think again of Tavish swinging in the moonlight. His thoughts bore upon him deeply and with foreboding, and he asked himself questions which were not new, but which came to him tonight with a new and deeper significance. He believed that Father Roland would have gasped in amazement, and that he would have held up his hand in incredulity had he known the truth of this astonishing adventure of his. An astonishing adventure, nothing less. To find a girl he had never seen, who might be in another part of the world when he had got to the end of his journey, or married. And if he found her, what would he say? What would he do? Why did he want to find her? God alone knows, he said aloud, borne down under his gloom, and went to bed. Small things, as Father Roland had frequently said, decide great events. The next morning came with a glorious sun. The world again was white and wonderful, and David found swift answers to the questions he had asked himself a few hours before. Each day thereafter the sun was warmer, and with its increasing promise of the final break-up and slush snows, Upsogi's taciturnity and anxiety grew apace. He was a little more talkative than the painted devil chaser on the blackened canvas of his teepee, but he gave David to understand that he would have a hard time getting back with his dogs and sledge from Fond du Lac if the thaw came earlier than he had anticipated. David marveled at the old warrior's endurance, and especially when they crossed the 40 miles of ice on Wollaston Lake between dawn and darkness. At high noon the snow was beginning to soften on the sunny slopes even then, and by the time they had reached the Porcupine, Snow Fox was chanting his despairing prayer nightly before that grinning thing on his teepee. Swastau, the thaw. She cam dam quick, he said to David, grimacing his old face to express other things which he could not say in English. And it did. 4 days later, when they reached Fond du Lac, there was water underfoot in places, and Upsogi turned back on the home trail within an hour. This was in April, and the post reminded David of a great hive to which the forest people were swarming like treasure-laden bees. On the last snow they were coming in with their furs from 100 traplines. Luck was with David. On the first day, Barry fought with a huge malamute and almost killed it, and David, in separating the dogs, was slightly bitten by the malamute. A friendship sprang up instantly between the two masters. Beauvais was a Frenchman from Horseshoe Bay, 50 miles from Fort Chippewyan, and 150 straight west of Fond du Lac. He was a fox hunter. "I bring my furs over here, monsieur," he explained. Because I had a fight with the factor at Fort Chippewa and broke out 2 of his teeth, which was sufficient explanation. He was delighted when he learned that David wanted to go west. They started 2 days later with a sledge heavily laden with supplies. The runners sank deep in the growing slush, but under them was always the thick ice of Lake Athabasca, and the going was not bad, except that David's feet were always wet. He was surprised that he did not take a cold. "A cold? What is that?" asked Buvai, who had lived along the barrens all his life. David described a typical case of sniffles, with running at eyes and nose, and Buvai laughed. "The only cold we have up here is when the lungs get touched by frost," he said. "And then you die, the following spring. Always then. The lungs slough away." And then he asked, "Why are you going west?" David found himself face to face with the question, and had to answer. "Just to toughen up a bit," he replied. "Wandering. Nothing else to do. And after all," he thought later, "wasn't that pretty near the truth?" He tried to convince himself that it was, but his hand touched the picture of the girl in his breast pocket. He seemed to feel her throbbing against it. A preposterous imagination, but it was pleasing. It warmed his blood. For a week, David and Barry remained at Horseshoe Bay with the Frenchman. Then they went on around the end of the lake toward Fort Chippewa. Buvai accompanied them, out of friendship purely, and they traveled afoot with 50-pound packs on their shoulders, for in the big, sunlit reaches the ground was already growing bare of snow. Buvai turned back when they were 10 miles from Fort Chippewa, explaining that it was a nasty matter to have knocked 2 teeth down a factor's throat, and particularly down the throat of the head factor of the Chippewa and Athabasca district. "And they went down," assured Buvai. He tried to spit them out, but couldn't. A few hours later, David met the factor, and observed that Buvai had spoken the truth. At least, there were 2 teeth missing, quite conspicuously. Hatchet was his name. He looked it, tall, thin, sinewy, with bird-like eyes that were shifting this way and that at all times, as though he were constantly on the alert for an ambush, or feared thieves. He was suspicious of David, coming in alone in this no-man's land with a pack on his back. A white man, too, which made him all the more suspicious. Perhaps a possible free trader looking for a location. Or, worse still, a spy of the company's hated competitors, the Revellon brothers. It took some time for Father Roland's letter to convince him that David was harmless. And then, all at once, he warmed up like a birch bark taking fire, and shook David's hand 3 times within 5 minutes. So hungry was he for a white man's companionship. An honest white man's, mind you, and not a scoundrelly competitor's. He opened 4 cans of lobsters, left over from Christmas, for their first meal, and that night beat David at 7 games of cribbage in a row. He wasn't married, he said. Didn't even have an Indian woman. Hated women. If it wasn't for breeding a future generation of trappers, he would not care if they all died. No good. Positively no good. Always making trouble, more or less. That's why, a long time ago, there was a fort at Chippewa, sort of blockhouse that still stood there. 2 men, of 2 different tribes, wanted same woman. Quarreled, fought. One got his blamed head busted. Tribes took it up. Raised hell for a time. All over that rag of a woman. Terrible creatures women were. He emphasized his belief in short, biting snatches of words, as though afraid of wearing out his breath or his vocabulary or both. Maybe his teeth had something to do with it. Where the two were missing, he carried the stem of his pipe, and when he talked the stem clicked, like a castanet. David had come at a propitious moment. A most propitious moment, Hatchet told him. He had done splendidly that winter. His bargains with the Indians had been sharp and exceedingly profitable for the company, and as soon as he got his furs off to Fort McMurray on their way to Edmonton, he was going on a long journey of inspection, which was his reward for duty well performed. His fur barges were ready. All they were waiting for was the breaking up of the ice, when the barges would start up the Athabasca, which meant south, while he, in his big war canoe, would head up the Peace, which meant west. He was going as far as Hudson's Hope, and this was within 250 miles of where David wanted to go. He proved that fact by digging up an old company map. David's heart beat an excited tattoo. This was more than he had expected, almost too good to be true. "You can work your way up there with me," declared Hatchet, clicking his pipe stem. "Won't cost you a cent, not a damn cent. Work, eat, smoke, fine trip, just for company. A man needs company once in a while. Decent company. I will go by middle of May. 2 weeks. Meanwhile, have a devil of a time playing cribbage." They did. Cribbage was Hatchet's one passion, unless another was beating the Indians. "Rascally devils," he would say, driving his cribbage pegs home. "Always trying to put off poor fur on me for good. Deserve to be beat. And I beat 'em. Damn if I don't." "How did you lose your teeth?" David asked him at last. They were playing late one night. Hatchet sat up in his chair as if stung. His eyes bulged as he looked at David, and his pipe stem clicked fiercely. "Frenchman," he said. "Dirty pig of a Frenchman. No use for 'em, none. Told him women were no good, all women were bad. Saying he had a woman, said I didn't care, all bad just the same. Said the woman he referred to was his wife. Told him he was a fool to have a wife. No warning, the pig. He biffed me. Knocked those 2 teeth out, down. I'll get him some day. Flay him. Make dog whips of his dirty hide. All Frenchmen ought to die. Hope to God they will. Starve. Freeze." In spite of himself, David laughed. Hatchet took no offense, but the grimness of his long, somber countenance remained unbroken. A day or two later, he discovered Hatchet in the act of giving an old, white-haired half-breed cripple a bag of supplies. Hatchet shook himself, as if caught in an act of crime. "I'm going to kill that old dog rib soon as the ground's soft enough to dig a grave," he declared, shaking a fist fiercely after the old Indian. "Beggar, a sneak, no good, ought to die. Giving him just enough to keep him alive until the ground is soft." After all, Hatchet's face belied his heart. His tongue was like a cleaver. It ripped things generally. Was terrible in its threatening, but harmless, and tremendously amusing to David. He liked Hatchet. His cadaverous countenance, never breaking into a smile, was the oddest mask he had ever seen a human being wear. He believed that if it once broke into a laugh, it would not straighten back again without leaving a permanent crack. And yet he liked the man, and the days passed swiftly. It was the middle of May before they started up the Peace, 3 days after the fur barges had gone down the Athabasca. David had never seen anything like Hatchet's big war canoe, roomy as a small ship, and light as a feather on the water. 4 powerful dog ribs went with him, making 6 paddles in all. When it came to a question of Barry, Hatchet put down his foot with emphasis. What? Make a damn passenger of a dog? Never. Let him fall ashore or die. This would undoubtedly have been Barry's choice if he had had a voice in the matter. Day after day he followed the canoe, swimming streams and working his way through swamp and forest. It was no easy matter. In the deep, slow waters of the lower Peace, the canoe made 35 miles a day. Twice it made 40. But Hatchet kept Barry well fed, and each night the dog slept at David's feet in camp. On the 6th day, they reached Fort Vermilion, and Hatchet announced himself like a king, for he was on inspection. Company inspection, mind you. Important. A week later, they arrived at Peace River Landing, 200 miles farther west, and on the 20th day came to Fort St. John, 50 miles from Hudson's Hope. From here, David saw his first of the mountains. He made out their snowy peaks clearly, 70 miles away, and with his finger on a certain spot on Hatchet's map, his heart thrilled. He was almost there. Each day the mountains grew nearer. From Hudson's Hope, he fancied that he could almost see the dark blankets of timber on their sides. Hatchet grunted. They were still 40 miles away. And MacVeigh, the factor at Hudson's Hope, looked at David in a curious sort of way when David told him where he was going. "You're the first white man to do it," he said, an inflection of doubt in his voice. "It's not bad going up the Finley as far as the Kwadocha. But from there—" He shook his head. He was short and thick, and his jaw hung heavy with disapproval. "You're still 70 miles from the Stickeen when you end up at the Kwadocha," he went on, thumbing the map. "Who the devil will you get to take you on from there? Straight over the backbone of the Rockies. No trails. Not even a post there. Too rough a country. Even the Indians won't live in it." He was silent for a moment, as if reflecting deeply. "Old Toaskook and his tribe are on the Kwadocha," he added, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. "He might, but I doubt it. They're a lazy lot of mongrels. Toaskook's people, who carve things out of wood to worship. Still, he might. I'll send up a good man with you to influence him. You'd better take along a couple $100 in supplies as a further inducement." The man was a half-breed. 3 days later they left Hudson's Hope, with Barry riding amidships. The mountains loomed up swiftly after this, and the second day they were among them. After that it was slow work fighting their way up against the current of the Finley. It was tremendous work. It seemed to David that half their time was spent amid the roar of rapids. 27 times within 5 days they made portages. Later on it took them 2 days to carry their canoe and supplies around the mountain. 15 days were spent in making 80 miles. Easier travel followed then. It was the 20th of June when they made their last camp before reaching the Kwadocha. The sun was still up, but they were tired, utterly exhausted. David looked at his map and the figures in the notebook he carried. He had come close to 1,500 miles since that day when he and Father Roland and Mukoki had set out for the Cochrane. 1,500 miles! And he had less than 100 more to go. just over those mountains, somewhere beyond them. It looked easy. He would not be afraid to go alone if old Tawaskuk refused to help him. Yes, alone. He would find his way, somehow. He and Barry. He had unbounded confidence in Barry. Together they could fight it out. Within a week or two, they would find the girl. And then... He looked at the picture a long time in the glow of the setting sun. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 16. It was the week of the big festival when David and his half-breed arrived at Tawaskuk's village. Tawaskuk was the farthest east of the totem worshippers, and each of his 40 or 50 people reminded David of the devil chaser on the canvas of the Snow Fox's teepee. They were dressed up, as he remarked to the half-breed, like fiends. On the day of David's arrival, Tawaskuk himself was disguised in a huge bear head from which protruded a pair of buffalo horns that had somehow drifted up there from the western prairies. And it was his special business to perform various antics about his totem pole for at least 6 hours between sunrise and sunset, chanting all the time most dolorous supplications to the squat monster who sat, grinning, at the top. It was the day of good hunting, and Tawaskuk and his people worked themselves into exhaustion by the ardor of their prayers, that the game of the mountains might walk right up to their teepee doors to be killed, thus necessitating the smallest possible physical exertion in its capture. That night, Tawaskuk visited David at his camp, a little up the river, to see what he could get out of the white man. He was monstrously fat from laziness, and David wondered how he had managed to put in his hours of labor under the totem pole. David sat in silence, trying to make out something from their gestures, as his half-breed, Jacques, and the old chief talked. Jacques repeated it all to him after Tawaskuk, sighing deeply, had risen from his squatting posture, and left them. It was a terrible journey over those mountains, Tawaskuk had said. He had been on the Stikine once. He had split with his tribe, and had started eastward with many followers, but half of them had died. Died because they would not leave their precious totems behind, and so had been caught in the deep snow that came early. It was a 10-day journey over the mountains. You went up above the clouds. Many times you had to go above the clouds. He would never make that journey again. There was one chance. Just one. He had a young bear hunter, Keo. His face was still smooth. He had not won his spurs, so to speak, and he was anxious to perform a great feat, especially as he was in love with his medicine man's daughter, Kwakwapisu, the butterfly. Keo might go, to prove his valor to the butterfly. Tawaskuk had gone for him. Of course, on a mission of this kind, Keo would accept no pay. That would go to Tawaskuk. The $200 worth of supplies satisfied him. A little later, Tawaskuk returned with Keo. He was exceedingly youthful, slim-built as a weasel, but with a deep-set and treacherous eye. He listened. He would go. He would go as far as the confluence of the Pitman and the Stikine, if Towaskook would assure him the butterfly. Towaskook, eyeing greedily the supplies which Jacques had laid out alluringly, nodded in agreement to that. The next day, Kio said. Then, eager now for the adventure, the next day they would start. That night, Jacques carefully made up the 2 shoulder packs which David and Kio were to carry, for thereafter their travel would be entirely afoot. David's burden, with his rifle, was 50 pounds. Jacques saw them off, shouting a last warning for David to keep a watch on that devil-eyed Kio. Kio was not like his eyes. He turned out, very shortly, to be a communicative and rather likable young fellow. He was ignorant of the white man's talk, but he was a master of gesticulation, and when, in climbing their first mountain, David discovered muscles in his legs and back that he had never known of before, Kio laughingly sympathized with him and assured him in vivid pantomime that he would soon get used to it. Their first night, they camped almost at the summit of the mountain. Kio wanted to make the warmth of the valley beyond, but those new muscles in David's legs and back declared otherwise. Strawberries were ripening in the deeper valleys, but up where they were it was cold. A bitter wind came off the snow on the peaks, and David could smell the pungent fog of the clouds. They were so high that the scrub twigs of their fire smoldered with scarcely sufficient heat to fry their bacon. David was oblivious of the discomfort. His blood ran warm in hope and anticipation. He was almost at the end of his journey. It had been a great fight, and he had won. There was no doubt in his mind now. After this, he could face the world again. Day after day, they made their way westward. It was tremendous, this journey over the backbone of the mountains. It gave one a different conception of men. They, like ants on these mountains, David thought, insignificant crawling ants. Here was where one might find a soul and a religion if he had never had one before. One's littleness, at times, was almost frightening. It made one think, impressed upon one that life was not much than an accident in this vast scale of creation, and that there was a great necessity for a God. In Kio's eyes, as he sometimes looked down into the valleys, there was this thing, the thought which perhaps he couldn't analyze, the great truth which he couldn't understand, but felt. It made a worshipper of him, a devout worshipper of the totem. And it occurred to David that perhaps the Spirit of God was in that totem even as much as in finger-worn rosaries and the ivory crosses on women's breasts. Early on the 11th day, they came to the confluence of the Pitman and the Stikine rivers, and a little later Kio turned back on his homeward journey, and David and Barry were alone. This aloneness fell upon them like a thing that had a pulse and was alive. They crossed the divide and were in a great sunlit country of amazing beauty and grandeur, with wide valleys between the mountains. It was July. From up and down the valley, from the breaks between the peaks, and from the little gullies cleft in shale and rock that crept up to the snow lines, came a soft and droning murmur. It was the music of running water. That music was always in the air, for the rivers, the creeks, and the tiny streams, gushing down from the snow that lay eternally up near the clouds, were never still. There were sweet perfumes as well as music in the air. The earth was bursting with green. The early flowers were turning the sunny slopes into colored splashes of red and white and purple, splashes of violets and forget-me-nots, of wild asters and hyacinths. David looked upon it all, and his soul drank in its wonders. He made his camp, and he remained in it all that day, and the next. He was eager to go on, and yet in his eagerness he hesitated, and waited. It seemed to him that he must become acquainted with this empty world before venturing farther into it. Alone, that it was necessary for him to understand it a little, and get his bearings. He could not lose himself. Jacques had assured him of that, and Kio had pantomimed it, pointing many times at the broad, shallow stream that ran ahead of him. All he had to do was to follow the river. In time, many weeks of course, it would bring him to the white settlement on the ocean. Long before that he would strike Firepan Creek. Kio had never been so far. He had never been farther than this junction of the two streams, Towaskook had informed Jacques. So it was not fear that held David. It was the aloneness. He was taking a long mental breath. And meanwhile, he was repairing his boots, and doctoring Barry's feet, bruised and sore by their travel over the shale of the mountain tops. He thought that he had experienced the depths of loneliness after leaving the missioner. But here it was a much larger thing. This night, as he sat under the stars and the great white moon, with Barry at his feet, it engulfed him. Not in a depressing way, but awesomely. It was not an unpleasant loneliness, and yet he felt it had no limit, that it was immeasurable. It was as vast as the mountains that shut him in. Somewhere, miles to the east of him now, was Kio. That was all. He knew that he would never be able to describe it, this loneliness, or aloneness. One man and a dog, with the world to themselves. After a time, as he looked up at the stars and listened to the droning sound of the waters in the valley, it began to thrill him with a new kind of intelligence. Here was peace as vast as space itself. It was not troubled by the struggling existence of men and women. It seemed to him that he must remain very still under the watchfulness of those billions of sentinels in the sky, with the white moon floating under them. The second night he made himself and Barry a small fire. The third morning he shouldered his pack and went on. Barry kept close at his master's side, and the eyes of the two were constantly on the alert. They were in a splendid game country, and David watched for the first opportunity that would give Barry and himself fresh meat. The white sandbars and gravelly shores of the stream were covered with the tracks of the wild dwellers of the valley and the adjoining ranges, and Barry sniffed hungrily whenever he came to the warm scent of the last night's spoor. He was hungry. He had been hungry all the way over the mountains. 3 times that day David saw a caribou in the distance. In the afternoon he saw a grizzly on a green slope. Toward evening he ran into luck. A band of sheep had come down from a mountain to drink, and he came upon them suddenly, the wind in his favor. He killed a young ram. For a full minute after firing the shot, he stood in his tracks, scarcely breathing. The report of his rifle was like an explosion. It leaped from mountain to mountain, echoing, deepening, coming back to him in murmuring intonations, and dying out at last in a sighing gasp. It was a weird and disturbing sound. He fancied that it could be heard many miles away. That night, the two feasted on fresh meat. It was their 5th day in the valley when they came to a break in the western wall of the range, and through this break flowed a stream that was very much like the Stikine, broad and shallow and ribboned with shifting bars of sand. David made up his mind that it must be the Firepan, and he could feel his pulse quicken as he started up it with Barry. He must be quite near to Tavish's cabin, if it had not been destroyed. Even if it had been burned on account of the plague that had infested it, he would surely discover the charred ruins of it. It was 3 o'clock when he started up the creek, and he was, inwardly, much agitated. He grew more and more positive that he was close to the end of his adventure. He would soon come upon life, human life. And then he tried to dispel the unsteadiness of his emotions, the swiftly growing discomfort of a great anxiety. The first, of course, would be Tavish's cabin, or the ruins of it. He had taken it for granted that Tavish's location would be here, near the confluence of the two streams. A hunter or prospector would naturally choose such a position. He traveled slowly, questing both sides of the stream, and listening. He expected at any moment to hear a sound, a new kind of sound. And he also scrutinized closely the clean, white bars of sand. There were footprints in them, of the wild things. Once his heart gave a sudden jump when he saw a bare track that looked very much like a moccasin track. It was a wonderful bare country. Their signs were everywhere along the stream, and their number and freshness made Barry restless. David traveled until dark. He had the desire to go on even then. He built a small fire instead, and cooked his supper. For a long time after that, he sat in the moonlight smoking his pipe, and still listening. He tried not to think. The next day would settle his doubts. The girl. What would he find? He went to sleep late, and awoke with the summer dawn. The stream grew narrower, and the country wilder as he progressed. It was noon when Barry stopped dead in his tracks, stiff-legged, the bristles of his spine erect, a low and ominous growl in his throat. He was standing over a patch of white sand no larger than a blanket. "What is it, boy?" asked David. He went to him casually, and stood for a moment at the edge of the sand without looking down, lighting his pipe. "What is it?" The next moment his heart seemed rising up into his throat. He had been expecting what his eyes looked upon now, and he had been watching for it, but he had not anticipated such a tremendous shock. The imprint of a moccasin foot in the sand. There was no doubt of it this time. A human foot had made it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, in crossing that patch of sand. He stood with the pipe in his mouth, staring down, apparently without power to move or breathe. It was a small footprint, like a boy's. He noticed then, with slowly shifting eyes, that Barry was bristling and growling over another track. A bear track, huge, deeply impressed in the sand. The beast's great spoor crossed the outer edge of the sand, following the direction of the moccasin tracks. It was thrillingly fresh, if Barry's bristling spine and rumbling voice meant anything. David's eyes followed the direction of the two trails. 100 yards upstream, he could see where gravel and rock were replaced entirely by sand, quite a wide, unbroken sweep of it, across which those clawed and moccasined feet must have traveled if they had followed the creek. He was not interested in the bear, and Barry was not interested in the Indian boy. So when they came to the sand, one followed the moccasin tracks, and the other the claw tracks. They were not at any time more than 10 feet apart. And then, all at once, they came together, and David saw that the bear had crossed the sand last, and that his huge paws had obliterated a part of the moccasin trail. This did not strike him as unusually significant until he came to a point where the moccasins turned sharply and circled to the right. The bear followed. A little farther, and David's heart gave a sudden thump. At first, it might have been coincidence, a bit of chance. It was chance no longer. It was deliberate. The claws were on the trail of the moccasins. David halted and pocketed his pipe, on which he had not drawn a breath in several minutes. He looked at his rifle, making sure that it was ready for action. Barry was growling. His white fangs gleamed and lurid lights were in his eyes as he gazed ahead and sniffed. David shuddered. Without doubt, the claws had overtaken the moccasins by this time. It was a grizzly. He guessed so much by the size of the spoor. He followed it across a bar of gravel. Then they turned a twist in the creek and came to other sand. A cry of amazement burst from David's lips when he looked closely at the two trails again. The moccasins were now following the grizzly. He stared for a few moments, disbelieving his eyes. Here, too, there was no room for doubt. The feet of the Indian boy had trodden in the tracks of the bear. The evidence was conclusive, the fact astonishing. Of course, it was barely possible. Whatever the thought might have been in David's mind, it never reached a conclusion. He did not cry out at what he saw after that. He made no sound. Perhaps he did not even breathe. But it was there, under his eyes, inexplicable, amazing, not to be easily believed. A third time, the order of the mysterious footprints in the sand was changed. And the grizzly was now following the boy, obliterating almost entirely the indentures in the sand of his small moccasin feet. He wondered whether it was possible that his eyes had gone bad on him, or that his mind had slipped out of its normal groove and was tricking him with weirdly absurd hallucinations. So what happened in almost the same breath did not startle him, as it might otherwise have done. It was for a brief moment, simply another assurance of his insanity. And if the mountains had suddenly turned over and balanced themselves on their peaks, their gymnastics would have not frozen him into a more speechless stupidity than did the girl who rose before him just then, not 20 paces away. She had emerged like an apparition from behind a great boulder. A little older, a little taller, a bit wilder than she had seemed to him in the picture, but with that same glorious hair sweeping about her, and that same questioning look in her eyes as she stared at him. Her hands were in that same way at her side too, as if she were on the point of running away from him. He tried to speak. He believed, afterward, that he even made an effort to hold out his hands. But he was powerless. And so they stood there, 20 paces apart, staring as if they had met from the ends of the earth. Something happened then, to whip David's reason back into its place. He heard a crunching, heavy, slow. From around the other end of the boulder came a huge bear. A monster. 10 feet from the girl. The first cry rushed out of his throat. It was a warning, and in the same instant he raised his rifle to his shoulder. The girl was quicker than he. Like an arrow, a flash, a whirlwind of burnished tresses, quivering, as she flew to the side of the great beast. She stood with her back against it, her 2 hands clutching its tawny hair, her slim body quivering, her eyes flashing at David. He felt weak. He lowered his rifle and advanced a few steps. "Who, what," he managed to say, and stopped. He was powerless to go on. But she seemed to understand. Her body stiffened. "I am Marge O'Doone," she said defiantly, "and this is my bear." End of chapter 16.